yeah, nigga. Get on my, yo, yeah. You know the way this dope knocking my J's out? What? We should have named Dispatch Ali. Days low. The stamp on my bag say, try me. 8 balls. We call them skateboards. Papa Holly, yeah. And work your way up until you chef it like a body. Look, they never played us, cause we ain't scared to catch a body. My young boy, I lean on you like a pint of walkie, yeah. Red light, on the dirt bike, Kawasaki, that's real beef. And I ain't what you want, so try salami, bitch. Robbery, scared to pop out. Well, let's play hide and seek. I put that fire right in my pocket, like a lighter. THC cool, but I'm thinking, let's play some poppies. Opium, the H is short for heroin. Obviously, horse train. You feeling good, ain't it? Good, right? He's honest. You want to fake, but dope so good that he can't lie to me. Baby boy, what you good at? Robbery. That's me in black, jumping on the fire. I'm the odyssey. Let's go.
Me and my niggas is robbers.
Yeah.
Me and my niggas robbers. Me and my niggas, we some robbers. My niggas is robbers.
Yeah.
Me and my niggas robbers.
Hey yo. Y'all the puppets, I'm Geppetto, trying to dance with the devil, but nowhere near my level. Pumping Pac, loading my tray 8 special. My ambitions as a rider got me sliding with the metal. About to hit them up and let them see if heaven got a ghetto. Picture me rolling in the drop today with your hoochie. Notorious without the Versace shades and the Coogee. Nowadays, this rap scene is for chumps. I used to think the legends never died till my act needed a jump. Yo, Flames, you a bug out. I never sold heroin, but I could pop in your tape and figure it the fuck out. We ain't saying much, just pay the shooters to play the cuts. Rapper violate, we get him and his whole label touch. Catch me with the robbers, the jack boys and the takers. Clutching on the choppers and black toys with the lasers. Won't make it to the doctor, send that boy to his maker. Yo, bring that motherfucking hook back.
Me and my niggas, we some robbers. Me and my niggas is
robbers. It's the boy that never
Life is a journey,
never TRILL, like clips, like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when we go live. And please put the numbers you like in the chat, you know, like that.
I remember when my first start for question life. Year 7 asked questions, why am I deaf on earth? Is this my first or my second birth? Or is it my third? Is that a number or is it a word? Is life unknown or is it a bird? Is there a God where you listen every single word when I think? And when I see the color red, is it the same to you? Maybe what you explain is blue to me. What you perceive is individually risen from the prison of the mind literally. And your senses form defenses against the entry of frequencies where them send me. And the ones them are out of them reach, they say them don't exist, but of them one them seek, yeah. The preacher them I preach, but in the end I teach myself to seek myself until the end of these dying days. I used to ask myself, oh, but now I put the why in place. Instead of cook the wheat, I cook the rye in place. I put my third eye in place, yeah.
And we've lost meaning with all that's going on with the life we're leading. See? Cause all in all, great or small, this feeling, knowing that we're blessed with the air we're breathing. Believe me.
Yeah. I remember thinking if you're born January, oh, you one grade higher than someone who born December. Before that, no make no sense when you check it out. The ones who born December, no make it out. The school system provide the tools for true victims arrive while fixing the mind and rules. 3-6 are the sign them shoes. Cheese tricks by design, abuse the youth time of fly. Sometimes I feel I'm a fly. Just a picture and I watch people sit on a clock from 9 to 5. Time just a fade away till the day them families sing amazing grace. I heard that souls are made in space, then them travel to earth so the womb can unravel the birth. I search with a ravenous thirst for someone to balance and merge with, but sometimes my manners desert me. Thoughts rambling, example is dispersed, but what's the meaning? As long as truth been dispersed, I'm cool with that. Some are first oozes, clocks I choose me rust. Tunes keep the youths intact, it's kind of funny how I keep going like the energizer bunny. My upper memorize and study the verse, yeah. God, the message I'm delivering is truth. I confess with every sin I never use, yeah.
And we've lost meaning.
Yes, we've lost it.
With all that's going on with the life we're leading.
All right, man. It's time to burn out the anger. I need the video. It's time to burn out the anger. Burn out the anger. Burn out the anger. Burn out the anger. I've been starting my TikToks with that. Still, burn out the anger. Burn out the anger. Burn out the anger. They're all agents. Come on. Agent party. Burn out the anger. All right, man. We're going to start in a second. Burn out the anger. Hey. Yo.
See a lot of them cried for help and still them not get no answer.
For the new vlog.
Still a youth them a suffer and die with a rich get pampered.
Get the Patreon gang.
All over the world, run by bankers.
You lot as well.
How you think them a run this? Who you think them sponsor?
Enough
Enough people that die from AIDS, enough people that die from cancer. Them design the gun and the Bible to rule and conquer. Reparation in a crisis time, but the youth them still get stronger. We beat them.
Jedi Line on all platforms, man. Make sure you follow that up, man. Hey, I don't know Jordan M. I don't know, man.
Yo.
I mean, I know who he is. I couldn't tell you if he's an agent or not. I don't know. Hey.
Still a lot of them cried for help and still them not get no answer. Still a youth them a suffer and die with a rich get pampered. All over the world, run by bankers. How you think them a run this? Who you think them sponsor? Enough people that die from AIDS, enough people that die from cancer. Them design the gun and the Bible to rule and conquer. Reparation in a crisis time, but the youth them still a get stronger. We beat them with peace and love and burn out the anger. You burn out the anger. So you burn out the anger. So you burn out the anger. So you burn out the anger. See upon road when the old is just when a bad man boy. See upon road when the old is just when a bad man boy. Burn out the anger. So you burn out the anger. Burn out the anger. So you burn out the anger. Now for them end with the old and it's just with a bad man boy. Now for them end with the old and it's just with a bad man boy.
Yeah.
Burn out the anger. Burn out the anger. Burn out the anger. Burn out the anger. Now for them end with the old and it's just with a bad man boy.
Pick up, man. I think got the 40 people in the building.
Man, don't deal with fakes. Man, don't deal with jakes.
Hit the like button. Put the number to like in the chat.
Man, don't deal with snakes.
Hey, we're about to get started, man.
I think I just smoked a crate.
Play 2 tunes.
Man, don't deal with war. Man, be counting papes. Jump
Roll
on the mic and I'm sick.
Roll
Jump
one.
on the mic and I'm hot. Jump on the mic and I'm slick. Jump on the mic and you're not. You need to be out here on some painting, hotting up the cartels, bro. Get a real bad man in the club right now with your martels up.
Pull over.
Burn out the anger. You burn out the anger.
Hey.
So you burn out the anger. So you burn out the anger. Now for them end with the old and I just with a bad man boy. Now for them end with the old and I just with a bad man boy. Burn out the anger.
Hey.
Burn out the anger. Burn out the anger. Burn out the anger. Burn out the
anger. Come on. This is my tune. You know this one. All right, man. We got the likers. Let's get to it, man. Let's get to it. We got JY Bibi, Mr. Nigeria boy. We got man like Camo. We talking about, man? What we doing? We got Master Blaster.
Not in my name.
Not in my name.
Rappers wanna drive me insane, but they're not in my lane. Nah, they're not in my lane. I'm riding lions on the African plain. Niggas know what I'm saying. You need to know what I'm saying. If you don't, then you don't. It is a shame. You need to open up your brain. Open up your brain. Frig up and you won't be contained. Don't be afraid. Tell her straight.
I don't like fakes.
Nope.
Little man,
what did I say?
This ain't no game, and it ain't sweet like cake. See you, man, I don't rate. You hold no weight. Plus I never hear what you say. Do yourself a favor, elevate. It's so good having fun, but stop with the dumbness. No competition, but we all know who runs this. Can't keep kicking, gotta throw some punches. Gotta draw content, gotta draw substance. Large on the track, but timid when in public. You say that you rap, but really you just chat shit. Calm down the hype tick, ease up the antics. Don't exaggerate, don't act frantic. For us it comes natural. It sounds like you plan shit. Keep doing what you're doing if you wanna stay average, but not in my name.
Not in my name. Rappers wanna drive me insane, but they're not in my lane. They're not in my lane. I'm riding lions on the African plain. Niggas know what I'm saying. You need to.
I'm saying. Alright. 2 more tunes and we're ready, man. Let's get it.
I listen to the wind when it speaks. I whistle when I sing to the streets. Not because they're listening to me. Nah, just because I'm thinking of a beat in my head while I'm walking from the beach. Feeling good, much better than I've been. More grounded, more time for the betterment of dreams. Tailoring my life, sewing up the seams. Raising like a tide, flowing like a stream. I can feel the vibe resonating in the air like steam. It's alive, gotta focus on the green. Cause nothing ain't free but a kiss from a queen.
They burn out the anger. Burn out the anger. Burn out the anger. So we burn out the anger.
Humans, for the most part, don't have a clue. They don't want one or need one either. They're happy. They think they have a good bead on them.
Why the big secret? People are smart. They can handle it.
The person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. 15 minutes ago,
last one, family.
people were alone on this planet. Imagine what you know.
We got golden clouds. Put the number of your like in the chat, please, fam.
REDPILLTRILL. My bronze heel crushing the head of the serpent could never be a servant. This I know for certain. This is not a sermon. I am not preaching. This is just conversion. I am just speaking. Tearing down the curtain. I am not peeking. Looking past the veil now. Third eye tweaking. Channeling demons, they think they're just doing yoga. Couldn't open your pineal with a crowbar. You need to read that fine print a little closer. That shit ain't from the divine. You're actually practicing obia. They say I'm wise like the Tula Shakur. It's not a lie, but I'm wild like the Tula at war. High like my own mind, I got no root for their lord. I got some juice in the drawer. I make that music that's raw. I'm down to boot in your door. I know some shooters and some youths is distributing the raw. A couple 9 to 5 dudes, a man that's fluid with fraud. But I ain't sure but none of them was really doing the war. So I say my highs and buys, and that's usually all. It's usually all. They ask me where I'm from. And I don't really know, cause I've been everywhere. I never felt at home. My soul glows in places you don't go. I'm road, inhale it, I'm blow smoke. Watching the world moving slow-mo. Chicks worshipping trannies and rappers dressing like homos. Meanwhile they stockpiling underground bases, trying to fill another wing with 100 brown faces. Money rules everything, love got downgraded. Microwave generation was popping, replaced what's sacred. And I don't mean geometry, I'm talking about your sovereignty. Subconscious autonomy, try to talk the things, I am deemed an anomaly. I ain't here to talk about drug dealing and shopping sprees. How often I bust my eat and scream on my fucking G. Pre my philosophy, I'm deep in the Socrates and secret prophecies, hidden by the Vatican and demonic monarchy. It's like my teardrops are dry. I ain't got nothing left to cry. The good die young, and the bad guys are left alive. Saying a rhyme, it's a poem from a restless mind. Reminds me of some shit. The other day I said to pepper guys, eat them up like burgers with extra fries. Keep the grass cut up, still pack insecticide. Enemies of progress, forming a swarm of locusts. My brain's in a constant state of abnormal focus. They say I'm going in. Of course I know this. I'm brutally body bag beats, they're forced to know this. Lyrically I'm UFC, but physically I stick a blade in your neck like a USB.
Born a hustler, now I ain't changing my occupation. I blaze haze and see my face in the constellation. What if the sky's a hologram? Am I really underwater? They want a zombie fight, I'm weak for the slaughter. That's why they're trying to give your daughter an eating disorder. Your leaders are here to trick you, do not believe the reporters.
Hey, come on. Do not believe the reporters. All right, man. Happy new day, happy Thursday. What's good? The world is mad. Hope all the family is nice. We got the 43 people in the building. Slap the like button. I'm going to put the link out there. Let's get to the talking. Let's get to the conversations. You know what I mean? Anything particular you think I need to cover or that you want to hear me talk about, just tag me, let me know, man. Or better still, jump on and start the convo. Yeah, because it's an open panel and we go in any direction that the masses want to go in. So come have your influence, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? I thank you for choosing Trilluminati Live. You're most welcome. Let me put the link in the chat. That'll help. Let me put this link out there. So what's good, man? Yeah, so is there any topics that you want me to cover? Is there anything that you really want to have a discussion about or you want to hear my opinion on? You can ask me any question you want. If you want to know how I feel or make your statements. You know, I see a question in there. Someone said, oh no, it's not even a question. Okay, so there you go. Put that out there. Yeah. We knew it was going to be an active year. Yeah, we knew it was going to be an active year. Didn't we? Oh, why am I'm on the wrong... Fuck's sake, 1 second. I'm on the wrong profile. Ah, there you go. So there, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. I am like number 22. You see, I put my like number in the chat. Yeah, follow suit, please, family. Let me flick this over to my playlist that I got. So yeah, I ain't seen none of this Tommy Robinson. Not Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson's got.
Would you like to take this opportunity finally to tell the rioters to stop?
But I ain't seen none of this Andrew Tate thing with Piers Morgan. So I thought, you know what, let's break this one down real quick. It's not too long. We can blitz through this. If it gets proper dead, we'll move on. But yeah, see the link there. Can you reminisce on the peak times of Speaker's Corner? Fuck you there. All right, you know what, Smesh Factory, we'll get to that, brother. We'll get to that, yeah? If you remind me, if you're around after we finish this, you want to ask me about the best times or the peak times of Speaker's Corner, I'll talk on that, man. I don't mind. Big up, my brother Freddie.
Fucking hell, big up, JJ.
Come on, broski.
Man, I love how you going on recently with the reporting, the non-bias shit. You know what? You could do what you done, blood. Go around white people, like imagine a patriot going around black people and just acting normal and being yourself.
And just trying to find out what's on. What do you really think? You get me? That would be sick.
Well,
that would be
sick. Crazy.
You get me? He's got to go. You know what? He's got to go reparations march.
Well, that would be bonkers, bro. Bad family.
He's got to go. MIA says England is ours. When you say ours, who are you? What are you? Do you mean like white English, white European? Is that what you mean, brother? White people should live in Israel. I'm confused, MIA, what you're saying. You said England is ours, then you said white people should live in Israel. I'm confused. England is ours. I don't get it. I don't get what you mean, bro. Explain yourself, lad. That dude was smart and had charisma. What? G-Circle, Kalam, Gabs, Hijab, Sabor, EDL. What? Man, it was peak as fuck, proper entertaining. Yeah, it was entertaining. All right, man. But we're not talking about that right now, though, Smish. Let's eat our food right now. MIA, I don't know what you're talking about, mate. You're talking about LOL. You better explain yourself. Furthermore, why don't you jump on and chat to me? You know what I mean? I don't know what you mean. But big up Freddie, man. Big up Freddie, man. If you stop driving or something, I know you get a better reception. Jump back on by all means, man. Toxic headshot. People are on hard food, he reckons. All right. So where's the family at? All right, cool. Let's get into this, man.
Stop rioting. Yes or no?
Let me make it clear to the people on both sides of the equation, all of my brothers in Islam and all of the Christians and native people of the UK who feel like they're underrepresented. You have more in common with the people you live amongst than you do with who are. What kind of powder keg are we building here through incompetent
leadership?
Are you prepared to a
country so in streets anymore?
Complete
Piers Morgan.
The 3 girls and injured 8 more children in a horrific mass stabbing at a Taylor Swift-themed dance class in Merseyside. The alleged killer was born in Wales to Rwandan parents. The police did not initially confirm his identity because he's...
Of course, like, toxic headshot. It's definitely a drama. I know what you mean. It's definitely a drama. Now, the question is, do the actors know they're actors? Do the actors know they're characters in a drama? Or is it genuine to everyone involved? And if it's not genuine to everyone involved, who's in on the gate? Who's in on it? Do you know what I mean? All right, Smash. You listened to this already. Say nothing. Well, then you'll know, innit? You'll know the pointers.
In the UK, many US conservatives are amplifying the unrest as apparent evidence of failed multiculturalism. One of the influencers accused of fanning the flames is Andrew Tate, a recently converted Muslim man whose inaccurate claims in the days after the mass stabbing have been viewed tens of millions of times. And he joins me now.
London,
Andrew
boy.
Tate, welcome back to Uncensored.
It's been a while.
It has. And obviously you've, as in fact I'm about to talk to you, Nigel Farage, who is now a member of parliament in the UK and who has been saying some very inflammatory things in the last week or so about these riots, has blamed you, named you in a radio interview as for the...
No one ain't listening to Andrew Tate like that, to be blaming Andrew Tate for anything that's going on in the UK. Are you lot all right? And the youths that are on the roads, what the hell are you talking about? I don't know what he said. Anything he said would not have kicked off a riot in the UK. Please don't take the piss. You're not taking the batties, man. You know who you need to get on here. You know, like, get me? If you're going to be pointing fingers at anybody, saying, oh, you hyped up the thing, you got to be looking at Tommy Robinson and Danny Tomo. That's who you got to be looking at. And you know what I mean? And what you call them, whatever, Reform or whoever. You got to be looking at other people.
The person who spread...
not this dude that I don't know where he is, Romania or where, I don't know where the hell he is. How the hell are they gonna highlight this brother, Andrew Tate? What? Big up the 60 people in the building. Slap the like button, please, please, please. And if you're not already, please make sure you follow Jedi Online on all networks. Yeah, that's Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. You know what I mean? Make sure that you're up to date. And TikTok, make sure you're up to date with all of them things. And once you've done that, then look for Trilluminati Live too. I've got profiles in them names too. That backup accounts on TikTok is Trilluminati.live. So Jedi Online and Trilluminati.live. You need to go over there. The reason why I'm saying is we having super diverse conversations on TikTok with a large audience. And like, you know, we get many, many panelists, sometimes about, 50 panelists. Because we, like, I'm on there for like a good couple hours and the panelists are coming thick and fast. There's a never-ending stream of panelists trying to jump on once the conversation's juicy. Get me? Big up man like Kemo has been holding it down on TikTok with me. You know what I mean? And big up the rest of you that's come over to TikTok. Get yourself a TikTok account, please, family. Shaz Bossman says he's in the UK. Oh, is he? Okay. And Andrew did contribute. Well, let me find out what he said. What did he say? And when you say contribute, he put his 2 pence in. Do you think the average patriot on the ground is listening to this guy. And don't tell me you think the anti-fascists are listening to Andrew Tate. So who's listening to it? Who's he influencing? He influences youths and red pill geezers, and none of them are taken to the streets. None of them are going to be taken. I guarantee you, they're not involved. It's not their wave. He posted a picture of an Indian-looking doll with a sword and said, "This is the problem in the UK." And no disrespect, Rafu, but do you genuinely think that, man? No one cares, bro. Well, you know, that's my biased opinion. That's my biased conclusion. You know, maybe you're right, Rafu, because you know, maybe you're right. But I feel like no. I feel like they're not listening to him on the ground, bro. Not them man not them man that went outside the mosque and all that. They don't care what Andrew Tate had to say or what he posted. Andrew Tate said the P word. Oh, did he? Oh, interesting. They want all the races to beef, but why is the question? They all had a part to play, whether big or small. Tommy, Danny, Tate, Farage, UK media, Elon Musk, Katie Hopkins. Okay. You know, I'd rather take that view. I'll take that view that everyone played a little part, whatever. But I'm still reluctant to say Andrew Tate made any ripples on the ground. But yeah.
Blamed you and named you in a radio interview as for the person who spread the disinformation, which he then believed. I want to start by playing a clip of a video you posted to Instagram, I think it was, on the 29th of July, that you posted to various social media platforms, in which was your response to what had happened.
So an undocumented migrant decided to go into a Taylor Swift dance class today and stab 6 little girls. That's right, somebody arrived in the UK on a boat. Nobody knew who he was. Nobody knows where he's from. The media is, of course, hiding the fact that this is a 17-year-old male. They don't want to highlight how ridiculous it is that we allow military-aged males, combatants, to flood our shores. I don't see any protests in the UK. I don't see anybody complaining. Nobody's outside of the school. Nobody's outside the police station. The soul of the Western man is so broken that when the invaders slaughter your daughters, you do absolutely fucking nothing.
Wow. Oh my God. Okay, Rafu. Okay, Rafu. Rafu, lucky I'm a humble man. Lucky I'm a humble man. Good thing. Give thanks that I've got some humility in me. And I can admit, okay, I see your point. I see your point, and everyone else that said in the comments, I see your points, family. You know, like that, brother. I fucking see your point. Yeah, I get it. I get it now. I get it, because I'm thinking, he don't even talk to these people. He don't talk to these, man. I see your point now. I see your point. I see your point. Okay. Let me let me see. I don't know. Yeah, is he? See what Kemo was saying. I thought it was Muslim. Being Muslim, does that mean that you have to be pro-immigration? Not necessarily. Here you go, Muslim. Got Muslim countries. They're not with it either. They're not with that. They're not with that. So I don't know. He wasn't an undocumented migrant. Smash Factory, hit the link, man. Jump on, come chat to me. 1, he wasn't an undocumented migrant. 2, he didn't arrive on a boat. 3, he wasn't an invader. 4, this is white supremacist far right rhetoric. Yeah, man, plain to see. That's plain to see that the rhetoric he's using. You get me? I don't know why he's trying to taunt the Western man and that. Yeah, clearly an agent and clearly trying to make people pissed off. God, that was the most unsensitive fucking blurb you could fucking put out there. Like, what are you trying to create? Man, a man took his shahada. They're double, triple agents, quadruple agents. But we never fucked with this guy ever. Let's be real. It's the mainstream that's trying to make us think he's relevant. That's the whole point why he's even, you know what I mean? They make him relevant. Joke thing. So you think that the Englishman heard this and got pissed? Or they heard this and other things and got pissed? All right, you know what? I'll give you 10 points for that still. I'll give you like 10 points. Yeah, please put the number of your like in the chat, family tree. Let's get these likes up. Let's make ourselves visible so we can get more eyes on the show. Let's get the numbers up. Let's get some people in there if possible. Do you know what I mean? Other things as well. Big up, Shaz. I hear ya. Actually, Silverside is a big fan of Tate. Hey, Silverside. Where is he? He's not here yet. He's not arrived. Yeah, when he arrives, if he arrives.
Your daughters, you do absolutely fucking nothing.
Now that video has been viewed 15.1 million times.
Big up, Oba.
X limited the post's visibility because of its rules on hateful conduct. But the bottom line, Andrew, is that almost everything you said in that video was completely untrue, and yet it was apparently seized upon online, spread wide and far, and made people believe what you were saying. So my question for you off the top here is, why did you race to spread such woeful disinformation, given the massive following you have, and encourage people to take action against a caricature and description of who had perpetrated this, which was simply untrue?
Great question. Great question. Why did you race to get that out like ASAP and you ain't got no facts? What is wrong with people, man? Like, the average man is doing this. Like, the man with no network, the man with no influence or impact, he's doing this. Big up JTV. Put the number of your like in the chat, my brother. Yeah, the average man with no influence is so quick to spread false shit, you know? And me, I'm a cautious man, and I've spread false shit. I've said incorrect things, yeah? Obviously, you have to backtrack, go back, clean it up and whatnot. It happens, but I'm a very conscientious poster, you know? I'm either skeptic in my views or neutral usually. Do you know what I mean? So I don't like to push narratives. I like to push the truth, or I like to be part of uncovering the truth or whatever. Do you know what I'm trying to say? But yeah, it's a very dangerous time we live in. I think the reason he's on here is to be the war on disinformation and to usher in more invasion of our freedom of speech. Yeah. Look how dangerous it is to jump to conclusions. You could create a riot. So therefore, yeah, you're right, you know, blank 7.9. You're actually right. That's exactly what it is. Well, one of the things, definitely. They're getting people to chat pup. They're putting out pup. They're putting out AI stuff and they're confusing people. And each time they're censoring things, making it seem like they're trying to help us. Yeah, it's crazy. Big up Mighty Jew. You lot put the number of your like in the chat. Hit the like button and put the number in the chat, please, family. Yeah? That would assist a lot. Thank you. Big up the 90 people in the building. All right, cool cat. Wait a while. Wait a while. Just chill. Chill. Let's not run. Let's not run before we crawl. No, it's not dangerous. What do you mean, Craig Evans? Of course it's dangerous. And where's your like? Of course it's dangerous. What do you mean? Big up man like Steve. Like number 30. All right, man. We're getting up there in the likes. Let's get these likes forward in. I'll press play.
Well, firstly, I'll start by saying I didn't know Nigel Farage said those things about me, which is a shame because I'm actually a fan of him. I think he's trying to do the right thing. I also understand in his political sphere, sometimes he has to hang other people out to dry to save himself because he's getting heat also. Secondly, I'll argue with you about the fact that everything I said was untrue. I think the only thing I said that was untrue is that perhaps he was undocumented. It was a 17-year-old male. It was a migrant. He did kill little girls. And
listen, can we clarify? Can we clarify, yeah? This young man, was he British or was he a migrant? Was he born in Cardiff or was he born in another country? Please let me know. Like number 33, big up blank 7.9. Please let me know, man.
Advocating for people to stand outside and make it clear that they're unhappy with what happened is not.
Kemo says he was born in England. He's British. So he's not a migrant. He's not a migrant. Like, why is it so hard?
It was a 17-year-old male. He was a migrant. He did kill little girls. And advocating for people to stand outside and make it clear that they're unhappy with what happened is not a dangerous ideology. We live in a democracy where we have the right to protest and the right to make it clear when our voices are not heard. I recently protested against the Olympic ceremony outside the French embassy. I'm not sure if you saw it, complaining about how they depicted Jesus Christ, because I was unhappy with what I saw. And I think that when people feel like they have a voice, they're not likely to get violent. And the problem we have now is that people do not have a voice, which is why we're seeing rioting, which is why we're seeing looting, because people do not feel like there's a political solution any longer. And what I was trying to do is encourage people to stand up and make their voice heard in a peaceful way to avoid violence. Because when people feel like they're not heard, violence is always the end result.
Yeah, but you've actually had the complete opposite effect. And you know the massive following that you have and the influence that you can wield. And by spreading, I mean, again, you've repeated the fact this kid who has obviously now been charged with very serious crimes, including killing these 3 girls, was a migrant. He wasn't a migrant. He was born in Wales. His parents were legal immigrants from Rwanda. So he's not a migrant. He's somebody born in Wales, born in the United Kingdom.
Well, first things first, it's unfair for you to say that I've had an opposite effect. What I did was point out the facts of the situation. That a 17-year-old male
didn't know,
killed
bro.
little girl.
You didn't point out the facts, bro. Bro, what's wrong with accountability? Like, you know what? I fucked up, bro. I fucked up. You know? What's wrong with accountability? Because it's almost like these people want you to not trust them. Imagine that. Imagine they want you to know that they chat shit. It's crazy, cuz.
Girls. If I point out the facts of the situation, that the sky is blue, and then people go and decide to riot because I've said those things, does not mean those things are not true. That's the first thing. Secondly, here's where we have the dichotomy of the UK, and I actually think this conversation is going to be one of the most important and potent conversations of modern times, especially as this issue is not going to be solved anytime soon, Piers. The problem we have now in the UK is that we have a certain subsect of the population who believe because he was born in Cardiff, he is a Welsh man. And we have another subsect of the population who believe that even if he was born in Cardiff, he is not Welsh. I'm currently in Romania. I'm an American and British citizen. The woman who I have a child with is Italian. The child was born in Romania. The Romanians do not consider that child Romanian, not by their view of the world.
Man. And this is where it gets so real for a man like me. And I'm so glad that my sense of identity has not been based on my geography. I'm so glad. Yeah, because basically what this man is saying is Jedi, born in Camberwell, raised in Peckham and South London, of Nigerian descent. I'm not British. According to this kind of narrative, I'm not British. And if I commit a heinous enough crime, people will look at me like I'm not British. You're not British. So when I said I wasn't British and people was like, yeah, like people was like having a go at me for saying I'm not British. They're like, yeah, but you're born there. You got a British passport. You got a birth certificate. Wow. Wow. The rhetoric. It's wow. So I'm not British.
The world. If I had a child in China, they would not consider that kid Chinese. They would look at the face shape of the child and say that's not a Chinese child.
Wow. Man.
If I had a black child in Russia, they would not consider that child Russian. In the West, in the democracies, we do.
So hear what now? Hear what? Yeah. I'm with man. I'm with man. I'm just saying. They've been telling me I'm British. I've been saying I'm not British, but now here we have it. Now here we have it. I'm born in England, bruv. I should be English as well as British. What are you talking about? Being British is different to being English. Get me? But nah. So it is about being white. It is about being white. No matter how much people try to tell me otherwise, this is where we are in 2024. English are white, yeah? English are white. So if you're born in England, you're not English. You're British, yeah? All right, cool. So that's mad. That's mad. Cool.
But we have a problem because you now have you have a dichotomy of ideas. You have two different camps. And the camp that believe that this person perhaps isn't even Welsh in the first place are also the camp which are being suppressed and not allowed to speak and are being smeared and labeled as far right for having genuine concerns. And that is why things are getting exasperated and out of control. What we need is conversation, and what we need is dialect. You cannot have a multicultural democracy and ignore the concerns of one particular subsect of that culture, especially when it's the native culture, and expect everything to be fine forever. There's a lot of people who have a point of view. They didn't feel like they had a political solution anymore. And this is what's happening. The reason this dichotomy exists, Piers, please understand, if they are sitting there and they're accepting that this is a Welsh man, but now they're starting to get concerned.
Why don't you lot jump on and explain to me the difference between nationality and citizenship and ethnicity and all this? You lot, yeah. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. So yeah, feel free to jump on. Let's have a conversation. You know, I'm a reasonable guy, and I'm here to give everyone a platform to give their opinion out there. Hopefully we can get some opposing opinions on it. That would be cool.
For the safety of their children, and they don't feel like there's any kind of political solution, well, then they're going to come to the very simple and obvious conclusion that they'd rather not have anyone from anywhere else in their country to avoid these things happening again, because they don't feel like there's any other political solution. This is a fail of the politicians. This is a failure of the leaders. It is a job of a leader to inspire all of the people to have trust in him, not just some of the people, not just the people he likes, not just the people on his party or the people he wants. It is his job as a leader to have every single person in the country believe that he cares about the issue and he's doing something actively to fix it. Instead, what Keir did was stand up and do the absolute opposite. Shut down any legitimate concerns, tell people they don't have a voice, tell people nothing's going to change, is going to stay exactly the way it is. And let me tell you something. I want to make this very clear. There's a lot of people in the world who would rather go to jail and have a warm bed and 3 square meals a day than watch their children die. There's a lot of people who would rather go to jail than watch their society collapse in real time around them. There's a lot of people who would really rather go to jail than feel unsafe to walk the street at night ever again. These are people who have lived in the same place for a very long time. They have a vested interest in this geographical location. And without political solutions being offered, I don't know how hubristic you must be to sit and expect anything other than what we've seen. This is a failure of leadership. And that's what's so disappointing about it.
Right. So here's my response to what you've just said.
Please.
First of all Keir Starmer has said, as far as I can see, is that he is going to bring the full force of the law against people who committed acts of violence. And the violence that was perpetrated...
No, he called them far right.
Yeah, well, there were far-right thugs who were leading this, and they were attacking mosques. They were chanting anti-Muslim chants, and they were doing this because
there was a black person
Hang
in the
on.
crowd. Would you say
you've
the
had
crowd
your
was black
say?
people?
I'm going to have my say now. It was put out falsely on social media that the person who did this was a Muslim, not just a Muslim, but a Muslim who came in on one of the small boats, part of the very contentious, ongoing issue of the small boat. I'm not saying you did. I'm saying this is what was put out on social media in a series of false posts, which then went viral, right? So he was supposedly a Muslim, not true. Supposedly came in on a small boat, not true. Supposedly on an MI6 watch list as a potential terrorist, not true. None of this was true. And so on the back of that, far-right thugs who led this went up and attacked mosques, and they went and attacked hotels with asylum seekers in there waiting to be processed, and they was trying to set fire to them. Those are acts of despicable violence, which were being led by far-right thugs. Now, not everybody involved in all these protests is a far-right thug. Some of them will be ordinary members of the public trying to legitimately protest peacefully. I completely accept it. But the ones who were leading it, who were committing the acts of violence and making the threats against the Muslim community, were doing so because they have been completely misled about who had done this. It was not a Muslim. It was not an illegal immigrant. It was not somebody on the MI6 watch list. It was none of those things. Now, you posted...
Can anybody justify these men trying to set fire to the hotel while people was in it? Like, can anyone justify that? Because I don't see how you can defend people that do that. You can't defend them, man. They're trying to burn the people. Like, they're trying to set people on fire, man. Like, we all saw that. We all saw that. So we can't try and style it. Oh, these are just people that are, you know, the people that are just angry and they just want their voices heard. They wanted to burn people. These men wanted to burn people. And if they got hold of anyone, that they would have been fucked. You telling me they wouldn't have killed anyone that they got hold of? Is that what you're telling me? If one of them refugees or the immigrants or whoever was in that hotel came downstairs, these men wouldn't have tried to... What would they have done? Just give them a little beating and said, all right, that's enough, lads. Did you see the ferocity in, was it Rotherham at the hotel? Crazy.
On July the 30th, the day after the killing.
It wasn't one moron. It wasn't one moron. Are you mad? One moron. Brother, do you know the UK laws about rascal joint enterprise? About one moron. What? No way you're saying that autism is unstoppable. No way, because if we could play the footage now, one moron, you better take that back. That was wholly that's incorrect. You watched it live. The video's up there. We could watch it. It was not one moron. Yeah? Multiple morons. And all the bystanders that were assisting, hitting the police while this was going on, letting these men, not pulling these men back, not stopping them. They're all culpable. When there's no way you're going to get out of that. One moron set the fire. You're having a laugh, man. You're having a laugh, man. So what about everyone that was throwing wood on it and putting and lifting the bins up to get on? What about them? What about everyone that was trying to stop the people from putting the fire up? What about them? Were they included? Mad thing.
Killing. And I feel particularly incensed, by the way, that the deaths of these 3 young girls have been hijacked in such a reprehensible manner to attack Muslims when a Muslim had nothing to do with it, right? You put this on July the 30th, you posted a picture saying this is...
Wow. This is the man from Cardiff that murdered a little kid straight off a boat. Yeah, come on, brother. Like Andrew Tate. Bang to rights. How could you even try to argue? This is what you did. Brother, you better apologize.
This is the man from Cardiff. We're looking at this picture now. That murdered the little girl straight off a boat, you said. Really? He wasn't straight off a boat because this wasn't the person who perpetrated the crimes. You got 4.3 million views for this. The community notes clarified this is not the man that attacked the children and adults in Southport. This image is of Kasonga Mabulu, who was arrested in Ireland in 2023 for a random knife attack at Dublin Airport. So again, you know, 24 hours later, you're posting more. Okay. You're posting more. No, you're posting complete disinformation. It's not okay. Sir. It's not okay.
It
was not the man.
Did I get the wrong stabber? Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, you did.
Piers Morgan, of course. I got the wrong stabber.
Yeah, you did.
And he certainly looked very Welsh to me. Let me make this clear. I'm a Muslim, and I think anybody who attacked a mosque is going to have to deal with God. I'm not worried about the full force of the law. They should worry about God itself. But I also want to make something very clear to all the people at home and clear to you that most of the white people are very frustrated and they're finding an enemy amongst themselves to take it out on. I think that the white people on these streets have a lot more in common with the brown people on these streets than they do with the politicians, because that's the problem we have here. Keir did not just only say they're going to face the full force of the law. He told everybody with a point of view, everybody who's concerned about the safety of their children, that they are extremists. And that is the most That is the most aggravating language you can possibly choose when people finally have had enough of not feeling safe on their own streets any longer. We have people who cannot afford to pay their bills watching migrants arrive who are now being held up in hotels at the taxpayers' expense for indefinite periods of time. We're sending billions of dollars to Ukraine. Nobody voted for it. Nobody wants it. And everybody's struggling to pay their bills. Energy prices are through the roof. Inflation is through the roof. Now they no longer feel safe on their streets. They don't want to put their daughters outside to play. The police won't protect them. The police won't turn up for most crimes unless it's something you say bad on Facebook. And when they look for a political solution, they're ignored. What kind of powder keg are we building here through incompetent leadership in the UK? This is nothing but a leader.
Blank 7.9 says, I don't believe for a second that he would have got that wrong. Like he doesn't research. Yeah, at this point, it's so obvious the way they use these puppets. Just another example not to have idols. Yep, there you go, man. I agree. Strangers controlling millions via a TV screen is a madness. Kemo says this is a L for the Ummah. White people created racism, says MIA. Tell it to Muhammad, says Gravity X. I don't know what that tell it to Muhammad means. I don't know what that means. But yeah, that's a lot of, come on, man. That's some serious disinformation. You put that man's face out there. You know what you was doing. You get me? You put that man's face out there and said he's fresh off the boat. And now you're like, oh, sorry, what, wrong stabber? Like, you tried to make a little counterpoint. You didn't know he was a stabber at that point in time.
A leadership failure. There's not a country in the world where leadership could fail this spectacularly
once again, Andrew,
different result.
All right. But once again, Andrew, you are spouting nonsense in what you've just said. Not all of it, but some of it is nonsense. You say, for example, nobody voted for the UK to support Ukraine. We've literally just voted Keir Starmer in the United Kingdom with a landslide majority, and he made it crystal clear before that election that he would be contributing billions of our pounds to help the people of Ukraine thwart a Russian dictator. Well, you may laugh, but you just literally said the complete opposite. So we did actually vote for a leader and a party that was completely committed to dedicating billions of pounds of taxpayer money.
It's just semantics, man. These men are scary. Absolutely scary.
To helping people in Ukraine defeat Vladimir Putin. So that, again, is a complete untruth that you've just espoused.
I'm sure the people who are protesting up there in the north of England who can't afford to pay their bills, who are watching migrants live for free in hotels, who don't feel safe at night because the police don't have enough resources to turn up and respond to crime, are very happy that we're sending money to Ukraine. You're completely right. Yeah, the fact he only had 20% of the populist vote has nothing to do with it. And the fact that every single party will send money to Ukraine because we live in a uni-party system, which is corrupt to the core in the first place. That's the reason why no matter who you vote for, the migrants keep coming. And no matter who you vote for, the money keeps getting siphoned out of the tax base and sent to Ukraine. That's the truth of it, is that most people are starting to realize and wake up from the matrix and understand there are no political solutions because it's all a scam and it's all a lie. What we need is people to understand at home that we have to think outside the box and vote for somebody who's not part of this two-party, uni-party insanity.
And here we go, man. Like I've been trying to share with you lot. And most of you already know this, yeah? So forgive me if I'm preaching to the choir. But everything you see that's going on right now, all the chaos, all the exposures, all the whistleblowing, all the WikiLeaks, all the emails, all the cameras capturing stuff and recordings being leaked and all the misinformation and the mistaken, I posted this, and they're trying to get you to be sick of the system in its current form. They want us to be like, yo, you know, this ain't working. They want you to have mistrust in the infrastructure, whether it be entertainment, whether it be business, whether it be whatever. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Politics. This is why you have the type of leaders that you have to pick from, you know, dodgy looking men, weird looking, quirky looking dudes, and all this stuff. They want you to like start having massive mistrust in the system so that we can beg for a new way to do shit. It's, you know, problem, reaction, solution. Yeah, again, that's all it is. So now you've got someone like Andrew Tate saying, yeah, we need to start thinking out of the box about because this politics thing ain't working, and who are you going to choose? Is this the Antichrist? Is this the Dajjal? What is this? Is this the New World Order? Is this the one world ruler? Whatever side you sit on, religiously or whatever, you must be aware that there's 110% an agenda that the whole world is marching towards. How much energy do we want to give to these smaller details when there's clearly a more grand plan going on? Trust me, man. Nas 4 says Tommy Robinson invited 4 Pakistani Muslims to his wedding. Okay, what does that mean, Nas? What do you mean by that? Okay, hit the like button, please, family, if you haven't already. I appreciate it.
Which is why I was a fan of Nigel Farage.
The PayPal,
Even if he
if you wanna
sells me
make
down
a
the river, even if he
contribution.
says I'm a bad person, that's his prerogative and that's his decision to make. I still believe he's the best choice as a leader for the UK.
Well, Nigel
You don't have a
Farage
country
has not
if you don't
just.
have a border.
Well, hang on. Nigel Farage has literally just chucked you under a monumental bus. He's got on LBC radio, and he said the reason that he himself was promoting complete nonsense about the person who committed these heinous crimes was because of people like you, Andrew Tate. He names you. He says that you were responsible for spinning disinformation, which he was dumb enough to believe.
Well, I never said he was a Muslim. I never said he was a Syrian. I never said he was on the MI6.
Do you know what? I take back what I said. I understand the impact of 4 million views on Twitter and the way that will be reposted and disseminated. You don't have to fuck with Andrew Tate to see that information out there and latch onto it, especially if you got a predisposition for hatred towards certain groups. So it does make sense, because he was just used as the catalyst to go viral, because he had enough followers and enough reach, enough impact on somewhere like X or Twitter. Makes sense. It actually makes sense.
The MI6 watch list. The only thing
You know that Albert Pike, fella. You know he does say that Islam will be the route to the Third World War. Let me see. Albert Pike on Islam. Let me see. Let's do this.
In the 1800s, predicted the Third World War.
What are you talking about?
He was in the Illuminati. There was a letter that was found. He wrote down the game plan of what the Illuminati was going to do for the 3 world wars.
What did he predict?
Basically, this would be the last war.
Because we all live in harmony afterwards.
Let me just read what he
Okay.
said. It's adding up quite a bit. So he said, the Third World War, taking advantage of the differences between the political Zionists and the leaders of the Islamic world. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam and the State of Israel destroy each other. The other nations, more divided, will be constrained to fight to the point of complete exhaustion. We shall provoke a formidable social cataclysm which will show clearly to the nations the most bloody turmoil. And the multitude, delusioned with Christianity, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer.
Mad. Yeah. Mad. Just something to think about, man. Yeah. Just something to think about. Yeah. Just something to think about. Come on. Big up, give thanks. Big up W in the chat. Yeah. So this is what Albert Pike said. Christianity, Islam will be Islam versus Judaism. People are gonna pick sides. They're gonna fuck each other up, and then the other little groups are gonna be embroiled in their wars already. So that's black folks as well. That you know what I mean, Christians, this, that, Sikhs, this, blah, blah, all sorts. By that time, no, we don't know who to trust, who to fuck with. It's mad. Yeah. Actual schedule they got of how things are going. Now, let's be real. If we look at the world today, does it look like he's wrong? He wrote that in the 1800s. Come on, family. And they said the rest of them, the Christians, will be delusioned. They'll be delusioned. What? Something about the pure doctrine of Lucifer. Boy. I said play it again, yeah? I'll play it again, man. But I was looking for the actual quote because you can read it. You can read it. I've read it before. But yeah, let's play that. Where is that? Where is it going? That was funny.
No. In the 1800s, heard of Albert Pike?
No.
In the 1800s, predicted the Third World War.
What are you talking about?
He was in the Illuminati. There was a letter that was found. He wrote down the game plan of what the Illuminati was going to do for the 3 world wars.
What did he predict?
Basically, this would be the last war.
Because we all live in harmony afterwards.
Let me just read what he said. It's adding up quite a bit.
Boy.
So he said, the Third World War, taking advantage of the differences between the political Zionists and the leaders of the Islamic world. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam and the State of Israel destroy each other. The other nations, more divided, will be constrained to fight to the point of complete exhaustion. We shall provoke a formidable social cataclysm, which will show clearly to the nations the most bloody turmoil. And the multitude, delusioned with Christianity, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer.
Manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer. Boy. 33rd degree Mason, Grand Mason or whatever, Albert Pike, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. And there you have it. So, you know, I wish one of you lot would jump on so we could talk about that. And talk about anything. Where you lot at, man? I've been on for an hour. But yeah, big up. Give thanks for the 112 people in the building. Let's get back to this interview.
The only thing I could have got incorrect is that he was an undocumented migrant. And if Nigel Farage has done that, that's his decision. He'll have to live with his conscience. I'm not here to tell him how to think. I'm also man enough to be understanding that not everybody has to like me all of the time for me to agree with some of the things they say. The biggest problem we have in the world today is everybody's so emotional. Everybody's so upset all the time that if somebody says something bad about them, they pretend that person's completely bad. Nobody is completely bad. Nobody is completely evil. Everybody loves their children. Everybody wants to live in peace. A lot of people talk about the idea of war, but let me promise you, Piers, I'm a person who's had a very varied life. When you see people with machetes outside your door threatening you and the police aren't answering the phone anymore, you don't want war. The Muslims want peace. The white natives of the UK, the Christians want peace. Everybody wants peace. But when you have a political class which refuse to listen to absolutely anybody, do whatever they want, grind everyone into poverty irregardless, then you're going to have some sort of uprising. And it's unfortunate that the poor people, and I call them poor, I mean the average person, is turning on the average person as opposed to turning on the rich elites who are just plundering the country. That's the truth of what's happening.
What is really...
We played it. Yeah. The only thing I had incorrect was that he was undocumented. That's the only thing you could perhaps say he was incorrect. The London stabbing, Piers. The London bridge attack, he was born in Pakistan. We want to sit here and talk about how a large contingent of the people committing terror attacks in the UK and the most heinous crimes are not natively English people. And when we need to sit here and address this without being called racist, without being called far right, I'm a mixed race Muslim and I'm pointing out this very obvious truth. If we're not going to be able to point out the truth, what do you expect besides anger?
Well, I mean, the sheer brass neck.
He flipped it. He flipped it and twisted it, boy. He done well. He done well. He flipped that, boy. He was under pressure for a minute and he's flipped it round. You know, he's still chatting shit, but yeah, he's not being accountable. But yeah, you can't. He's solid with his speech. He flipped it around. Like, yeah, like let's focus on the fact that half these attackers are not English, and we're like just bringing it back. And then you mix some bullshit with some truth. Do you know what I mean? Which is the politicians ain't listening to you. But I told you, if we don't stand up, yeah, on our own accord, then it will be engineered in the way that we stand up. Yeah. I'm trying to avoid certain words, but by stand up, you get what I'm saying. But yeah, if the people don't organically stand up and rise up, that's even better. If the people don't organically rise up, then you know, what can I say? You know what I mean? Big up, Steve. Welcome. First guest on.
Big up, Jed. You all right, bro?
Yeah, man. What's good?
Can you hear me?
Well, how's your week been, should I say?
Yeah. Wow, it's a week full of drama, the same as everybody else, isn't it? You know, it's been a funny week, isn't it?
Yeah, man.
Going back to that, are you British thing, yeah? So I'm Irish, but obviously I don't sound it because I'm brought up. I got trouble with that. I wonder from where I'm born, if I go back over to there, I'm English to them. And then when I come here, I don't feel.
You don't feel what?
I don't feel English. When I come back here, I don't feel English.
Okay.
So it's tricky. It's tricky, you know.
Where do you feel English?
When I'm talking to English people, or if I'm watching the England football team, because I support that, which is really weird because I think I'm Irish in my mind, but I support the English football team.
Yeah, but football's football. Where were you born?
Dublin.
Where's your family from?
Ireland.
Okay, so because you live here, you're not sure whether you're English or Irish. You're born in Ireland, your family's from Ireland. Why wouldn't you be Irish?
Well, I am full Irish in my mind, but like when you really think about it, because I'm brought up here, I've got two. Yeah, I'm brought up since the age of about 5. So I got 2 brothers as well that were born in England, so they're English in their minds. It's tricky, you know. It's difficult. And then like my mum and dad are dead now, and I don't have much contact with the rest of Ireland. I mean, I've got family over there, but it's not like I'm over there every 5 minutes experiencing the country.
I don't know if you have to be from there. Do you know what I mean? Especially as you're born there and your family's from there. Okay, you were brought up in England, but like people are saying that I can't be English. So I don't think you can be English.
No. Yeah, I've got Irish passport.
So you got Irish passport. So then you're Irish and British.
Yeah, I've got dual nationality if I want it, but I chose the Irish.
But you're not English.
No. Even though I grew up here. I'm educated here.
There's no English passport.
No.
So if I can't be English, then you can't be English. Sorry, bruv. That's like me saying I'm English. I think I'm English. People are saying that.
What do you think? What do you feel? What do you feel? Are you English, British, or what?
You know what, bro? As my consciousness expands, I feel less and less the need to even give a fuck about any of that. I already know that I'm not English or British. I already know that. Do you know what I mean? I know that my origins are from the continent and who knows where else. Do you know what I mean? My family live in an area called Nigeria, and they belong to certain tribes in that area, you know. But as much as who I am, generally speaking, bro, you know, not to sound cliche, but you know, I'm just a consciousness. Do you know what I mean? Experiencing this reality, and that's as much as I can say. Do you know what I mean? My soul. I don't know if my soul is Nigerian or black or any of that. So You know what I mean? Truthfully, it is what it is. But yeah, if you used to ask me, I'll say, yeah, I'm Nigerian, I'm Igbo. That's what I say. You know, I say, yeah, I'm Nigerian. Oh, where you from? I said, yeah, I'm from England.
Yeah, it's weird because
if I'm on holiday, I'll say, where you from? I'll say, I'm from England. I said, okay, but where you from? I'm like, oh yeah, I'm Nigerian. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I'm in Africa, I might just tell them I'm Nigerian, but I live in England.
See, I'm getting a bit like that, what you're saying anyway, with stating where you're from and stuff. Because if you were to ask me, I'm Irish Celt, right? But I'm becoming borderless. You know, I'm not believing in borders now.
Yeah, don't try to copy me, bro. I've already said that.
No.
You gotta say that else. Don't try to copy me. I can't believe you're trying to copy me. Mad thing. You're breaking up, bro. You're breaking up.
Yeah, you not hear me now?
Yeah, I'm hearing you now.
Okay, I must. Yeah, okay. Looking back in history, the passport was only used in the 1920s in Britain.
Exactly.
I mean, it was invented in the 1500s, but it wasn't used on government level for ordinary people to the 1920s. So in my mind, in them days, you could just get on a plane or a boat or whatever across another country's borders if you was in Europe, and just go and live there and work there, and nothing.
Just go there, yeah.
And just go there. So I'm sitting there thinking, why is it all of a sudden that we've become like we want to build borders and walls and stop people from exploring this world we live on? So it's different than you. It's just that feeling's coming to me lately.
It's like saying where you're from can also encompass like people that are adept at socially intelligent and whatnot. They may ask you where you're from to gain information about you, like in a way, like how do you view yourself? What has been your experience? A lot of that is so. If I'm asking someone where they're from and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I'm Nigerian," like you're giving me so much information because I might have information about your culture and rare. So even in that way, like people use that shit. Where you from? Oh yeah, I'm originally Spanish. Oh, hola, yeah, hola, you know. So they tap in with people and get to know details about their life and who they are through asking this question. But it's not necessarily anything real. It's just more about like what experiences has the world afforded you based on where you were born, where you've lived, and who your family are. So you just get
this is how come this is how I've got a bit of a split with this, because I didn't go and know Ireland till I was 18. So, you know, my whole childhood or up to adulthood is England, yes. England. So the south of England. So it's been hard for me to.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, you're British, you're not English. You get me? You've lived in England your whole life. You get me? But you're never going to be English. They're not accepting you. Because if they accept you and they don't accept me, then they're racist.
Yeah. How do I talk to my brothers though, Jedi? Because they're English.
If no one was looking, if no one was looking, and I weren't standing there, they'd let you in. Come on, obviously they'd let you in. But
true.
Because I'm hanging about, and lads like me are hanging about, it ain't gonna look right if they let you in and then they don't let me in, innit? Like, you know.
Yeah. We'll have to kick off. We'll have to kick off.
Yeah. We're always whinging about racism. So, man, maybe come back in 20 minutes. You might be gone.
Yeah.
And then you can
I know. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna have to shoot myself, but it's nice talking to you, though, Jeds.
All right, man. Please don't shoot yourself.
All right, love. Try not to. Love you, brother. Bye bye.
One love. One love for the mother's pride. One love. Da-da-da-da-da. You know what I mean? That's my broski. That's my Irish English mate. See, when I said I've got white mates, there he is. You know what I mean? There he is. On record. He said he loves me. On record, yeah. So I don't want to hear no shit about I'm racist.
Frankly, Andrew, of you lecturing me about the truth when you've spent the last week spewing complete fake news bullshit is breathtaking.
Now, you're not going to get that on ITN, are you? Man said fake news bullshit. Oh man, these lot can't hide the fact that they like each other though. That's the sad thing about it. It gets more and more obvious. They actually like each other, man. You wouldn't keep going on each other's shows. You wouldn't be scratching each other's backs. Pause.
I mean, the sheer brass neck, frankly, Andrew, of you lecturing me about the truth when you've spent the last week spewing complete fake news bullshit is breathtaking, right? And also, I would say you've also been spewing stuff that is blatantly racist. On the 1st of August, you posted a cartoon saying typical man from Cardiff. Let's look at that cartoon. This has had 11 million views.
Yeah, it's a taxpayer. It's a migrant arriving on the boat with taxpayers' money, and I think a lot.
Nah. Oh my god, Andrew Tate, you know. Anyway, this was you lot, well, some people's guy. Look at him now. Look at him now. Look at him. Look at the state of him. This picture is insane. This picture is insane. I might have to take this picture. What is it? And one second. Andrew Tate. Where's that picture, man? I need to get hold of that picture, man. How do I get hold of that picture? Yeah. That needs to be.
I think a lot of people are upset about that. I want to make something clear because I'm a Muslim myself.
When you say typical man from Cardiff, when you say typical, hang on. When you say typical man from Cardiff, you are again telling people that in your estimation, the person that committed this came in as an illegal migrant on a boat. That is not true. None of that is true.
Well, what I'm actually doing, Piers, because you may not be aware of this because you're part of the legacy media machine, which is why you defended Israel so heavily.
I'm on YouTube.
You're not allowed to have your own opinion.
You're not allowed. On legacy media.
You're part of the legacy
show
media
is on
machine,
YouTube,
and you're not allowed to have your own opinion. But let me explain something.
Every word of this will go up, as you know.
Perfect. I understand exactly how the media machine works. The fact that they kept highlighting that he's from Cardiff and showing pictures of him as a child, as opposed to showing pictures of him as the large barbaric man he was, which stabbed those little girls, was a deliberate PR spin by the propaganda arm of the British government to try and subvert and subdue the UK populace because they knew everybody would be outraged by what they saw. That's why every picture of him is he's a kid.
Honestly,
they keep saying he's from Cardiff. This was set up on purpose. Now, the point I was making is as follows.
Was literally born in Cardiff. The Matrix didn't pretend he was born in Cardiff. You've been posting cartoons of people coming in illegally, armed on little boats, because you want people to think that the person that did this was that person, but he wasn't.
Facts.
You cut out there, Piers. I think I understood you. I'm a Muslim myself, so there's no reason why I want any kind of violence against Muslims. That's the first thing that's very clear. And I want to make something else very clear. I'm actually in a quite unique scenario as a Muslim revert, half black, half white. I've had both sides of this dichotomy try and recruit me, perhaps. I can't be taught to hate anybody. There's no Muslim alive who can teach me to hate anybody, and there's no white man alive who can teach me to hate anybody. There's no hate in my heart. There's only love. But when you have love, you have protectiveness. And you have to feel a protectiveness for the things you care about. And that's what I think a lot of people don't understand. We call people hateful all the time for having a point of view, especially when they get out.
The criminal is a Christian, by the way. It's crazy.
On the street because they feel like they need to express it. A lot of these people were not hateful. A lot of these people were full of love and they were full of concern.
You've literally encouraged people to feel hateful. You've encouraged people to feel hateful because you've encouraged people to believe the person that did this crime, this alleged person that did it, because it's going to court. We have to let the process do its due process. But the person who's been charged with the crimes of killing these poor girls is not an illegal migrant. But you wanted to demonize illegal migrants by what you've been doing in the last week. You wanted people to believe this was one of the people who come over on a boat illegally into this country, part of the so-called invasion. And here's the interesting thing about your position with regard to your conversion to Islam and becoming a Muslim. Muslims, as you know, have been ranting about you for the last few days and utterly betraying them because you've decided to associate yourself with Tommy Robinson, who is a far-right thug, who has been spewing utter, horrible Islamophobic, anti-Muslim rhetoric.
Boy. Yeah, man. You know, I don't see how you can be a Muslim and support Tommy Robinson, in all fairness. I just don't think it makes any sense, for the simple fact that Tommy Robinson is definitely anti-Islam. 100% anti-Islam. Like, do you know what I mean? 100%. Who's going to deny that he's anti? So, how... I don't know, man. Those with eyes, though, innit? If you can't see, and I don't think anyone here is fooled by Andrew Tate, by the way. But I'm just saying, talking about people in general, if you can't see, then, boy... you literally don't want to see. Because how are you going to be a Muslim and support Tommy Robinson? It makes no sense. Yeah? Hardly makes sense for non-Muslims to support Tommy Robinson, let alone a Muslim, when his whole thing is against Islam. 1,050%. Tommy versus Piers. Tommy's got a little interview
all week, and yet you have not distanced yourself from him. So the Muslim community in the UK now view you as part of the enemy too. You know that. How do you feel about that?
Well, I pray for my brothers, and I think the information I've seen and the replies I've seen have not been hateful from the Islamic community. Saying to Tommy Robinson that I will debate him on issues, I don't think is failing to distance myself. I debate you all the time, Piers, and we disagree on basically everything. I'm happy to argue with Tommy because we disagree on so many different points of view, and I think it's very important that we have conversation. The reason these riots are happening in the first place is because everybody's afraid to talk. I'm prepared to sit down with somebody I don't like and don't agree with.
That's complete nonsense.
To talk to Tommy.
That's nonsense. The reason the riots are happening is people like you and Tommy Robinson have been spewing utter disinformation, which has led people to believe that the person that perpetrated these despicable crimes was an illegal Muslim migrant who was on the MI6 terror watch list. Firstly, right. I'm saying you and Tommy Robinson,
let's be careful.
between you, okay. I'm saying between you,
but
you
where's the
put out
logic
there
failure?
a completely false impression.
There's a logic failure of lumping me in with somebody who I don't agree with and saying, "Oh, you and him." So,
do you denounce Tommy Robinson?
Tommy Robinson and I disagree on a whole bunch of issues, and I think he's completely incorrect on his view of Islam. We're not playing this game of constant denouncing.
Do you denounce him for inciting the rioting?
I denounce him for everything bad he said about Islam. He's absolutely incorrect, and I cannot be his friend or support him for that reason.
For inciting the rioting by telling people it was a Muslim illegal migrant.
It's not for me. It's not for me to decide who has incited the rioting, and it's not for you to decide.
Well, you can't denounce that.
A court denounce what? I'm not going to sit here and say who's in charge of the riots because
telling people he was an illegal Muslim.
My view on why the riots happened is because I believe that the native population, the Christian population of the UK, feels like their voice is not heard. I think if their voice was heard and they had correct
no, that's not why the riots happened.
Things would not be happening.
That's not why the riots
exactly
happened. The riots happened.
The
riots happened because people
because things are written on social media all day, every day.
No, Andrew.
And there's no riots.
No, Andrew.
People finally had enough after endless attacks where they felt like they did not get a voice anymore politically. When you don't have a political avenue, you're going to choose a violent one. I think Tommy is wrong about Israel, just like you were, because you were supporting the genocide in Gaza, and I stood up against you for that. I think Tommy's wrong on a whole bunch of issues.
Genocide in Gaza.
He has a voice. Yes, you were. He has a voice, and I'm prepared to sit here and debate with him, and I'm prepared to correct him on the things he's wrong about. And for you to sit and then you support a genocide, you're going to say I'm a bad person for saying that little girls shouldn't get stabbed by people who don't belong in the UK in the first place. I don't care if you're a Muslim, I don't care if you're a Christian, black or white.
Okay.
Nobody should be turning up into the country without a passport.
I'm going to
Absolutely
respond.
Nobody.
I'm going to respond by saying this. I believe that successive Labour and Conservative governments have completely lost control of immigration to our country, both legal and illegal. They all promised tens of thousands net migration. It's never happened. We now had nearly 1 million people come in last year, net 700, 800,000, whatever it is, most of them legally, completely outrageously large number, which is unsustainable for a country as small as the United Kingdom. We've also got a big issue with, although a much smaller issue, I would argue, with the illegal people coming in on these boats and some of them dying in the process, which is an appalling human tragedy perpetrated by evil traffickers. And this has to be dealt with. So on that, I completely agree. My issue with what's happened in the last week is that we have got Elon Musk talking about there now is going to be an inevitable civil war in the United Kingdom. And I've noticed what he hasn't done. I've called him out on this today. In his series of attacks on Keir Starmer, the new British Prime Minister, he has tried to paint a picture that there is one rule of policing the right-wing thugs who've been attacking mosques.
Did he try?
Well, they have, as you know, and another rule for the for Muslims walking around armed to the teeth looking for white people to attack. I think both are completely reprehensible, and I'm easily able to say that. The problem is Elon Musk has said nothing.
Two-tier policing. The buzzword. I watched this last night. I think Tate made a deal with the Matrix to drop all charges. That's why he's moving mad these past few months. Completely out of character, in my opinion. Okay. These two will be drinking a laugh together at the lodge. Don't be fooled by the theatre. Big up Aero Trill. All right, yo, family, please, man, jump on. Big up the 126 people in the building, man. I'll put the link out there just in case you ain't seen it. It's pinned to the top of the chat. Hit the link, man. Let's have a conversation. All right.
Nothing condemnatory about the initial rioting, which has continued to go on, which has been anti-Muslim and directly targeting mosques and Muslims for something that they had nothing to do with, which was the killing of these children. And I have a massive problem with that. Yeah. And you have boxed yourself, if you don't mind me saying. Well, hang on. Hang on. You have boxed yourself into a position now where your own Muslim community in the UK are enraged with you because they believe you are siding with Tommy Robinson, who is leading a far-right series of attacks on Muslims and mosques and is being blatantly Islamophobic in the process. And you know that. And so what do you say to the Muslim community who believe that's what you're doing?
Well, if there's a small contingent of the Muslim community which believe that, I've yet to see so much vitriol like you're pretending exists. But I want to make it very clear. I want to make it very clear, Piers. I'll make it very clear here. I will answer the question. I am an Islamic revert, and I do not want to talk scripture because there's people more qualified than I. But I'll make it clear. I lead with love in my heart. The Islam I was taught was one of peace and tolerance. There's not a single person alive who can force me to take sides or to hate anybody else. And I don't care what kind of Islamic person you are, to come along and tell me I should hate somebody else because of Islam is not the kind of Islam I prescribe to. I have half of my family which is Christian, half of my family which is Muslim. I'm half black, I'm half white. I do not want either sides of my family to face any kind of violence on the streets. I'm the person who's been calling for peace. You're reading out the odd tweet here and there. Why don't you read out the 30 tweets I tweeted explaining that we need peace on the streets and we need to restore some form of democratic representation to the House of Parliament? You only choose and lie by omission and try and pretend there's a problem where there's not. I love all of my Islamic brothers, and I also love every Christian, Buddhist, and Hindu. I'm a person who has no hate in his heart, and if anybody has a problem with me personally, I'm happy to speak to them about it. But all in all, I've not seen this hate that you're pretending exists. I've actually seen unlimited support. I've actually seen huge support from the Islamic community. That's what I've seen. Because they understand that in Islam, we teach each other to live and love let me read peace. You. We're not sitting here to try to hurt each other. And actually, one more thing. Stop talking for a moment. I will say to the Muslim brothers, I will say this. We need to show the world that we are not the hateful ideology they think we are. We need to show the world that we believe in God and we trust God and that we're going to stand up for our beliefs and we're not going to allow ourselves to be watered down or walked all over. But we also need to understand that there's this terrible perception of us that has been painted by the Western media machine. And I like to live with love. When I tell people I'm a Muslim, I see fear in some people's eyes. I spend a lot of time trying to talk that fear out of them. There's love in my heart. There's nothing but love in my heart for everybody.
Yeah, you keep
for
saying there's so much love in your heart.
I will pray.
Fine.
Love
There's a
in
lot
my
of love
heart.
in your heart, but not, it
On both
appears, when it
sides.
comes to... Yeah, but your first response to the murders of these children was to issue a video in which you spew complete nonsense about the perpetrator being an illegal migrant to this country. That does not fill people with love. It makes them hate all illegal immigrants to this country, as well you know. On August the 4th...
Love in my heart. I got 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 love in my heart. What about the Jewish people? Man, skip past that. Man said I got massive support from the Islamic community.
You retweeted the notorious white supremacist Nick Fuentes on the subject of the riots. And you said this, he said this, Fuentes, it's clear that not only are these protests being amplified and directed by Zionist plants on social media, but the mayhem will also catalyst a major crackdown on speech and persecution of political right in the UK. So it's Zionist plants are fueling this, apparently. Do you agree with that?
Well, I think the point he was trying to make, and this is the meta point, which is very important, is that fighting each other is never going to work. When you have people who live on the same street,
that wasn't the point he made.
Fighting each other,
the point he made is that Zionist plants,
Can I finish?
Jewish people,
May I finish,
Jewish
Piers?
people on social media were amplifying the riots. You retweeted it, so presumably you agree with him.
Well, Tommy and you do work for the same people, so that is interesting that you want to try and bring this point up. However, let me make this clear.
You literally
when you have
retweeted
people on
Nick
the same
Fuentes,
street,
who is a disgusting white supremacist who
He
spews
didn't deny it though.
anti-Semitic crap.
When he said you and Tommy work for the same people, he didn't deny it. That was interesting. Lee Sullivan, welcome to the show.
Hello, sir. How you doing?
Yeah, not bad, man. Not bad. How you doing?
I'm all good. I'm good. I wanted to. You might already know this. I wanted to go off over the English thing with you. Like people say, you're not English.
Yeah.
If you type into Google what is English, it just means you come from England, and that's what I agree with, and that's what I use as being English. But when you hear other people say, "Oh, he's not English" or "She's not English," what they're doing is they're taking the word from English comes from Anglo-Saxon, Angleland, the land of the Angles. So what they're basically saying is people aren't Anglo-Saxon when they're referring to the word English. And it's not a debate thing. I just wanted to let you know what was going on if you didn't already know.
Okay, so which one is correct then?
Well, I go by Google. You're just born, if you're English, if you're born in England, and that's what I like to use, and that's what I think is correct. But that's what they're using. A lot of people say on the right are using when they say you're not English because you're not Anglo-Saxon. So you'd be hard pushed to say you were Anglo-Saxon.
Okay.
You get me?
Yeah.
So
okay.
I just wanted to let you know what was going on with that.
Okay, man. Thank you. I'm not English. I'm not English. I'm not. No, I'm not English because I'm not Anglo-Saxon. But I don't think I'm English, to be honest.
Oh, you are, mate.
No, I think so. Am I British and English then? Yeah.
Yeah. Because British is just all of Wales and Northern Ireland and Scotland, isn't it? And England. So yeah.
Am I more English than I'm British, or more British than I'm English?
You both. I would. Yeah.
So am I Nigerian and English, or just English? Am I more English than Nigerian because I'm born there?
Yeah. You're English and British are equal. They're just equal.
Okay, so okay.
And you're English. You're not Nigerian. You're English.
If you was born in Nigeria, you'd be Nigerian.
Yeah. But I think there's a point where if you become a British citizen, and you want to call yourself British, I haven't got a problem with that being true. You know, that's not a problem for me.
So what's your view on all the immigration?
I just want controlled immigration, no illegal immigration. And the reason people don't want illegal immigration is because there's no vetting. So you don't know if somebody's a murderer, a rapist. You don't know who they are. So that's it. That's the main reason. So yeah, I don't think 3 million people a year is sustainable. I mean, at some point, and the thing which makes me laugh, you get a lot of these country villages, and they put up banners saying, "Oh, stop the house building here! Stop the house building! No house building in my village." So they're all going around voting Labour, and then they suddenly decide they don't want any of these people coming in, living near them. It makes me laugh. It's like, you know, if you want them in, they've got to live in houses and they've got to build houses.
Yeah. So what would you be protesting, or are you in support of the protesters?
No. I spoke to you a couple of nights ago. No,
Yeah.
they got it wrong. They got it 100% wrong.
So what should the Englishman do with his frustration? Where should he aim it?
Well, you've got political outlets. If you want to vote for Farage, you can vote for Farage. He doesn't want no immigration. He just wants less immigration. He doesn't want illegal immigrants. So if you got politically, you can do that. And I don't know why anybody would want illegal immigrants if they're not vetted. I mean, if you have children, do you want them walking around with people who have murdered in another country or raped in another country, walking around your streets? Why would you want that?
We walk around the ex-British soldiers, ex-British military. We walk around amongst released PDF files and all sorts, you know. And furthermore, our celebrities and our politicians and our entertainers are all up to it. So, you know, the billionaires. We spent 12 million to bail out a member of the royal family who was to answer on charges of a PDF file nature.
Yeah, if it was a PDF deal,
you've got police officers. You've got police officers using their oath. Have you seen how many police officers have been arrested for sexual crimes?
Yeah, a couple got done a couple of years ago, I remember.
No, you go and look. There's been lists put out a couple times, and it's incredible.
Yeah, I'm with you. We should go after all these people.
So I feel like, how real is the threat of it being these immigrants that are not? Because for time, immigrants have been coming in with no paperwork, and they're not looking to. I feel like the stereotype is being undocumented makes you a sexual predator, and the two are not. One does not equal the other, and I think we need to be very careful about the rhetoric we're spewing, because that was said about black people, black men. Yeah, they're all this, they're all savages, they're all that, they're all after the women, they're all this and rare, and then a lot of people have been killed based on these type of stereotypes that are perpetuated. Mob mentality takes in, and before you know it, they're releasing the hounds on do you know what I mean, on people, and they're innocent.
I just think you should control what you can control, and if you can look into somebody's past in their country and it just flags up 10 PDF instances, then you can go, no, we're not too interested in that one.
That's true. But also, at the same time, what we should be doing is stopping our lads going out and being amongst the top percentile of what they call it, sex tourism. You know what I mean? Going to places like Cambodia and the Philippines and all these other little islands where they exploit poor people. Gambia and places like this, they exploit poor people, and more importantly,
how do you stand on that then?
I think it's disgusting, and I think that the UK government should be doing a lot more to crack down on people that think it's all right to go to other countries and nonce about.
Do you think a woman should be able to sell her body?
Yes.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I'm not talking about women. They ain't just going to sleep with women, mate. And we both know that. And I'm not talking about consenting men either. So if you've gone to sleep with other men and whatever, that's your business. You know what I mean? What I'm talking about is them exploiting the young.
Yeah. I don't know. Their governments should get on
Of
top
course,
of that.
yeah. On that side, yeah. But I'm talking about we let hundreds of thousands of our lads get on planes and go over to other countries and perpetuate this type of stuff.
Well, I don't think they're going to tell you when they go over what they're going to do.
We know, man. We got intelligence. We know the type of we know the type of spots they go in. We know they're off to Goa. They're off to here. They're off to there. We know, man.
A Gary Glitter vacation.
Right. They're off to Vietnam. Oh, I'm touring South Asia. We know what they're up to. We've seen their internet history. We know, and we let them go out there and do their thing. So all in all, and then they come back and they're our neighbors and our mates, and we know where they've been. We know, all in all, we got around the board. I've never seen mass protests outside the churches for their part in child essay. I've never seen them outside the churches. I've never seen them outside the bishops and the popes but I've never seen.
No, they went mad over the Catholic stuff.
In Ireland, they did, not over here.
Yeah, they went mad. Yeah. So yeah,
in Ireland, they go mad over lots of other things. So I can say they actually have got a tendency, but over here, let's be real, man. Yeah.
I think it was
girls lost their lives. Girls lost their lives. It was
there's a difference.
It was a
between
British
Catholic,
born.
Catholics
It was a
and
British
Protestants.
born. Hold on, girls lost their lives. It was a British born non-Muslim, and the mob headed to the mosque. And Indian dudes are getting punched in the face in Hartlepool. Let's not play silly games, man. We know what's going on there. It's a classic case of we don't give a fuck. Danny Tomo's words were, if I find out that this geezer, if I find out that this kid's off a boat, even if he ain't off a boat.
Do you know the difference between the Catholics and the Protestants, though? On why that mainly happened?
What do you mean in Ireland?
No, do you know the difference between the Catholics and the Protestants?
Yeah, but you're drawing us into an Irish conflict. I'm not talking about the Irish conflict.
You haven't told me the difference, though. Do you know the difference?
The difference between the Catholic and the Protestant. Well, the Roman Catholics are believers in the Trinity and this and that and rare, and they're Roman Catholics. The Protestants are with the Church of England, if I'm not correct.
No, I'll stop you there. I did kind of like push you into that one. It's the Catholics in the Protestants, they can marry, they have a wife. My priest, when I went to church up to 15, he had a wife. The Catholics can't have a wife.
Okay.
So
Catholic popes, the Catholic priests, you mean?
Yes. So they can't have a wife, and I think that leads to the deviancy. It's completely wrong, but I think that's what happens.
Okay, cool. Someone said Jedi is English by place of birth. His ethnicity is Nigerian. If you ask him who he is, he will say Nigerian. This is ethnicity versus nationality. I'm English and English. I'm English and English.
You're a free man. You can be what you want. I'd like you to be English, but you can be what you want.
Yeah, whatever, man. I was born in England. That's enough, isn't it?
Yeah, enough for me.
Born in England. I speak English. Yeah, big up. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, big up, Jeds.
Yeah, big up, D-Block. I live in England. Great, man. I've had children in England. What more can I say?
Well, Jeds, Jeds, I wasn't as fortunate as yourself. I happen to be one of the immigrants that they're looking for.
Sorry, can you say that again slowly in English, please?
I said, I am an immigrant. Do you know what I mean? And obviously,
yeah. Sorry, still can't make it out. You got really.
Brad,
Yeah.
That was hard, bro. When you do them, I beg you do a sketch or something, man. That would get a million views, bro. The way you do it is just on point. But do you know what I'm saying? It's real. Do you know this is things that people actually saying and things that people actually believe. But like when you put comedy, like you're doing the Dave Chappelle on them. I feel like a trans.
You're saying you're not.
But yeah.
Yeah. Well.
I mean, I was just gonna say, like, obviously, like the English people, I feel them. Do you get what I'm saying? Really, in my opinion, the anger should be like towards the government, really, you know, right? Not the immigrants and these innocent people that they're just mashing up. That's not gonna change anything. All that's gonna do is, yeah, you lot done that. The government's just gonna give you more laws. Then you're gonna blame. Do you know what I mean? So really, like your beef is with the government, really, because that's how you change laws or these people coming into your country and all that. Take over the government, innit? If you're gonna do, Tommy Robinson should be trying to take over the government. That's what he should really be doing if he really wants to make change. Do you get what I'm saying? Because that's where it starts, innit? Not going out and punching at people.
Say that Tommy Robinson should be trying to do.
Yeah, he should be going into the government, taking over the government, wherever the hell. To be in that seat, he needs to be in the parliament making decisions. He needs to have his own party or what? I don't know how it works, to be honest with you. I'm just blabbering, by the way. Yeah, for any government members that are listening, don't listen to me. Do you get what I'm saying? But anyway,
hold on.
I was gonna quickly say that.
Go on. Yeah, go on.
I was gonna quickly say though, but one last thing. As an immigrant, yeah. Can we please have our resources?
Intimidation, five on the Mason. Remember that's a petrol.
Say that again.
Don't put it on. You got it.
Big up, Sarah.
Big up.
Well,
how's everyone? Are you guys all safe?
Yeah. Welcome back, man. I ain't spoken to you for a while.
Absolute chaos. I hope everybody's okay. Bloody hell.
Yeah, man. Well, I'm saying yeah, man. Like, I'm okay.
I'm okay.
It's not that deep
Yeah.
yet.
It's not that deep, yeah.
Yeah, you get me. I think there was some
Just stay out
practice
of the
runs.
mix. People. Just stay out of the mix, man. Stay out of the mix.
Yeah.
Let it just do what it needs to do. Honestly.
I don't even see it. And I don't watch TVs. I don't even actually see it. I just hear people talking about it.
It's like the whole country is just upside down. Like,
bro. I don't watch the news, so I don't even see these things. I hear people talking about it because they've been watching the news. But personally, I ain't seen no one. Now, I've been begging for someone to try it. I'm so
to be fair, my sister said the same. She said London's been quiet. Like, nothing's really happened. She said, absolutely nothing's happened. Barely anything. Yeah, but just quickly, like, I think with the whole British thing, I've had this remember our conversation with Jupiter? I don't know if Jedi remembers. I said it with chess, bro. These documents are literally oyster cards. And as a people, you need to recognize they will strip you of that. They will Shamima Begum anybody at any point. They tested it with Shamima Begum. They tested it with they were kicking people back to Rwanda stuff. They've been testing the water with this stuff. They can strip your citizenship at any point. So minorities out there, you know what I mean, banging your chest about I'm British, they will strip it off you tomorrow. No,
Sarah, this is the thing. You know, people, like when you try to speak to people before and you say, bro, do what you gotta do and keep it moving, bro. You're like, oh, this country, they've done it. And then these times, now them same people are like, oh shit, right, these people hate, man, for no reason.
We used to side eye
people are waking up like, raw, people, they just hate us.
We used to side
bro, I've been telling you, they just hate you for no reason, bro. This is white people, bro. They hate people because of color. Bro, I know. If I trouble the white man, as a black man, if I trouble the white man, black people will tell me, yo, calm down. Yo, if white people are fucking you up, no white person is telling that white person to calm down. They would probably help and fuck the person up.
The power to be taking citizenship. There's people above them that do that. But it's something that can be weaponized at any time. I think there was a wisdom behind our parents. Like, any African parents, I can tell you for sure, they weren't settled here. They were always thinking.
No, bro. I saw one black man by himself. I saw one black.
because they knew these things could happen at any point. Like, our parents were not settled the way our generations are a bit more settled. They were all trying to figure out ways to stack, ways to put money back home, because they knew worst comes to worst, if I get kicked out, at least I got a little acre somewhere. Do you know what I mean? And there's wisdom behind it. So when I say things like, mind how you talk to your children, remind them, like, this shit can be stripped of you tomorrow. Know where you come from and who you are and what you are. So God forbid you are kicked back, you can say, right, I'm from this place, or my grandfather lived here. You got somewhere to go back to.
Can I say something? Can I say something quickly?
Let me hear from Lee. Lee, what's your opinion?
Yeah, go on, Lee.
I think Shamima Begum, if that's the name correctly, I think that was just that was an extreme case, because she went out to another country, helped support the fighters there, and I just think that's a different case altogether. I think anybody.
Yeah, I agree. No, I agree.
I don't. I disagree. I think you're short. I think let me jump.
No, I agree with that one.
I think you're short-sighted. You'd be short-sighted to not recognize how they gradually use extreme scenarios. Now, in history, you see they use wartime scenarios, crises, natural disasters, and things of that nature to shift laws, legislations, policies. Yeah, and what you find is after that emergency has died down, the laws and legislations and whatnot never quite go back to how they were. And now the clauses that it's like the fire escape is now there to be used at any time. And before you know it, the reason why, like, I'll give you an example. Tommy Robinson arrested under terrorism laws, is right, simply because he wouldn't give them access to a phone. And there's people lesser than Tommy Robinson that these laws have been applied on. So they will misuse anything that they use, that they create in an emergency. And this is historic. So you got to be aware of that. So don't just think, oh, Shamima Begum, because we got a tendency to other, and because we digest the news from a basis of othering, we don't see how it becomes relevant to us. Same way that people are happy to see these quick legislations that Keir Starmer is vowed to bring in to bring the swift arm of the law to these rioters and protesters. I just know that at the end of the day, those laws will be applied to me and my peers. And
not just that, the adultification of Shamima Begum, because the reality was she was 15, a child that was groomed.
Right.
Still considered a child. So they literally adultified a child, created a whole law, and she didn't even get due process. She wasn't allowed to come back and fight her case. They were just like, now we're stripping you of your. So she's stateless at the moment.
And it's a case we could all kind of semi-agree with.
So
you went out there.
Brown boy gets into trouble. We're just gonna strip him.
But we like, all right. Well, you went out there. You fucked up. No one really had empathy for her. I didn't. I don't. But that's what they will use.
I completely get that. I'm just saying.
What I'm trying to say is the reason why that was such an effective thing to use is because the general public would have no empathy for her. So therefore we would even beg for it and say, yeah, cool for it. Public opinion would be on their side, and that's all they really need. However, we never see how this shit is gonna be used against us. Gotta wake up, man. What do you think to that, Paul? Convincing? Have I convinced you to look deeper into it?
Lee or Paul?
You, Lee.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think once these laws come in place, they're applied to everybody. I think they got the guy with the sword who was whatever he was holding, the Muslim chap who was holding the sword. They arrested him, didn't they? Because they've got to be seen to be equal on both sides. So whatever you bring into one side, you have to bring into the other side, because people are going to, like you said, with people with phone recording stuff, it's all going to get picked up. I think with the Tommy Robinson one, they got him under terrorism because you don't have to tell them why you've arrested them or when they get longer days.
Exactly. So they're misusing, not to say that I don't think he's like, but in my opinion, based on that example, they're misusing the terrorism act to gain jurisdiction over you.
Yeah,
and
exactly. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And that's,
didn't they strip people of their benefits? The people who are rioting. I don't know if that's true.
I heard that. Yeah,
I heard that. Yeah,
I heard the rumor. Yeah.
Or they're apparently stripping them of their benefits, and they're doing like putting in really harsh laws.
Yeah, which is another thing. We like people cheer that on until it's them.
Yeah, tomorrow is them. You know, I mean, tomorrow will be somebody else.
Yeah,
Be your kids.
because you're going to get stripped of your now. Imagine getting stripped of your benefit for just attending a protest. Imagine if the government say, because they've brought in new laws about protesting and whatnot. Hey, get in your bed. If the government say no one's allowed to attend tomorrow's protest, and then Lee, D Block, Sarah, and me go to this protest, and they pick us up on their new facial recognition that they've brought in place because of the violent protests that we've had in Leeds and this and that and whatever, right? That we all said that get their faces, the fuckers.
Even if we were just there,
now they're using it on us. Next
past.
thing you know, 6 days time, you've attended this riot or this this protest that you were told not to go to. 6 days time, you're being told that your benefit, your housing benefit, or your rare or your universal, this and that is not.
You know what I mean? Sacked from your job.
Yeah, sacked from your job now.
We're definitely testing the waters with this stuff.
Do you know what I mean? And given a caution. So now you've got a criminal record.
Yeah.
100%.
We need to be careful of what we are calling for.
With people coming over.
See what's mad about nowadays. 5 years ago, people thought I was absolutely crazy. Like my outlook on life, my outlook on things, where people was like, "Yo, this guy's nuts. You smoke too much weed, you're nuts." Now, I'm hearing people like Jupiter, Piers Morgan, whoever saying the shit that must be saying for how long?
Years, bro. Years. People have been saying it. They just weren't hearing it.
Weird, man. This is weird, but yeah, you know, you're gonna keep begging the police state to solve your problems, and before you know it, you're gonna be completely powerless. Completely powerless.
ID cards, and you can't go in this zone anymore, and you're not allowed to go into that zone. And trust me, it's gonna just kick off, and they'll just turn into China. They've tested on China already.
Yeah, like it's basically nearly there, isn't it? It's there basically, man. It's there, man.
Sovereign Joe says, does anyone understand the UK Constitution? Jump on, man. Jump on and come and teach us a little bit about it. Yeah, Magna Carta and that. Come jump on. I ain't talked about Magna Carta for a while. You could refresh my memory. I know very little. Does anyone know, does the so-called government have any lawful authority? And if so, where does it come from?
What did he say? Okay. No, it's sad, man. The situation is dire everywhere in the world.
Now, but you know what, though? I'm actually surprised at how quick the virus can catch. How they make a trap and everyone just follows quickly. Like if you don't watch TV, if no one watches TV, no one knows nothing's going on, you know.
You know what my belief is? Generally, my theory is, my theory is it is not actually the content that makes people riot. I believe that there's some kind of suppressant. It's either one or two things. Either there's a suppressant that we're under, majority of us are under all the time, that they release. Yeah, that so they, you know, they downgrade the dose of this dosifier that makes you all docile, and that they downgrade the dose, and before you know it, you're back to your normal human senses and you're ready to fucking wild out for what you believe in. Or they found a way to introduce some kind of agent or into people. I don't believe it's just, oh, I watched this on the news and no. It's either something's dormant in us anyway, which I kind of believe. Mankind, out of his zombie state, should be fuming at the mouth, foaming at the mouth, actually on rage mode, ready for blood. That's generally how I think the non-zombified man and woman should feel when they look at the reality that they live in. So either they're allowed to feel their natural expression, or it's been injected into them. And then they use whatever propaganda as the scapegoat of why people are wilding out. I noticed this from the riots in 2011, because I realized none of it was about rage. It was just like there was something was
exactly.
Where people were ready to kick off. I don't know how to explain it. Everyone knows majority of people that was out on the streets didn't care about Mark Duggan, bro. Didn't give a fuck.
Who the fuck was he?
Most man that was out there didn't want to see police to go and throw stuff at them and be like, we hate you. No. You get me? So I just realized that there's something I don't know. There's something that they pump into us, or pause. There's something they put into society, or there's something that they like a button they flick and people come back to their human.
Wait, Jed, did you say that in the riots of Mark Duggan? What, people weren't going at Drake?
Yeah.
No, in my area they were. To be honest with you.
They were going at police. They were going at. Don't get me wrong. Some people were going at police, but majority of people that were out there to avoid the police and go into
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
They weren't going there to demonstrate and be like, "Oh, bun down."
No, they were out there to rob and just fuck up
and just
shit.
keep up with the madness. Yeah.
Yeah, keep up with whatever.
But the UK will never.
And it was weird. It was weird though. Like random people that you don't even know were like, "Come, we on, come join us." Like everyone was just on the same
People have
vibe.
that hype thing though. It's the collective. What is it? Courage. Everybody's together and everybody's got lots to say.
Mm. Yeah, it's weird when human beings like have a one goal. Do you get what I'm saying? Like one ideology sets them all together. It's mad, bro. Because you see random groups like 50 man, and they're like, "Yo, what you lot on? There's 5 of us. Come join us." Like that would never happen normal.
Incorrect. N1K, that's incorrect. There was social media in 2011. Get me? Remember, people were blaming the BlackBerry Messenger. People were blaming that for getting the message around, and Twitter at the time, and things like that. So yeah, you know, definitely was social media. Last time there was riots around England, definitely was, and at that time, people were disgusted with the behavior of these kids and these people out there. Disgusted.
Yeah.
And now look.
Their excuses.
And now look. Yeah.
And now look, the adults are out.
Greg's
Now, but you know what I've realized, yeah? People say, "Oh, I'm disgusted," yeah, because it's the right thing to say around people. If that, I don't know, you know, like people have like keywords, like, you know, "Are you all right?" Like they don't care if I'm all right, but they ask me, "Are you all right?" Like shit like that. Like it's like we're programmed to say certain things, but we don't actually fucking care, bro. No one ever like people don't talk like the real, like how they actually feel. I fucking hate you, bro. I fucking hate your guys. Every day come in and say hello to me, nigga.
I'm sure I've seen a film or a short film or something where everyone says what they think. Like everyone says how they feel. I don't know. Is it like it might even be liar, you know?
Oh.
It might even be liar, but people just be like,
yeah, it might have been, you know, where he couldn't lie and he just had to say.
Yeah. It was like, "Oh, you're right, yeah. Sorry, I'm late. I was just avoiding you." Yeah, sorry. I was just avoiding you. I couldn't stand to really be here, but yeah. What's on the agenda? Mad.
Yo, what going for? Why for Andrew's face though? Andrew Tate, bro. What going for this weirdo that looks like a little rat, bro?
Yeah, he's doing some weird play. I don't know what he's doing there, honestly.
Bro, he's a full con man, bro. If there ever was a con man, bro,
I'm getting in this.
He is a con man, bro. He's, bro. If you check all the characters he's ever been, he's been bare character. If you see the start of his character, he was fresh and fit, galdem, that type of vibe. He's the shirt that he's wearing. He's got his tattoo chest. Now he wears suits. He does like, bro. He's been bare characters, bro. Like he's a Muslim. His brother's a Christian. Like it's like he's trying to hit all corners. Do you get what I'm saying? All ideologies. All of you can relate to me.
Listen, this is where we're heading. Coexist. This is where we're heading, man. Because the people that are against that are going to be made to look dumb, stupid, inbred. And if you're not for this, we all because of what's gone on, because of these tragedies, we all need to pull together and be one, and we need to put an end. And by this time, we'll all be agreeing to like not expressing our religious views in public, not like we'll be
mad thing. Yeah,
get me.
And the mad thing is we're meant to be individuals, bro.
Gay imams, female imams, all sorts. What you wait?
That is a madness.
You wait. Women's rights and that mixed mosques.
Yeah, they have. I think they've got one in America. Is it in California? They've got one.
What, a mixed mosque?
Yeah, a mixed mosque, and the women can lead, and They don't have to wear a headscarf, and you've got the rainbow community up in there.
Well,
nothing.
Well, allow a minute. So.
What?
Yeah, that's the scapegoat. That's the scapegoat one. That's the scapegoat niggas.
They're functioning. I don't consider it a mosque, but they call themselves a mosque.
I'm just saying, isn't it? God knows best. God knows best.
But yeah, man, it's the world's gone mad.
All right, yeah, features. But we're gonna get a feature from features in 1.5 hours. Oh, good luck, man. Let's see. Let's see if, you know.
Oh, you're live. Like what?
Let's see if we're on, man. But big up yourself, features, man. Hit the like button, put the number of your like in the chat. Family, feel free to hit the PayPal if you want to support the content. Make sure you subscribe to Jedi Online on YouTube. Yeah, check out my latest vlog. It should be uploaded. I ain't checked it out, you know. Let me see. Check out my latest vlog. Also find me on TikTok, Jedi Online, and Triluminati.live. Yeah, if you want to catch them live streams, that'd be 50, 60 people in like.
Yo, the TikTok be popping, boy. TikTok be popping. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna have to download that.
The other day I did a live stream and it had in total at the end 58,000 views.
Give it some time.
Mad thing.
1,400, 1,500 on there.
Yeah,
get to see you.
Mad thing. Now you should definitely, bro, hit that up, bro, because you know what it is.
Especially for content like this.
I'll say it next time.
This is what I'm doing. I'm doing like, because you know, YouTube's my base. I do enjoy YouTube, the format. It's more relaxed for me. It's better, and you can express yourself more on YouTube, believe it or not.
Yeah, TikTok is really tight.
Yeah, on TikTok it's crazy. It's crazy. It's not.
Yeah, the YouTube is like take time, innit?
The thing I'll say about TikTok is once you're on a hot topic or the vibes is good, you've got a constant stream of panelists that want to jump on, like literally a list where I'm having to keep dropping down inactive people to put in someone else that wants to chat. So yeah.
And bro, you had some top strikers in there as well. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, right, this guy is hard. And like the back and forth, and it was good, bro.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Kemo. But the conversations is all right, though. I lie. You have to don't just say TikTok whack, fam. Don't put them off. Tell them.
Nah, TikTok is. Yeah, I know a couple of people that are doing really well on TikTok. TikTok is the place to be right now. Like as a business, 100%, 110%, bro. What are you talking about?
Well,
the demographic of people you're just exposed to is mad on TikTok.
These people saying it's jarring and rare, but I just say
you have to give it time, though. Like,
you know what? If you lot jumped on more often, this place could be a bit more appealing, you know. So I'm gonna need the family to jump on. I'm dedicated to the family. Don't ever get it twisted. That's why I'm on here right now. I could be on TikTok, and no doubt this would be a great conversation or whatever. But the other thing with TikTok is until you can sit down and play a video and do all this, it can't touch StreamYard. In my as a host of my type of format, if I could get the guests of TikTok on YouTube, yeah, I'd be happy. But yeah. Anyway, let me play a little bit more, yeah? Hope you lot are good.
Morning, noon, and night. You retweeted him. Do you agree with him when he said it's clear these protests are being amplified and directed by Zionist plants on social media? Do you agree with that?
Well, the point I agree with, if you will let me finish my answer. When you have white people and brown people on the same street,
do you agree with Zionist plants?
I'm trying to finish. I'm trying to answer the question. When you have black people, brown people, white people on the same street who are all upset with the government because the government has betrayed them, and I think everybody agrees that, and they're fighting against each other, this will only result in more government crackdowns and more power against everybody. Brown people and white people, Muslims and Christians, everybody will suffer from more totalitarianism from the government. Keir Starmer stood up and said, I'm going to be totalitarian and I'm going to use this as an excuse to take away more of your rights and more of your liberties and take away your ability to ever answer any question and have a true point of view, or to ever assemble and make it clear that you're unhappy about certain things.
My question?
What Nick was right about was the result of all of this senseless violence, which is going to be a government crackdown and everyone's going to lose their rights. He was right about that. And that's why it's so important that all my Muslim brothers understand that violence is not the answer. And all of the Christians also who are upset and worried understand violence is not the answer. And that we have more in common with each other than we do these elites who are selling us out. And those are the people who are deciding that these boats can arrive on the border.
I'm just going to try one more time.
The average Muslim man on the street doesn't want boats arriving of undocumented migrants either. You can't turn up in the United Arab Emirates without a passport. You can't go to Qatar without a passport. You can't go to Bahrain without a passport. Only in the UK. Only in the UK do we have a country so insane that we have no border. We don't know who's there. Crimes through the roof. Nobody's safe on the streets anymore. And then when you point these things out, somehow you're some kind of racist and bad person. This is not anti-Islamic to say you need a passport to come to the UK.
But that's the problem.
In the United Arab Emirates, you need a passport. They have the strictest immigration in the world.
Fine, Andrew, had you just said that, that's fine. Okay, we would all agree that the small boats is a total
I did say that, but you don't read it out.
It shouldn't be happening.
No,
you didn't. You accused, you told your millions of followers, and it was seen by 15 million people, this video, that it was an illegal migrant who had committed these crimes. That was a lie. Are you prepared to apologize for that lie?
Yeah.
It was a migrant, as opposed to an illegal migrant. So I was incorrect.
It wasn't. He was born in Wales.
As opposed to an illegal migrant. Well, this is where we have the false dichotomy. That we have
he was somebody born here and was legally allowed to be.
Brother, you're not gonna say people that are born here are migrants. Are you kidding me? And this is crazy. Like, all right, I might not be British, I might not be English, whatever you want to call me a citizen. We used to use that term. Man's a citizen. Man's a British citizen. You get me? Say the full thing. I'm a citizen of Britain. Yeah, cool. But you're not gonna tell a man that man's a migrant, bro. Are you all right?
He's been through the school system, so if something's let him down, it's this country.
I saw he's mixed race. Is he mixed race? Like, where's his dad from?
Rwanda, I think. They're both.
Yeah, you know, his dad's American and his mom's English.
Right.
Oh, okay.
His dad's a like famous chess player or something.
He's crazy.
And I think he worked for the CIA as well.
Okay.
And his dad's American, South American. No, not South American, but America, innit? Down south.
I don't know. I read they came from Rwanda. That's what I read. I might be wrong.
Oh no, we're talking about Tate.
I know. Yeah, Tate. I'm talking about Tate. Yeah, I'm talking about Tate. But there's even a video of his dad holding Andrew in it. No, he's holding his brother while Andrew's like playing around him.
Yeah, his dad was like a chess master. They are.
Yeah, exactly.
Whether you like them or not, those two brothers are extremely intelligent. I've heard them debate people. They're extremely intelligent people. Might be wrong, but they're extremely.
I'll say it. I'll say like obviously they went through hardship and that, and going through hardship and whatnot, yeah, and being a boxer, and his dad's a chess player. I just think he just became a professional wordsmith, chess playing. To get me, like, just knows what people want. Like, he's a proper con artist, bro. He had girls on video. Like, he's like big up him and his hustle. But I just think he understands people.
Out here, we just call him.
He's a jingles.
Not
he's a jingles.
I said jingles, bro. Yeah.
I'll say jingles. Like, he'll just jingles you get me?
Jingles, you know.
What does that mean? Sorry.
That's old school. But basically, he'll just con you in it.
Okay.
Like, whatever words, like, he just got you get me?
His dad part of the CIA. You don't think he was raised for a purpose, and then coincidentally he's in the limelight?
Yeah, I definitely think that as well. Like what Jed was saying earlier, I definitely think, yeah, you know what? That's the proper answer.
CIA
that's the proper answer. He's well put together. He's had different characters. Like, it's mad, bro.
No coincidence. It's not coincidence.
Yeah, don't get jingles that here, family.
To be in the country.
This is where we have the dichotomy of views, which I explained to you earlier on. I explained to you why they exist.
Do you accept he was legally permitted to be in the country?
I'm happy to repeat myself if you don't understand. But when you don't give people a political outlet and they're trying to protect their children, they're going to go to extreme measures such as, I don't want anybody who looks like they're from anywhere else around me because I do not feel like the police can protect me anymore. And I feel like I have more in common and more in synergy with the people who think like and act like and look like me. That's what's going to happen.
Right.
This is not me advocating for anything. This is human nature, sir. This is human
No, it's you
nature that you are
spreading
trying to
lies.
deny.
But you are
Here in
advocating
virtue.
indirectly.
No, this is the truth. This is human
You're
nature.
literally
Indirectly, you're
spreading lies.
advocating.
Things.
Yeah.
If the police kept people safe like they do in Dubai, you could have a multicultural society. In Dubai, you have all different cultures, 80% immigration. Everybody praises it as a beautiful place to live because it is safe. Because the
Mrs. Sarah. Oh, Mrs. Sarah. Ah, man. She missed that bit. She would have been able to comment on that. Hopefully she heard it, but she can't speak.
The police keep it safe. When the police fail to protect little girls, you can't walk down London Bridge without getting stabbed. You can't wear a nice watch without getting robbed. You can't walk on your
Why
phone
don't you
without
just
getting
answer my
stolen.
question?
Houses are broken
Why
into.
don't you answer my
I'm
question?
answering it. When the police
No, you're
fail to
not.
protect anybody, you're going to see.
Why did you lie?
Yes, they are. They fail
and
on
are you
every
prepared
level.
to apologize? Why did you lie?
I've already
and are you
answered and said I
prepared
was
to apologize?
incorrect saying he was an illegal migrant. He was a migrant. And I'm not going to apologize to anybody who stabbed 3 little girls. Perhaps that's your business, Piers. That's not mine.
Hold on. Did you call him a migrant?
Yes, but more importantly, he said,
Yeah.
why? He said basically, I got to reload it because I can't even attempt to.
Sorry, I had to just
Me anymore. And I feel like I have more in common and more in synergy with the people who think like and act like and look like me. That's what's going to happen.
Right.
This is not me advocating for anything. This is human nature, sir. This is human nature that you are trying to deny. So you can sit here and virtue signal.
You spreading lies.
This is the truth. This is human
You
nature, which
literally
is the bottom
spread a
line
lie.
truth of things. If the police kept people safe like they do in Dubai, you could have a multicultural society. In Dubai, you have all different cultures, 80% immigration. Everybody praises it as a beautiful place to live because it is safe, because the police keep it safe. When the police fail to protect little girls, you can't walk down London Bridge without getting stabbed. You can't wear a nice watch without getting robbed. You can't walk on your
Why don't
phone
you
without
just
getting
answer my
stolen.
question?
Houses are broken
Why
into.
don't you?
What do you think? What he said about Dubai?
The way Dubai works is slightly different. They've got a more zero tolerance policy. So if you just kick you out of the country. Remember, they've only got, and their kids, if they act up, they just put them in the army. That's just how they keep everything controlled. Like if their teenagers act up or their young people act up, they just dash them in the army or just dash them in jail. If you're an expat, you just get banned from the whole region. Just get kicked out.
No, I'm hearing people get 25 years for
a bit more discipline. Even people are wild in the UK. When they come there, they're on their best behavior. People are scared to drive fast on the road. Like, oh, I don't want to get a ticket or I don't want to get in trouble. Everyone just disciplines themselves. But the police there don't. There's no quotas. They don't.
So why can't they be applied here?
They don't care about. It's just. I think in the UK it's a business. Like
they were showing the Indians and like the black people they have over there building stuff, and they're like loads of them are kept in a room, like they're literally like paid nothing and kept.
But there's less, in terms of human rights, there's no such thing as things like what is it called?
Minimum wage,
basic wage. Those things don't exist. Like it's a business.
Yeah, they take your passport. I've seen some stories about taking passports and shit, but anyway, it's another.
They don't take passports. That's one of the things.
Now for the people that come and work over there,
they can't do that. That's Saudi and Kuwait and the other areas. Dubai, you're not allowed to take anyone's passport. It's actually illegal. Whether they're a worker or not, but these people come on contracts. They know who's in the country because there's only two, even coming through Oman or you're coming through their airports. They know everybody in the country, and if you commit crimes, just get out. They don't care. Just get out and get banned like, immediately. They don't want to hear your story. They don't want to hear why you did it, how you. We don't give a fuck. Just get out. So people just behave, you know, and it is much safer. That's a fair point. It is way safer. I leave my doors open. No one cares. Women are safe over there. Kids are safe. You could just send your kids out. There's no predators. If you get caught doing any of that, you're just fucked. But there's still an underworld. I'm not going to deny it. There is an underworld. If they get caught, they're fucked.
What's in the underworld?
You know, there's loads of things like there's still little things like trafficking does exist where, especially these models get flown out, whatever, and they get just taken to mansions and whatnot and violated.
It's some weird shit because there's money in it.
They can't openly go to the police and be like, because they're going to be like, yo, why are you even doing these acts? Like, why are you even? It's a sticky situation for them. Do you get it?
Yeah.
They're scared, so they just leave. There's a lot of things. There's small crimes, things like. A lot of Russians are known for illegal alcohol trade. That's a big thing currently. If you get caught, you're fucked. But they're just much stricter. I think I should say, if you get caught, you're fucked. And everybody knows that, and everybody's on their best behavior. I don't care if you're a gangbanger. I don't care if you're a criminal in somewhere else. When you come there, you're on your best behavior. You're sitting side by side with the ops, and you're not gonna say shit in the areas. That's how it is. You know.
I know the underworld must be deep. The underworld must be under, and must be protected by some serious money.
Yeah, because there's big money out there. It's not a lot. And the other thing is this immigration thing that we always talk about. A lot of people forget Dubai is 90% immigrants. Like the actual people who have their citizenships or like natives or whatever, 10% of the whole country. They've got 90% of the country on lockdown and no one does shit because their laws are so strict. And because everybody's there on work visas or, do you know what I mean? Like holiday visas aren't as easy to, a lot of people don't go there probably because it's too expensive. They've got a new rule now. You need like a certain amount of money to come in to even go there on holiday. They're not really big on, they don't take asylum seekers like that, to be fair. They might do one or two, have a few programs, but they're not like Europe. So you're not going to go there and be like, I'm an asylum seeker. Like, how are you going to get in? They've got their borders on lock. You can't even get into the country. So it is, there's definitely crime. I'm not going to say it's completely crimeless, but you have to go proper looking for it. I'm not going to see a criminal. Like, I've been there for a year. Didn't see anything, to be fair. Yeah.
Sovereign Joe, I wish you'd jump on, man. Jump on. In pre-1970s in the UK, people didn't lock their cars or homes, not just because of the police. It's because people were taught at school and church and from their families good Christian values to behave by. Okay.
And I'll tell you, they take care of their citizenships. Maybe that's why the people don't pipe up as much. They take care of their citizenships.
Okay.
Like, every way. Like, people don't even have to do shit to live. They get everything. Housing they get. Their children get money when they get married. Their children get land. Their children get properties. Their education's free. Healthcare's free. And it's not shit healthcare. Their healthcare is top tier. Like, they import the best doctors, the best nurses, the best technology, whatever you need is there. Because they take care of their people don't kick off. They're not unhappy. Everybody's happy. And if you're an immigrant to their country or an expat and you kick off, they're just kicking you out. Just fuck off. They don't care. You could be white, you could be European, you could be Western. You know how many British people being kicked out of the country on ban lists? Because they thought they would come there with, oh, I'm British or I've got a little passport. They don't give a fuck about your passport.
Trino Cactus says, give Dubai another 60 years and it's going to be the same as over
100%.
here.
100%.
You agree? Because they'll lose control, you reckon?
Yeah. Because they're running out of resources, isn't it? It's not like back in the days. The whole region's running out of resources. So how are you going to keep the people happy when you run out of resources? It's going to be kind of tough. Yeah, and they're giving out...
Can you answer my question? I'm answering it.
Sorry.
When the police fail to protect anybody, you're going to see...
Why did you lie?
Yes, they are. They fail on every level.
Are you prepared to apologize? Why did you lie?
I've already answered and said I was incorrect saying he was an illegal migrant. He was a migrant. And I'm not going to apologize to anybody who stabbed 3 little girls. Perhaps that's your business, Piers. That's not mine.
He wasn't a migrant. He was born in Wales.
Solitary for the rest of his life.
He was born in Wales.
This is where the dichotomy comes in. The dichotomy I've explained to you 3 times that you failed to grasp because your mind is
I grasp it.
Your mind
I
is
grasp
not
it. You don't think people born in the United Kingdom are British? Do you now accept that when you said on the 29th of July that there was an illegal immigrant who had perpetrated this crime, that you were wrong?
I accept. It looks like the facts of the matter say, in fact, it was a migrant instead of an illegal migrant. However, there's a huge number of crimes committed by illegal migrants, and I still think the country's not safe as long as they're allowed to come into the country.
Fine. And is your position that somebody born in the United Kingdom is not British?
Now this, I'm going to have to give you
a... His little computer's going...
He looks so stressed. Look at the veins. Look at the veins on his head.
His computer is going...
He's trying to figure out which script to read out. What am I going to read out now?
Cool, got it. What's it?
So 30-second answer to Piers. But this is going to be a very important conversation for decades to come. So please hear me out.
Here we go.
The UK and the Western democracies are the only countries in the world where we will accept somebody born in the country, even if they have a different genetic lineage, are from that country. If you are born in China and you are not Chinese by appearance, they will never consider you Chinese.
But what do you think?
you have a Chinese
That's a
citizen.
bit of a lie, though. There's a lot of countries back in the days that gave away their citizens. Even Saudi, a lot of them, they used to have buckets and they used to just give citizenships to people, like in the
No,
80s.
wait. No. He's saying in China, if you're born in China, you don't get Chinese citizenship. Is that true?
Is it?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Somebody, please.
But there are some countries that deal with your lineage, like they don't care if you were born there or not. That's
Yeah, no, I
true.
get that. I know they are some countries. I just want to know
China.
Is China one of them?
I feel like it might be. You know, I don't know why I feel like it might be.
What do you think?
Let me answer. But it's not about what I think, sir, because there's a dichotomy inside of the Western democracies, and this is extremely clear. If you do believe that somebody born in the country, irregardless of their genetic lineage, is from that country, the only way you can have a society function in this manner.
Hey, you know what's mad?
That is mad. I'm
Today,
so shocked to hear this.
Today,
Sorry.
it's been confirmed to me. Like, just even listen to this. Yeah. It's yeah. This black British thing is a myth.
I've been saying this, bro. Trust me.
I've been saying it. You get me?
I've been saying this since I was born. Well, actually, I haven't. My dad been saying this since I was born.
I think we're a bit more multicultural here than other countries. Because
yeah, of course we are. Of course we are. That's not denying. We're not denying none of that.
Somebody put a video on TikTok of an English bloke, you know, white English guy, and claiming he was Japanese. And, you know, he put it on there for the reaction of people, you know, saying, oh, you're not Japanese. But I think there's just more of a mix here than I think, like in America, you know, there's more of a mix. But in Japan, it does make you smile when you got a white bloke saying he's Japanese. It does make you smile. But in other countries, it's not the same, I don't think.
Is it because the English are slightly mixed with like other European countries in terms of lineage?
No, it's because it's an illusion. It's because the fact is, the truth is,
it's harder.
A black man born in China is not Chinese. A black man born in England is not English or British.
Exactly. You are your
That's
DNA, which goes with you wherever you go. Like, but just your tribe.
What about America?
No, unless
you
he's
can have an American citizenship, but that doesn't
unless he's indigenous. Unless he's indigenous to the Americas. I mean, in America, white people born in America are not American.
But a lot of the black Americans.
Let's not worry about the black man.
To be
Let's not worry about the black man. Let's not worry about white man born in. According to these rules, white man born in Australia is not Australian.
That's what I'm saying. Even here, a lot of them Danish and German, right? If you really go back down the
and therefore our royal family definitely is not English. Our royal family is German. Saxa, whatever, Gotha, whatever they're called. So yeah, we can.
I can't believe you're denying all those black Americans being American. Oh,
no, I'm not. I'm not denying them. I'm just saying, going on this rhetoric, then yeah, like what I would say is, do black people in America have as much right to America? Yeah, and even more. And are some people that are considered black in America actually indigenous to that land? Yes. And are some black people in America from Africa? Yes. So, you know, what we're not going to do is group all black people, all people of color in America as the same. We're not going to do that because they're not all the same. You know what I mean? But if you ask me the individual things, if you've been brought from Africa, or if you've come over, if your parents have sent you from Africa and you've come over, then no, you're not technically American. Just like if a Scottish man goes to Africa and has a child with his Scottish woman that he brought over there, and that child's born in Africa, that doesn't make them African. So yeah, just get the South Africans out.
You're just naturalized, really. You just
to be honest, you're not gonna have a lot of people coming back home.
That's why I don't think you can really pull that card if you're not from here, get out. Because then a lot of people get out, including the royal family.
And you fit Australia and New Zealand.
Everybody would just be a hot mess.
You have to fit Australia.
Every expat gets kicked out where they are. I don't know what you guys will do, mate.
They're coming home. They're coming home. They're coming.
And do they want to come home? Like, what?
Everyone's coming home.
In other countries and they're living, trust me, high-class life.
Is that the answer then? We kick everybody out of every country?
Nah, is it fuck? The answer is one that people's minds are not even prepared for.
Yeah, nah, I don't think they're ready for it, man.
Yeah.
As soon as you start kicking people out of your country, them countries gonna kick out your people. What are you gonna do with them? They're not gonna be happy. They're not gonna be happy to leave their little luxury lifestyles in other countries.
I'm not pro. You see, I'm not anti-immigration. I'm not pro deportation. None of that. If you've come to this country and you've done the fuckery, then you need to, and they want you out of their country, then you fucked up.
That's in any country, though. Every country
You're out. Get me?
Fair.
If you come to this country illegally and you dipping and diving, then dip and dive in it. Like, it is what it is. I ain't gonna be mad. I ain't reporting you. If you get caught, then you get caught. If you got children and it's all messy, maybe you should get a blythe because you got children here, or maybe I don't know, whatever. I don't know.
You imagine being that 70.
It's not my worry. I'm not worried about immigrants. Say that again, please.
Got bigger problems.
You imagine being like 17-year-old lad's parents. That must be like his mum. That must be horrific.
Yeah, man. What I would say is though, when we actually talk about the reality of life, I would say that what happened in Southport was one of the most horrific things that 100%. I think a lot of people would have ever heard of. Right? However, I happen to be privy to this secret little thing called Twitter. Right? Not many people know about it, so keep it hush. It's actually called X now, but we'll call it Twitter to throw people off, right? And I go on this app to look at news and see what my local grime artist is up to, and just see what's trending. And I'm bombarded daily with pictures of decapitated children.
Yeah, bro. Oh my god.
Yeah, and burnt kids and mutilated people and demolished houses.
Everything's explicit on there.
And to the point where, like, I'm sure the scenes at that nursery were very horrific. I'm starkly reminded that I don't even have time to sit and dwell on that horrificness, because even on that very day, more horrific things were done around the world. And we have no empathy for them. And it's just a sad state of affairs, because what happened there should be like rocking the world. It should be like, what? When everybody has spoken more about riots, everyone has spoken more about protests, more about immigration than they have about the cold-blooded murder.
Or who those girls were. He even named them.
And the safety of our children via that security systems. And we're not even discussing that. We're talking about race. We're talking about stop the boats. We're talking about your religion, my religion, immigration, passports, Andrew Tate, Piers Morgan, but not about the kids. So that should show you where we are as a whole, internationally, where we are in terms of our empathy. We're fucked. So yeah, it is very sad, and I'm sure some people, because it strokes their ego, it ticks their list of the demographic that activates their empathy. They're probably feeling like I don't know, their world's been turned upside down. But like I said, every day these type of atrocities are being carried out here and abroad, and it is disgusting. And a lot of the time, our government and our taxpayer money is going into assisting things that are even worse than this. Imagine how you feel. You got your baby in a bag.
Oh my God.
Because of where you were born. Just because of where you live. Do you know what I mean? People don't want you.
Even just recently, the little black boy, I'm so bad, his name, that got killed by the guy with the...
We're worried about immigrants, right? If we're genuine,
you should have been the first one to get deported.
Yeah, we're worried about immigrants killing our kids. A black kid was killed, 13 years old, with a sword.
That little baby.
Immigrant man happened to be like, I don't know, Eastern European or something like, or something of that nature. Yeah,
there was no protests. I think it was on the news for like 2 days.
And that was it. No protests. No one's going nuts. No one's burning down. No one's storming any immigration centers. Nothing. I think when we say immigrants, it's code for darkies.
Brownies,
yeah. It's code for darkies. I don't even know how angry we are at Polish.
Or that woman that was like kind of alive and all those little babies in the hospital. What was her name?
I don't think we're mad at the Polish. I don't think we're mad at the Ukrainians that we've all. I don't know, but it's cool. You get me? We're not. I don't think we're mad at the Albanians or the Kosovans or any of that.
No, they are mad at the Albanians because
I've never heard them mentioned.
Is that is it? Are they actually
I
saying
think
they're mad at the Albanians, or
they said like the drug underworld in Liverpool is run by the Albanians
all
now.
all I know is they keep constantly talking about Pakis. And I've not seen one Albanian man kicked in the face or punched in the face while he's walking with his hands in his pocket.
Getting identified, or
I ain't seen none of that.
those people, yeah.
So maybe it's happening, but I ain't seen it.
Why do you think it is that way? Why do Sikhs like join the EDL?
Only a few of them have. Like, they're recognizable because of their turbans. Doesn't mean that the Sikhs have joined the EDL. I saw the Sikhs. I saw the Sikhs armed to the teeth, talking about they're going to defend their property. So they
a lot of them were defending their good wives.
Yeah, they didn't seem like they joined the EDL because they know that what you get me. See these token guys. It's all right when you go down Downing Street and you can like throw it around in Downing Street. But when these men are storming through, brucking shit up, and they don't know you, you're fucked, bro.
Why they like the Hindus fighting the Muslims in Birmingham?
Leicester.
Nah.
Leicester, yeah, you're right, Leicester. Good correction there.
Yeah. What about it?
It just seems like it's just not like white people. It seems like Sikhs, Hindus, white people. I heard stories in Luton, the blacks and the whites were fighting the Muslims in Luton years ago. It just seems like it's all in one direction and not a colour, but in one direction.
I don't think it was Indians. I think it was those that aligned with the political group.
Yeah, Hinduva.
Yeah, it was specifically them.
These are like brown people fighting brown people.
Yeah, definitely, man. That's age old. That's definitely. But what we're talking about is the racism of Britain. We're not talking about that in-house shit, which is there. It exists.
When
like,
Tommy
listen,
Robinson...
division is king. Yeah. So like even amongst the whites, Northern Ireland, this, that, blah blah blah, Scotland, Wales versus England.
It seems to like be everybody.
The fragmenting is there. You know,
it seems to be like everybody versus the Muslims.
Say that again.
It seems to be like everybody against the Muslims.
Bullshit.
Well, you got the Hindus, you got the Sikhs, you got the blacks and the whites fighting together.
The blacks are Muslims.
Why does Tommy? Why do they have blacks at Tommy Robinson?
Listen, man, I went to a Tommy rally. There were very few blacks there actually in support. Yeah, I saw a couple mixed race people there and whatnot. They got their reasons. I don't know what they're there for. They're convinced that it's not racist and it is what it is. That's their belief. Do you know what I mean? But to say that Tommy's got many blacks, he doesn't. Bullshit. You don't. I saw black people there, and they've got their views in it. There's always going to be them. I saw Indians. I saw Iranians. You know what I mean? I saw Chinese, Filipino. I saw different people there. They align, maybe in their head, in their twisted way, they think that this is the way to show allegiance to the country or whatever. That's their business. But
you know what's happening in Nigeria and Armenia, don't you?
And Zimbabwe and Bangladesh.
The Muslims in those countries are killing the Christians.
Okay.
It's genociding them.
Okay.
That's happening now.
So basically what we get into is Islam is basically the problem. Wouldn't you agree?
It seems a lot of people are fighting them.
No, but I mean, wouldn't you agree that Islam's the problem?
It's just what I see. You know what I mean?
So is that a yes or no?
I just see lots of people fighting them.
Yeah, but you see people. So is that why are people? Why do you think people are fighting them?
I don't know. You know, if you're in Nigeria and you're a black Christian and you're getting genocided by the Muslims, black Muslims there, or if you're in Armenia and you're getting genocided by the Armenian Muslims there, you know, it's a bit weird.
So what do you think? It's Muslims are genociding people everywhere.
Well, just in those two countries.
Look, mate. I don't think you don't. I've told you this before. You do not need to be guarded. Say what you need to say. I don't need to coax you into expressing yourself. You're a grown man, bruv. Say how you feel, bruv. Like, it's cool. We can discuss it.
I think everybody needs to get on the same page. If we don't want to be fighting each other, then you just kind of, we all need to be living together and having the same sort of values.
Sarah, can you help me on this, please?
I don't even know what to say. I think Trilla's got a question. Who are the Muslims to you? Like, who would you consider Muslim? Because, go ahead.
I don't
Anybody
know.
that holds a label, do you recognize as different sects? It's just a Muslim's a Muslim. Who's the Muslims to you?
I think you get good and bad in every sort of partition. I just think in that partition, perhaps some people are a bit more radical.
What about in Christianity?
There's a theory, on the right side, because I'm like your right correspondent, and on the right side, they reckon if 30% of the, I don't know, it's something like 10 or 15%. If 10 or 15% are radical, then all the other ones in that partition will fall in line because they just go along with it. Even if they don't hold the same values, like in Germany, when you had the Nazis, not every German was a bad person, but you get enough people on pushing one narrative, and you're just scared for your life and scared to go against what anybody says.
So do you think that's the case with Islam?
Yeah, I think that's the problem.
What do you think, Sarah? Nah, what? Nah, Sarah, you're a Muslim. Let's have it right. What? Like, is he right?
I think with the amount of Muslims in the world, if that was the case, I think the probabilities of you getting hurt will be way higher, to be honest with you. And a lot of Muslims have gone against a lot of when governments like yours were defending terrorists and arming terrorists and via the CIA or whatever. We've got audio recordings of our scholars in the very countries you complain about telling their citizens not to align with these people because they're terrorists. But you guys were arming them because, again, my friend, what is it? My enemy's enemy is my friend, because that's how it works, right? That's how the West works. So the reality is, when you say this about Islam, it's just some propaganda and nonsense you're regurgitating, really. To be honest.
Even the genocides.
What genocides?
In Nigeria and Armenia, which are happening today.
Genocide. Where are the genocides happening in Nigeria?
Well, one chap explained it. He said they live together all happily, and then one day the Islamic people living in the village will suddenly not be there that evening, and then they'll come in, massacre the village, and then the following day they come back. That's what happened in Nigeria.
Where did you get that from? Because I've never heard this story. Like, I'm actually intrigued.
You can look up.
So they were friends, and then one day a group just went out and just committed genocide.
No, that's like the playbook of how things happen. They live together and they all talk to each other and they're all nice, and then they just leave the village one night, and then the following day they'll get massacred. They'll all be disappeared. They'll get massacred, and then they come back the following day after their.
Are you talking about Boko? I don't know if we're allowed to say the names, but are we allowed to say the names?
Yeah.
Of these groups, okay, yeah. Are you talking about Boko Haram? That was linked to Al Qaeda. That's linked to America and the West agents.
Yeah, but people are free to look up. People are free to look it up.
So when Tony Blair and our good friend Mr. Bush linked up, and in the name of their creator went and killed 1 million people in Iraq and committed genocide in Iraq, killed 1 million people there, yeah, called it collateral damage, and then we find out later it was based on a lie, wouldn't you call that Christian terrorism?
They were wrong to do that. And the other one is when he mentioned Christianity, I think because
they prayed about it. They prayed about it.
He did mention it, and he got so much criticism for mentioning it.
But would you call that Christian terrorism then? It was done in the name of your Christian God, right? So wouldn't that be called Christian terrorism?
I don't think Tony Blair did it on that side, but I think, yeah, you'd have to.
So Britain, through the help of Britain and your our tax and everything, we use assisted terrorism. That's terrorism.
And I can say I disagree with it. But would you do the same?
It's the same thing. There's a group of people that do.
Did we also
help fund Al Qaeda?
Yeah, literally. I already said that. Boko Haram, Al Qaeda,
Yeah.
ISIS, they're all interlinked. Your weapons were used, you funded them, you trained them, then they
Yeah.
turned you. You created a Frankenstein, the Frankenstein turned on you. And then you're blaming us for the Frankensteins you brought to our countries. That doesn't make sense.
Well, I'm on about Nigeria and Armenia, so I don't know
Boko
how that...
Haram are an offshoot. They're an offshoot of Al Qaeda. And Al Qaeda was created by your government and America.
Yeah.
Because at that time, my enemy's enemies, my friend was going. So in your head, as long as they were against the Soviets, we're going to arm them, and they used the very weapons against you.
And we,
so
the
you
British,
create a Frankenstein, let it loose on the earth, and now you're blaming the countries in which you let the Frankenstein loose on. Doesn't make sense.
We the British have, by way of the government, we've helped install every dictator for the last 60 years. Everyone that we've turned around and called a dictator, we've helped install them.
So what makes those people there not be able to think for themselves?
It's because they've got very powerful people that interfere and destabilize their countries.
And they haven't got the mind to just go no.
Well, they do, but they get quelled by the different strategies used to subdue nations. Do you know what I mean?
So
UK is just the same, but UK for a long time, UK has been very happy with its subjugation. It's been happy to be subjects of the Queen and one or two people are waking up, and it's causing ripples because the government, the powers that be, I shouldn't say the government, the powers that be want everyone to now question government, question their position in the world, question everything, feel destabilized, and beg for a new way of doing things. And that's all this is all about. This is all social engineering on a grand scale, and it's a culmination of years of programming. Years of programming that most people are still susceptible now. Hence, we're having the conversations we are. Do you know what I mean? This is all something that has been planned, well thought out, and well executed, and we are all participants in it. You know what I mean?
Voluntarily and involuntarily. Like, do you have a choice when you give your income tax that gets used to bomb children and call it collateral damage? No, you don't.
So how do you get those people to think for themselves and change their path?
When you've got puppet dictators. You set up puppet dictators.
To be honest, this is where Sovereign Joe comes in, because the act of claiming your sovereignty, both physically and socially, is something that people need to really, really explore. However, it's too late. The fact is, sorry to bring the doom and gloom and be the harbinger of bad tidings, but we ain't making it out of this as a whole. There's no collective, there's no we, there's no us, there's no the people. There's individuals that for because of God's grace may navigate somehow and find a way to better days, whether here or somewhere else, whether in this lifetime, in this reality, or somewhere else. But for the rest of the people, they're wood for the fire. There's no getting out of this. Any revolution, any uprising, any fucking change of plan and strategy will be helmed by the very people that are helming this system as we speak. Why? Because us as individuals, we are very much complicit and consenting, to be governed and ruled, and not to be adults, not to stand as adults in society. We want to be children. We want to be adolescents. We want people to govern our mental, govern our minds. We want that, and we will fight anybody that tries to wake us up, because we love this fucking dream, this fucking thing where we vote for more people. Let's vote for this guy, vote for that guy, and we fucking love it. We love not being responsible. We love calling the police. We love calling the social services. We love going to the doctor. We love going to Sainsbury's and Tesco's. We don't want to grow our own food. We don't want to teach our own children. We don't want to do nothing. We're happy.
They say that with the Romans.
And because of that, this is why the Fabian Society has the motif that they do of the jackal and the children. Because we are the children feeding from the teat of the jackal.
You know what I mean?
They say it with the Romans. They say that they went through a phase of indulgence, depravity, and that's like the signaling of the end of the society,
end of the civilization.
A lot of religions say that as well. It's quite interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they believe is happening here. But
yeah, I don't even know. I don't even think that's natural within itself. Like people have got different. I don't know. When you have different values and you have different things, to force people to all, it's not going to work. These borders that force everybody to be the same. That's one of the issues within itself.
Trust me, man.
I mean,
and
these
you know what?
you can't force me to
It's a
be
clever game because like having differences shouldn't cause war. Now we're being led into the false premise that it's our differences are the reason why we're going to war.
That's the problem.
Therefore, in the end, when the dust settles, we're all going to be begging to cast aside our differences if it means that we can coexist.
Which is the loss of whole identities have been lost
and
via
once
that
we coexist, that is and that is the new world order.
Mm-hmm.
So this is classic technique of getting us to, bro, everywhere we look that we can't trust anyone. I've never trusted a motherfucker, but in general, you can't trust your favorite politician, you can't trust your favorite actor, you can't trust your favorite singer, can't trust your favorite comedian, your favorite TV personality, you can't trust this business or that business, you can't trust your neighbor, you can't trust the kids, you can't trust men, definitely can't trust women, you know what I mean? You can't trust dogs.
Did you say that?
You know what I mean? You yeah, you can't trust the plant. You can't trust the plant, you can't trust yourself. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
because of that, unlearning that needs to be done.
Because of that fear, and that ineptitude that is like brainwashed into all of us, the rich and the poor. We all are under this spell, waking up and believing that cleverer people than us have got it sorted, so we don't have to think about it and deal with it. And that's why we are in the position we are.
Illusion of choice, and everyone thinks they've got no choice.
That's why we are where we are now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The only thing that can save us now is God or some form of natural disaster, apocalyptic thing, which actually crushes the control center of whatever's going on. That's our only fucking choice. And we can live in our desolated little bit of wherever we are for the next fucking 100 years without interruption. That's our only fucking hope. Yeah.
They keep saying our differences make us stronger.
Say that again?
They keep saying our differences make us stronger.
Our differences make us stronger. Of course it does.
Diversity makes us stronger.
Of course 100%. It does.
It's unnatural.
They're trying to implode society. They're not. Is this not? We already had diversity. They're trying to implode society and make us hate that they're using diversity as a control mechanism, because they're making you underpin your identity based on these social constructs, whether they be religion or geographic location or skin tone or whatever. They're organizing all of that. They're perpetuating all of that, giving you these people that polarize opinion and thought, shoving them on the front line, giving them Trafalgar Square to run a film that they're gonna nick man for because it leaves people liable. Imagine that. How do you rent Trafalgar Square? Who do you ask to rent Trafalgar Square?
That's mad.
The fuck, man. Talk about enemy of the states and all
the places.
Come on, man. What are we playing at? It's a game.
So it's inevitable, you're saying?
One way or another, brother. Yeah, it's going down.
Last days, man.
I mean, it is what it is. One way or another. There's no brakes to put on this. Any brakes that I put on these are going to be artificial brakes. Yeah. Have you ever seen the film Equilibrium?
No.
Sick film. You like to watch that film?
No.
Sick film.
Yeah.
Equilibrium. It's a good film, man. But yeah, it's like emotion is outlawed. Because emotion is the cause of all these wars and all these rare and rare. Now they found a way for man to exist without emotion.
and it's a deep premise, but it symbolizes a lot where you're not going to be able to speak and say, because all of a sudden this brother finds himself with emotion because he stops taking the daily supplement of whatever everyone takes or whatever, or something like that, the injection or something happens, and anyway he starts feeling emotion basically, but has to hide it because no one else is feeling emotion, right? And that's like what this new world is going to be like, where you can't show your disgust or your distaste for what is happening or what society is on, because you'd be stepping out of line. So you almost have to pretend that you have no feelings, no emotions, hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. It's going to be crazy like that. And it's already happening now. Even the way we communicate now online, the way we talk to each other, we self-censor ourselves for the purpose of being part of this online thing, part of this construct. And we complain about censorship, but we gravitate to the very mechanisms that are used to censor us. That man, it's elite shit, man. It's elite shit.
Do you think China and Japan will avoid it, or do you think they'll be sucked in
China,
anyway?
Japan, Timbuktu, Eritrea, the fucking
Everywhere.
Germany, Switzerland, the Netherlands, Krakatoa, wherever, I don't know. It's the world order. Ain't one fucking spot. It's a world order. All that's an illusion. When men go and take oaths to be part of a nation without borders, they don't give a fuck about you or me or your Scottish heritage or my Nigerian heritage or you being a through and out Englishman or whether you're of Germanic tribe or Ethiopian. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, they don't. All the resources are just a power trip off the scarcity.
They don't care if you're black, if you're white, if you're up, if you're down. They don't give a damn.
And they don't care. You find that the more elite or the more richer people are, they don't care about any of the chaos going on in the UK. You know, how many Brits I know that just don't care. They're just carrying on like every other day.
So who's in charge? Is it a race? Is it just rich people? Is it?
I think in charge. I think the structure of white supremacy was one utilized to roll out this plan. So very consequentially, you will find old European families at the top of seeming visible power. However, we have no clue how deep this thing runs. And for all you know, the Wizard of Oz, it could be a black man, could be whatever. Like, really, it's inconsequential. It does not matter because it ain't. Ultimately, my belief is that they are working for and serving consciousnesses that are not attached to race or geographic location. Very much like we are on a level above this physical level. When we start talking about souls and stuff, I don't know if you can have an English soul and an African soul, an English spirit, an African spirit. I don't know. I just think consciousness is consciousness. It's all about the interpretation from which angle you are considering these things. But they themselves, wind. There's no such thing as African wind. It's wind, isn't it? Wind in Africa, wind in England. If that makes sense, wind is wind. Consciousness is consciousness. Spirit is spirit. And I think at the top of all of this, there's something more than the physical can explain and comprehend in entirety. And I think that is what influences and ultimately is in charge of the agenda and the direction that the world heads in. And and if you don't like the whole spooky, all spirits and demons and devils, and if you don't like that, then we could be dealing with other dimensions. We could be dealing with if you can comprehend that or get your head around that, or aliens. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Not other worlds. There's even theories of other humans, other types of humans, and other governments and other. So it is what it is. But I think ultimately, color, race, and even religion, unfortunately, is practically just a tool for division.
Yeah,
these things exist. They are something. They do have meaning, but they're being used, weaponized to divide and conquer.
100%.
Are you religious?
I wouldn't consider myself religious, but I am a believer in a creator.
Were you brought up anything?
Yeah, I was brought up a Jehovah's Witness.
Okay.
Yeah. What about yourself?
Yeah, I was brought up Christian. My mum dragged me to church until I was about 15.
What denomination?
Protestant.
Protestant. Okay.
Protestant.
So,
Okay.
So Protestant. You was explaining the difference between Protestant and Catholic. Explain to me the difference between Protestant and Church of England.
They're the same.
They're the same. Okay, yeah, I was correct then. Cool.
Yeah.
You tried to catch me out. Ha!
Well, I have to think for a second. Like, shit, what?
Yeah, cool, fucker.
Now, hold on, aren't they the same? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. It's crazy, man.
So you still believe in the Trinity, though, right?
No, I'm agnostic. I believe there could be a God, there could not be a God, but whatever you do in your life, be mindful you could be judged on it.
Do you believe? Okay, so do you believe in a devil, or are you agnostic about that as well?
Yeah, agnostic. If there's a God, there's probably a devil.
Okay. Is there a possibility, or you see the theory that I was kind of rambling on about? I don't know if you caught any of it, but my eyes kind of rolled back in my skull. Give you a little monologue, but I don't know if you caught any of it. But are you aware of these type of ideas about the true seat of power, the true source of power and agenda when it comes down to the world?
A lot of people just go on about the World Economic Forum and that, you'll own nothing and be happy, and the state will provide everything. So it's similar, and it's probably a similar viewpoint. The great, all that sort of thing, the great taking and all that, everything. So just
you own nothing can be happy. So
Yeah,
how invested are you into this immigration issue? Let me ask you the key question. What's the number one issue facing the UK today?
Oh, that's a good one. Chats as well, man. Talk to us.
To me, it's illegal immigration.
Okay.
Yeah.
Illegal immigration is the biggest issue.
Yeah.
So
what about
would you not say that the cost of living or the inability for the average man to get himself a home in the UK is a bigger issue other than immigration? Because before immigration, it was still a waiting list. Before this recent influx of immigration, there was still a waiting list for a young man to get even a council housing of up to 10 years. So we obviously have a housing issue. Isn't that a bigger issue? We got a big homeless issue. We've had one since the days of Cardboard City and King's Cross. That wasn't an immigration problem. We have we have systemic issues with the NHS, with the funding, with our what about our MPs telling us to take medication that may not be good for us and pretending to take it themselves? What about vote fixing? I don't get it. What about 12 million of our what about 12 million of our pound going to bail out Prince Andrew?
I think
what about our king wearing a 56 billion pound crown on his head while he talks about the cost of living?
Oh, that was a mockery.
It's still my number one.
It's still immigration.
Yeah, illegal immigration.
So you don't think money is being mismanaged? What about the 35 billion in comparison to what is it? Asylum seekers, they spend 4.7 or 4.6 billion a year, whereas tax evasion and misuse of public funding adds up to like 35 billion. But you're worried about the 4.7 billion, but you're not worried about the 35 billion when no one's getting prosecuted, even though they create laws that they're going to prosecute big corporations, but they never do. Wow. That doesn't worry you. The 4.7 worries.
I think if you don't have borders, you don't have a country. So what are you even saving?
No, but I'm saying you're getting robbed, like daylight robbery. Like corporations are coming into this country and robbing this country and then taking that money to offshore accounts. There are MPs that use your money to hire their family, to fix their houses, to invest into personal things. The taxpayers' money. We go to work for 12 hours. They take our money, promise to put it into schools and education and hospitals, and then use it for their own miscellaneous nonsense. And then the rest, ship it off to offshore accounts.
One more question.
Do you know what I mean?
You asked me my number one. It doesn't mean there's not a 2 and a 3.
Wait, no, one more question, Lee.
Go ahead.
When would you say was the golden era of the UK?
After the Second World War.
No, I missed that. What did you say? What did you say? Sorry, I had to quickly do talk. So what did you say?
He said after the Second World War.
Oh, this I'm talking about now, like 2022, 2023.
No, I'm saying. I asked him when would he say was the golden era of the UK, and he said after the Second World War.
I thought you would have said before when there wasn't.
Why?
Well, he didn't ship off of the world over here to fix it.
Was that? Why was that the golden era of the UK?
Because you had not. I know what you're probably thinking. Oh, when we were ruling lots of countries, blah blah. But technology. After the Second World War, you had rock music, you had TVs, you had decent stereo systems. You had the roaring 60s, people going out dancing. So yeah, after the Second World War.
When was you born?
In the 70s.
Okay.
In the 70s. So how the Second World War ended when?
45.
So you talking about the 50s?
Yeah, I mean, if you were born in 1945, that's probably a good year to be born.
Really? Wasn't there a big recession because of all the money spent on the war? Wasn't there loads of broken houses and widows and all? What? That was
you were going through poverty in the 70s, though. In the 1970s, you were going through poverty.
No, but why are we skipping the 50s? We can't go to the 70s because you don't mean the 70s. You mean
if you were born in 45, when you're 18, you'd be in the 60s.
So you talking about the 60s then?
Yeah, if you were 18 in the 60s,
the golden era.
Yeah.
Okay. When was Windrush?
That's what I was about to ask. Yeah. When was Windrush, guys? But I swear they've got photos of the 60s where people didn't even have hot water to wash.
When was Windrush?
Am I going mad?
No, they had electricity cutouts in the 70s.
Okay.
They had all sorts of problems.
Okay.
It's not all about materialistic.
I need to brush up on my 50s and 60s UK history type shit.
Yeah. Good music.
The pictures I've seen, it looked like slums and overcrowded housing and poverty. I don't know what 60s we're talking about. I don't know.
They had a massive housing build. America put money into the country and everything. We had a massive housing build, and they built all new houses for people.
All the estates and that, all those estates that they built that they've now knocked down because they turned into fucking war zones and high employment fucking slums.
Well, some kinds of housing estates are all right, and some aren't. But
no, most weren't. Most weren't. Let's be honest, bro.
Back then, they were new houses.
Yeah,
new built houses. They need to do that now for the young.
Yeah,
people.
They didn't want to build people houses though, so they put people on top of each other like fucking shoeboxes.
No,
and look what it's caused to your society now. Those estates are a shit stain on UK history in terms of society. Come on, bruv. If you've not lived it, then you don't know. Did you live in the housing estate?
I lived across from one.
No, you didn't. Don't lie.
My mum couldn't get one because she was married. So yeah, some council houses were well built. It's not all of them. Some of them were good houses.
No, I'm not saying they weren't well built. It was
so unnatural. That's how we've got a lot of the problems we have today in society. A lot, especially with the young people. It's because of the unnatural state that they're living in.
You make people
the
live.
high-rise buildings. They should never have built them as council houses. They're bad for put single mums with no garden for their kids and stuff. They're shit.
Bad for people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
For humans.
Yeah.
But anyway, you know, I can't nitpick your point about the 60s and whatever, because I'm not, you know, I'm not hip. You know what I mean? I'm not hip to it.
Yeah, we need to research that. To be fair, I don't really seen a couple of pictures and stuff. But 1948 was when Windrush. Okay.
Golden era. Yeah, I just you get me. Golden era.
Math it now.
You know, come on, man. You see what I'm?
I was gonna say, nah.
There's a method to my thing, you know, but it's cool. Just get me.
Big up the Jamaicans, man. Thank you for all your.
Just saying, there's a method to my thing. Man said after the world. I was like,
okay.
I
got
thought,
you.
okay. Maybe I got it wrong, innit? Golden era.
Trillo was saying 1948 was when the Windrush happened. So
yeah.
Makes sense.
Manner is if all people are fairly politically represented and if there is no two-tier policing. If you're going to allow anybody to turn up to a country, be born.
Do you believe there's two-tier policing? Lee, what's your view on two-tier policing?
Yeah, I think that 100%. 100% two-tier policing. I think when the Black Lives Matters protested and they're fully entitled to protest, I think they were treated completely different to when generally white people have protested. I think that even the police have said it. They said that they had a ex-policeman, he was saying they're so scared to be called racist and get sacked and abused that they don't do anything.
I don't really remember anyone from BLM going and intentionally setting properties on fire. I don't ever remember hearing that. Did that occur? That's a form of terrorism.
Or attacking people from other races.
Burning houses with people still in there and families still in there.
Smashing their doors. Smashing their doors, smashing their windows.
It was more the monuments, wasn't it?
But
defacing the monuments.
Not properties with children and women.
Yeah, well, I ain't got a problem with them monuments.
So do you think they should have been policed the same then? We've got one group of people bombing properties and throwing those little petrol bombs, whatever they were, into the properties where there's families and children and innocent people, which is actually domestic terrorism, intentionally trying to kill people by fire, and people that were protesting and, what did he say, breaking statues? Should they deserve the same form of policing?
Here's the thing about statues as well, right? Name me one statue that didn't involve persecuting someone else.
No, even if let's just go with those statues are important, whatever. Do you expect the same policing for someone trying to burn down houses with people inside and a person breaking a statue?
No.
So, isn't it logical that they're going to get different forms of policing?
A point
that I wanted to sneakily add was, I hate to be a "I told you so" type of person, but we definitely have been complaining that the police are policing us differently than how they're policing the indigenous or the white population. So we've been complaining, by we, I mean IC Freeze, according to police code. Yeah, just in case there's confusion on who. IC Freeze specifically have been complaining that they've been treated unfairly and differently from IC1s and IC2s and other ICs, right? And we call that two-tier policing now, when white people are experiencing a difference in policing. But when we were experiencing a different policing, there was less compassion. There was less compassion, less empathy, less understanding. When the McPherson report came out and said that, we're institutionally racist, people just found excuses.
Self-admitted as well. It wasn't even
so now we're hearing the cries of, two-tier policing. Oh, the institutionally racist the institutionally racist police force is now utilizing two-tier policies. Oh, dearie me.
Which they've already admitted to.
You get me?
Lee, let me ask you a genuine question, right? You've heard what Jedi just said. How do you feel about what he just said?
I'm not an expert on every riot. I'd be telling lies if I was an expert on every riot.
Yeah, but talking about day-to-day life, we're not talking about rioting. We're talking about the police service being against the population that is not white English or white British, right? For the last 60, 70 years.
I think it's a difficult one because you're going to get upset with me. I think if you have an area, and there's more stabbings in that area, and I just think it's, why are you going to put your resources elsewhere when there's more stabbings in that area? And it's usually confined to, unfortunately, young black people killing other young black people. So it's not even a black against white thing. And I've heard older black people say,
do you know the stats on stabbing?
Sorry,
do you know the stats on stabbing for like 2019, whatever? Do you know the stats?
They usually go off
stabbings they were.
They usually go off London, don't they?
For the year, do you know how many stabbings they were?
No.
There's a disproportionate representation of young black men involved in stabbing. There's also disproportionate representation in the media of young black men and incidences with knives. We give that the moniker knife crime. However, there's far more people of a non-black persuasion who are involved in knife-related incidences also. But these are not the ones that necessarily always make it into the headlines. So when you look at the stats at the end of the year, you can see, England has a knife issue, a blade issue. But by far, it is not all black kids, or the highest percentage of it is black kids, because we've got a wide demographic of people in the UK and lots of people having issues with pointy things. Yeah, so when you look at the stats, you'd be surprised to see that, even though the blacks are represented, they are not making up the majority of these incidences. So it's like a common misconception. And I don't blame you, because that's what the media is pumping out. And the poor black kids out there, they're feeding it, and they're reading and hearing that every black kid's got a knife. So then they think that for self-defense, they go and get a knife. And it's a perpetuating cycle that's been going on from about 2005. Yeah, when London Tonight and these things were sensationalizing certain stories, and then it was getting whipped up into it further. But I'd like to point out that in the UK, we have a culture of carrying knives. It's English and British. The skinheads, the mods.
I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that. When I was young in
everyone carried knives.
When I was young in 1983, I used to carry a butterfly knife.
Yeah, everyone carried knives. Switchblade knives. Everyone had them.
2018 to 19, 13% of London's total population. Black people made up 13% of London's total population, but 45% of the knife crimes.
Yeah, like I said, not the majority, but disproportionately represented in London. Yeah, I already agreed to that.
Yeah, so.
But what you said was, the resources can't be spent where the minority is. You can't spend all your resources in the minority when there's 55% that's not black.
If I was going to find some honey, I'd look for some bees.
It makes sense to split your resources at the very least, right? So that notion of, why fun, like I said, that's a myth.
They were asking white people, do you mind being searched? And they were going, no. If it makes the place safer, we don't mind being searched.
Yeah, but the statistics are...
We don't mind being searched.
The statistics are that a black man is like 4 times more likely to be searched, while a white man is 10 times more likely to be in possession of illegal substance.
But if they're 4 times more likely of knifing somebody in London...
No, they're not. They're not.
Proportionally.
They're not.
Proportionally.
No, they're not. Well, I don't know. Your stats are off. They're not 4 times more likely.
Of the population.
A black man, no, because you've got that 45%. You've got to break that down. What do you think that is? That's not a monolith. What do you think that is? What is that? 45% of all stabbings are young black teenagers. Is that what your stat is? What? Read that out for me again.
Under 25, 13%.
Under 25.
They make up 13% of the population and 45% of the stabbings.
Okay. So but that's black people.
Wait.
Hold on. Wait, who makes up 35% of the population?
13% of London population
are what?
Black people.
Okay, so
13.
is your stat about black people or young black people?
Under 25.
No, you're confusing me, bro. Do you see the error in your statology?
No. What it's saying is 13% of London is black.
Yeah.
And of those black people, they just took the under 25s and they said 45% of the murders with knives were done by them.
Is it murders or knife crime? Are we talking about murders or knife?
Murders. Death.
And in those areas, have you got the population within those areas?
So
in them specific areas that you're talking about?
No, I don't know the areas. I just had a
no. So you don't know the population demographic within those areas. So what you're doing is you're generalising over the whole of London.
It's London, yeah.
Exactly. So that don't talk about local areas, because local areas are mixed different populations wherever you go in London.
I didn't say it did.
The other thing as well is it's usually black on black crime as well. It doesn't involve populations from outside of that.
London, England has an issue. London has an issue. Let's talk about London. I'm in London right now. I'm from London, born and raised in London. London has an issue with knives. And London has an issue with youth violence. Let's put it that way. So I'm actually not surprised that they're so highly overrepresented in those stats. But you got to be careful about stats and break them down, because one thing is some of these could be white people that have stabbed black people. Yeah, and a white person that stabbed a black person, that black person is still recorded as being a black person involved in black crime. So you have to prove that 45% is black on black, first and foremost. Could be you not stabbing us.
No, it's black people who have actually done the murder. But they're usually stabbing other black people. So, you know.
The stats. So we don't know that. We don't know that, man. I just say we got a knife, or we got a violence issue in our.
I don't think it's telling you who the aggressor is in these stats, though, isn't it? Just the involvement. So it could be a white person.
It says it's a black murderer.
Yeah, it won't tell you that in the statistics.
No, it's clearly a black murderer. You know, we're not playing games here, and they're usually.
Or are they involved in knife crime? Are they the ones?
It's not even a white-black thing. It's black people.
London historically has always had a problem with knife crime. London had a historic problem with knife crime in Victorian era, and then after the war with Teddy Boys, right, and then the mods and rockers. So where was the demographics in there? Was anyone looking at them demographics when people were hurting each other from the same race?
Probably not.
Or when Glasgow was
no, because they're not interested. They're not interested in looking back on history. The knife crime has been throughout London, throughout its whole history, since London's conception, right? Because guns were never prevalent in London, not as prevalent as knives.
Do you not understand though? It's black people killing black people.
Does it say that
presently? But it wasn't historically always like that.
This is what I've heard.
So it tells you black on black crime is that percentage. Is that what you're telling me?
It's usually black gangs killing other black gangs.
What statistic are you dealing with? Where's the statistic?
The problem is, if you just dismiss it, you're doing no service to black people.
I'm not dismissing. I'm asking you where the stat is that saying black.
Yeah, but the solution to this problem lies in governance and policing. It doesn't lie in talking about certain communities that are suffering serious consequences of those knife crimes. That's actually it hurts those people when you're talking about it. The people on this panel, a lot of them are from London, right? What about the resources that are not given to police this issue, to actually help these communities, to bring these communities forward so this problem doesn't arise? No one's talking about that.
Yeah, the thing I've got an issue with though is if black people don't care about black people killing black people, why should we care?
Well, I'm not going to answer that question because I'm not black. I'm going to step back now.
you know, surely we want to help every community.
That's not how it was framed when Glasgow was the murder capital of, I think it was Europe.
Exactly.
And it was a white majority country. It was called a Glasgow problem, a Scottish problem. They weren't calling out white on white crime. They didn't call it that. So the framing of this is very racist. And you need to push this rhetoric because of the agendas that they've got. The reality is when the same thing was worse and it was happening in Glasgow, you weren't framing it as a white on white crime. You were
They
framing
don't call it a Glasgow Mars bar for nothing.
dealt with it holistically.
I don't know. I don't
You
live near
humanize those
Glasgow,
children. You
so
didn't
I'm not as
adultify those children.
I'm not as
but
invested
It's
in
still
Glasgow.
going on now, Lee. It's still going on now. It's gone on for a whole century up there.
The point where your leaders now have to go back to Glasgow and see how they have addressed it and how they brought down the knife crime, because they dealt with it holistically. They didn't adultify those children. They put in they created resources for those children, and they did so many. They treated them like children, whereas in London, for some reason, little black boys are not seen as children. They're adultified and they're just dismissed. Their lives are just dismissed. Like it's worth nothing. Like you deal with your little problem when technically it's a London problem. Everybody's
So if we're not going to search the people doing it, how do we help them?
You suggest an answer, Lee.
Sorry?
What, stop and searching?
Have you got any suggestions, Lee?
No, I'm asking you guys. I asked the question.
Well, Jedi knows I deal with community links to bring communities together to stop this.
I got no problem with stop and search. If you want to stop and search, stop and search. Like what? That's not an issue. Just don't be racist. Don't be racist. That's what we're asking. I don't think people get the message. Don't be racist. We're not even saying police stop policing. We're just saying stop being racist when you're policing. You understand what we're saying? Yeah. Stop and search can be a stop and search. Don't use stop and search as an excuse to be racist and make my life a fucking living hell. That's what we're asking. Yeah, and don't unalive us during a routine search and stuff because you don't like our attitude, or get me, or you want to plant guns on us and shoot us. You know, that little stuff like that. That's all we're saying.
Put your hands on the steering wheel.
Don't stop and search me 4 times in one day and take the piss. And just little things. You know what I mean?
Don't know what the answer is.
Yeah. Stop being racist, I think.
Well, yeah, exactly, Jedi. The answer is turning around and sorting out the institutional racism that exists. Do you believe institutional racism exists in the Met Police, Lee?
No, but they do two-tier policing, though.
I just think if there's more stabbings in one area, you do more searches in that area. To me, that's common sense.
Do you believe that institutional racism exists in the Met Police Force, Lee?
I think there's racists in every part of society, including black society.
Institutional racism is different than racist generally. I mean, the structure of the Met Police, is it racist at heart?
My best mate at school from 12 to 16 was a black lad. I used to go around his house every night and go out up to the city centre and everything. And I never saw one instance of anybody saying anything to him ever.
Was he called a black lad? Did you not call him a black lad?
No.
What did you call him?
By his name.
No, I mean, but when people were like describing him or talking about him, was he the black lad?
No, nobody ever said the black lad.
So why are you saying the black lad now then?
To tell you, but like you're talking about life, like I'm just saying my life experience.
To describe him, you want to describe him, right? So I'm saying, how did you describe him back in the days? Did you describe him as the black lad like you're doing now?
If somebody asked me, if somebody asked me where somebody was, and there was
back in them days,
there was 20 white people and one black person, I'd say go to the black person.
Back in those days, when we say when you used to go to his house every night and that, yeah, is that what you, your parents, your friends, your community, did you refer to him as the black lad?
No, my dad was fine. He said I could marry a black woman. He was quite happy. He just
did
said,
he? He gave you permission.
He said he wouldn't care.
How did that conversation come about? You asked him?
I can't remember the conversation, but I remember him just saying he says he wouldn't care what race I'm married.
What
He did say a black girl. He did actually say a black girl, but you know, he didn't care what race I married.
Even we said even if you married a black girl, he'd still love you. Is that what he said?
He said he wouldn't care. That's what he said.
Okay. Would he care if he was gay?
He probably would have. He probably would have.
He would.
He probably would have. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's sad for you. But anyway.
Cheers, buddy.
But come from that country, get preferential treatment.
It's actually useful talking to you, though, Lee.
Yeah, well, you get different. I'm not on the.
It was
I'm kind of the opposite side to you guys, or you know, further one side than you guys are. I realise that.
That's fine.
Yeah. The thing is, Lee, I grew up in London, right? I grew up in London, right? Now, I grew up in the West Indian community, right? My first music was reggae, right? Yellow Man, in particular. Right, so I had those experiences up there. Now, Jedi pulled me up on a few things I said because I didn't have understanding, yeah? So it just goes to show that sometimes when you don't have an understanding of an area, you can't empathise with them experiences that those people are having from that area. And that's really possibly what we're trying to say, right? Those people are going through horrific stages in their life just on a daily basis, right? And when people pull statistics out of the air about what people are living on a daily basis, it's sort of like it lacks understanding of what the general issue is at hand. And Lee, those people are suffering every day, bruv.
Yeah, I don't know how to answer it because I've heard older black people saying they want their
Just
community
empathy,
safer.
bruv. Empathy and an understanding of what people go through, right? It's like a fucking war zone there sometimes, brother.
Do you think they could do it in a nicer way, or do you just want them not to do it at all?
The answer lies in people coming together as a community in general, right? But these processes have been tried, and every time they've been tried, it's not backed by the government. It's not backed by the police force.
Let's give it another year, another 2 years. Yeah, let them lock you down, give you a bit of martial law, bruck you up a little bit because you don't agree with some stuff or whatever. Then we'll have this conversation about whether the police should police more or not at all. Because right now, you lot are crying about policing, but you're still advocating for the police. You lot are dumb. You're actually dumb.
Yeah.
Like, because it's like,
Jedi, you're right, man.
As long as they're doing it to them lot, it's cool. When it's done to you, you want to cry and then tear up your whole country. All right, mate. Carry on. You're basically only just getting on page with the actual fact. Now, the working class London man, working class or whatever I shouldn't even say working class. Any Londoner worth their grain of salt knows it's always fuck the police. I don't know where this new wave of loving the police, I don't know where all that shit comes from. You look fucking weird. And there's always fuck the system, fuck the queen. I don't know what happened. But how I grew up, white, black, wherever you was from, Scottish, English, very rare, you was all on fuck the police, fuck the queen. You get me? Nowadays, it's some half monarchy, half royalist, I'm patriotic, I'm this. Man, you're not having a laugh. I fought for the country, dickhead. Who told you to go and fight for this country? Idiots. Yeah, I fought for this country, I came back, they treat the same what I say to the Americans. They go and fight for the country, and then their veterans get treated like shit, and you realize that Uncle Sam don't give a fuck about the man. And man, shut the fuck up. Yeah, you could have done that before you went and joined the army and went and killed loads of brown people around the world. Coming back talking about poppies and that, and man, what the hell? The hell, man. Talking about man, listen. One man's freedom fighter is another man's terrorist.
Terrorist, yeah, man.
Yeah, so remember, when people are out there carrying out acts with a uniform on, you don't know what they're getting up to. Yeah?
100%.
Don't go and join the army, man. For these people.
Your chat killing me.
You needed at home. You needed at home in your streets. You needed at home in your society, in your communities, in your family. Yeah, fight for your family, fight for your freedom there. Obviously, if people are trying to invade you, or come over and invade you, bomb you, and like fly planes and go out and war, defend your country. But if it's for you to go and intervene in everyone else's foreign policy and what's going on over there, and then your politicians are doing shaky deals and contracts and all this type of stuff and big arms dealing it's nothing to do with the British people. You're getting used.
In your name,
money is getting used
your name.
for some kind of geopolitics, and we don't benefit from it. All that happens is we end up with a bag of immigrants that everyone wants to cry about.
I've got a take on that. I think we should leave them alone, but when it comes to nuclear arms, some countries should be told they're not allowed them.
Nah, man.
You know what that's like? More crimes around the world. I think you guys should have nuclear arms.
You realize that's the equivalent, of me saying, "All right, cool. Listen, we're all here in a room. We're all chilling. I'm gonna have this big fuck off knife. Yeah. You're not allowed one.
No.
You're not allowed one. In fact, me and Sarah, we're gonna have big fuck off knives, and Steve. But Lee, sorry, you're not allowed one.
And Lee and Steve are fucked.
You're gonna be happy to be in that room, yeah?
I'm running, bruv. I'm running. My feet are turned into Usain Bolt, bruv.
So I get it, yeah. But if you're gonna have nuclear weapons, now we're dealing with this next kind of world governance thing where you're telling other people that they can't equal you. You're righteous, you're clean, you're good. You're trustworthy, and you lot.
But the resume says otherwise. But carry on.
And I feel like if you look at the world like that, you're looking at the world through like an imperialist,
colonialism,
globalist lens, and you're only falling into the agendas that are set by the powers that be. Because really, if you look at the world, no one should have nuclear weapons.
I didn't claim to be perfect,
right? So all this is bullshit.
It should actually be the other way around. The world should be saying Britain and America should not have it based on your history of being aggressors.
Right,
you should be the last people to have any form of weapon
have it
based on your history.
I'll let that one go.
Say that again, bro.
I'll let it go now. I'm not gonna. I'm just stating how I feel on that one. I'm not going to argue it. I'm just saying that's what would happen. Do you think that everyone should disarm their nuclear weapons, or do you believe that a nuclear deterrent is something that some nations should have in place? I think our submarines are good.
So what if everyone gets rid of their nuclear capability? What do you reckon about that?
I think you'd have more war.
Huh?
I think you'd have even more war.
By getting rid of it?
Yeah, but nuclear weapons have never been used, Lee, so I actually don't understand that statement.
That's why I said, Sarah, there's this notion of what they call the nuclear deterrent. Right? So basically is, I've got this big fuck off knife just so that all of you lot know not to chuck it. You're not allowed a knife. I ain't going to use this knife, but if you ever fuck with me, you know I got it. But you can't have a knife.
Man. It's another way of domination via military neo-colonialism. That's what it is.
You definitely can't have a knife, but I've got one, big one, bladed. I got a zombie
How
knife.
about this one then? How about this one? How about this one then? Right? What about Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Was Hollywood's first version of CIA, CGI? Nagasaki and Yokohama. What's the other one? Right? How about when they bombed Japan? Right? That was Hollywood's first version of CGI, and nuclear weapons don't actually exist. What about that one?
Did he say? Yeah, you're copying me again. I just said that. You do that's twice now. I've just said that. Did you just say Nagasaki?
Nagasaki.
Oh, okay. So, my bad. No,
that was a close one then.
It's a reception. It's a reception.
I know, yeah. I'm always bouncing like a golf ball, bro.
Yeah, but I just find the audacity, man. The biggest aggressors are telling other people who've never done anything to anybody, minding their business in their little lands, they can't have. What are we doing? The world's just twisted. The world is so twisted.
The Ottoman Empire.
So wait, can I just say? So is non-violence a thing that society should be interested in. If our leaders obviously decide things via violence.
It would be a mistake, Jedi. That must be said.
And we've acquired so many nice things via violence. Wouldn't you agree?
Terrorization of people.
Wouldn't you agree? Violence has got us lots of lovely stuff. Being British, right, Lee?
Oh, we got some rubies.
Of course. Our king can wear a £56 million crown. That's not bad.
Yeah, I
think two things need to be done before the immigrants go. Fix their infrastructure. Every infrastructure you destroy, go and fix it with your money and your people, and give back all the stuff you stole. There's a couple of manuscripts from my country that until they return, I'm staying here comfortable. I will keep my citizenship comfortably until those manuscripts are returned to my country. That's just how it is. You owe a lot of people a lot. Until that's sorted out, you can't tell anybody to leave. If I could, I'd start sponsoring people to come to the UK if I could right now, just cause.
Yeah, but you kind of skip history. You don't go on about the Ottoman Empire. You don't go on about
don't worry about Ottoman Empire. They weren't here. We're dealing with your
you don't go on about Germany.
UK history. Don't worry about other people and what they did. We're dealing with your history.
You just kind of like do the bit you want.
In the UK, right?
Yeah.
The UK went to my country, stole manuscripts. You've stolen people and buried them in your country. Whole human beings just stolen, kidnapped.
Where are you from?
I'm from Ethiopia. Whole human beings, whole princes.
Steve, look what happened. Yeah, you lot did what's it? Live Aid. You lot did Live Aid, and look at the thanks you get. Look how she thinks of your country. And you gave them. You gave Ethiopia.
Hey, listen, no.
Hold on.
Get it right. We've been dominated by the British Empire since.
Yeah, see, the God of not interrupting has interrupted you. Yeah, see your portion. Lee,
is she from Ethiopia?
Yeah, tell him about Bob Geldof, Lee, man.
Man, Ethiopia's got some mad army. I was watching like their army. They couldn't feed their people, but their army was tough. They had tanks everywhere.
Yeah, they definitely.
That's called Chinese investment, Lee.
They were doing all right on the army front.
Yeah, it's called Chinese investment, brother. Another country messing up Africa. Do you know what I mean?
The funniest one I saw recently is Andrex were sending, when you buy Andrex toilet tissues, they were sending money to India to build toilets over there. And then you've got India doing their first mission to space. And you're thinking, what's going on here?
So who was building toilets for India?
Andrex. We were like, when you buy an Andrex toilet tissue, part of the money goes to India to build them toilets. But then they're sending a rocket into space and you're thinking, how does this work?
You're sneaky. You're telling me we'd be contributing to your toilets by buying Andrex.
Well, surely you'd give your people some toilets before you go into space. You know.
Oh, bro, were you the ones who gave them toilets? Trust me, I didn't even know this.
This is just me, but I just find it weird.
So you stole their jewels and you gave them toilets. That's so rude.
Dear.
Yo, Asians, I beg you, can't clean this up. This is catastrophic. Like, what is this? Oh my god. Anyway, there's a lot of things that need to be returned, man. I'm telling you, that British Museum will be empty by the time you've given back everybody's stuff. There'll be no historical museum left.
The Greeks want one of their bits back, don't they?
Yeah, everyone needs to get their stuff back, bro. We're just going to keep the English stuff in it. That's it.
Yeah, we need our Celtic artifacts back as well. Our Celtic gold needs to return.
Yeah, I think that needs to be done definitely before the immigrants are shipped off. Let's do that first. Let's build the infrastructure that were destroyed on lies with your money, since you had money to destroy it. I think you've got money to fix it, and then maybe have the audacity to tell people to go back, and then we're good. Yeah, and then I think it's fair.
We got the bigger knives, though, so we're all right for the moment.
Whoa!
To be honest with you,
shook.
I kind of respect the fact that you have courage to come up and say your points, because a lot of the people that do have your viewpoints are very invisible until they're in crowds. So
we've got the zombie knife.
Yeah,
so nobody's messing with us.
Fair play to you, Lou. Fair play to you, bro.
Yeah, you have to kind of might not agree, but you gotta respect the fact he can say what's on his chest.
Yeah, but what good's a zombie knife when you're dying of AIDS? Do you know what I mean? You got a zombie knife, but you're actually like infected
Biological
and dying
weapon.
slowly.
Yeah,
So,
that's true. That's true.
Yeah, man. There's no cure
You're on
for
about
AIDS.
the other night. You were on about racism and color and everything. And I watched one chap, and he said, if you woke up in a strange room, and you were surrounded by 10 people who looked like you, would you be more comfortable than being surrounded by 10 people who didn't look like you? Because you were saying, do people see color and everything? And I think he's got a point. If I woke up in a strange room and there were 10 white people around me,
Nah, I see
than waking up with
psychology
10
first. I see psychology first, brother. Right? Psychology is more important.
Yeah. So it wouldn't bother you?
Psychology is more important. Psychology is more important. You can get killed by what you claim is your own as fast as you can by somebody you claim is not your own.
Yeah, because the conversation was, do people see color? And I think they do, and they should be brought up well to.
Yeah, well, they're making a mistake. That danger comes from every human being, no matter who that human being is. Them predator eyes are in the front of their head for a reason, brother.
Yeah. Okay, I've got your opinion on that. That's cool.
Yeah, sorry to waffle on, bruv. Good luck to you, Lee. You know what I mean? You come on the panel. It's good. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Sorry, I'm
What's
just
Jedi eating
shepherd's
again?
pie. Yeah, shepherd's pie. Or cauliflower cheese.
Aye, shepherd's pie.
No, it's toad in the hole. My bad. Bubble and squeak.
I'm going to stand behind Jedi in the war.
If I'm honest with you, I'm eating jelly deals and some mushy peas and
that. Pie and mash, bruv. Pie and mash.
Yeah. With some
Selkirk Road in Tooting Broadway is the best place for pie and mash in London. I don't even know if the shop's still there, but it was the best I ever tasted.
Yeah, this Andrew Tate though, he's got a foot in both sides. He's got a foot in the Islamic side, and he's got a foot in the kind of whatever you'd call it, the Tommy Robinson side. It's really weird. I don't know.
Yeah, but Jedi already explained it, man. They got a foot in the lodge at the same time, bruv.
Yeah. What do you think about Freemasonry, Stephen? Not Stephen.
Well, Freemasonry.
Hold on. Lee,
Sorry, Leo. Go on.
I don't know anything about it. I think it was something big 100 years ago, and now it's just grown-ass men playing at being important. I don't think.
Do you not understand Hermeticism, then, Luke?
So you're still at the baby stage of your understanding, then?
I don't mind going with like what you're saying about the end game, but I'm not sure about Freemasons being like the ones doing it.
I never said they're the ones.
Did you vote?
Yeah.
Do you vote, Lee?
Yeah.
You believe in the voting process?
Yes.
Okay. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, it's done, man. So you really believe your vote actually is going to make a difference? Who did you vote for this time?
Reform.
It's just a side. Well, it's going to take time, man. Baby steps, man. We'll get there one day.
Yeah.
When did you wake up?
It's not an effort to like go through life.
Yeah, the fact that you're still voting, and
man.
you actually believe in the political process, two
and
parties.
you were born in the 70s. You've seen a lot.
I can't believe that. Can't believe that.
Well, they were saying that at least the Conservatives and Labour are basically the same party.
Yeah, well, I've never voted, Lee. Never voted in my life, bruv. Always seen through the idiots that they are.
So now that's out. You're going to switch to another party and try with them now. Like,
So
come
what we've
on,
done
man.
now,
Wake up.
Labour, it's going through all of them, aren't we?
Mhm.
You know, when I saw what's his name, Nico, with a whole party, I said, "Give up, man. How do you even have the what? What are we doing at this point?" It was just a mockery. The whole thing was a mockery. Like anybody who partook in that, I don't get it. I don't. The whole thing was a mockery. The whole system is just a mockery.
What do you think? What do you think would happen if nobody voted?
They'll just implement something. They'll just do some. They'll have to put something in place. Think they care?
Politicians will be killing each other.
They'll just assign a temporary sort of government.
The king might take ownership of state. I don't know. But if there is this higher people doing things, I think the king is involved with it because he seems to be going along with everything.
So who's your guy? Who's your guy from Reform?
Farage.
Okay.
Did you like him when he was in the BNP?
I don't know if he was in the BNP. I never got told he was in the BNP.
Oh, was he not? Sorry, my man.
There was a black lad in America. A black lad. Your chat's going to kill me if you keep saying that. But there was a black lad in America, and he was going around asking Democrats. He was saying, "What do you think about Trump?" And they were going, "He's racist. He's racist." He says to them, "Tell me something racist that Trump has said." And they were going, "He's racist." No, but tell me something. Tell me one thing he said, and none of them could tell him one thing that he had said. So perhaps you've got a feeling somebody is racist.
A bit like Tommy Robinson.
You've got a feeling somebody is racist, but they've never ever said anything racist. And you've got Hillary Clinton being mentored by Klan members, by the Dragon Klan leader, Bill and Hillary, and then you've got all this kind of Ku Klux Klan relation with the Democrat Party, and you're thinking, what's going on here? Can people not see? You had Biden attending one of the funerals of a Klan leader, and just going, "Oh, he changed," and you're thinking, what, what
Wasn't Hillary, Trump and Epstein partying together? Are they friends?
No, I don't think. I think no. Trump,
No?
you're right. Trump
They went parties
was.
together and having a good old time.
You're right. Trump was a Democrat supporter before he changed. You are
Before
right.
he changed. Yeah, politics got people in a chokehold, you know. Chokehold.
But yeah, she was mentored by like a.
Can y'all hear me?
Leader, Klan leader.
Yeah. Oh,
Crazy.
hello. Speeches.
Salute,
Big ups. What do you have to say about all this, mate? It's just a mess, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm coming in blind. I don't even know what you're talking about. I just finished work, right? So I said I'll hop in because I know you guys were talking about all this stuff about Andrew Tate and his interview with Piers Morgan.
Have you seen the interview?
Yeah, I saw it, man.
What do you think about it?
Well, what's there to say? You know, Andrew Tate didn't answer any questions. All right, you were getting asked very clear, pointed, questions, and he wasn't able to answer them, like closed-ended questions, and he wants to give his explanation on why he's not answering the questions. Right. So 3 names basically come up with the riots that are happening over there across the pond. Right. You're gonna see Andrew Tate's name, Tommy Robinson's name, and I think it's Farage. What's his name? Nigel Farage. Yeah. Those are the 3 names that keep popping up. Right. So if you saw the viral clip that Andrew Tate had sent out, I'm not sure if you guys saw that, where he basically said, it was, what did he say? It was some illegal immigrant, right, that came and killed these English children or whatever he said, right? And it's just it's just him doing his grifting thing, So he had to double back because I don't think he expected it to lead to riots, because he's already in enough trouble in whatchamacallit, in Romania, So that's what he was trying to do. He's trying to do damage control, and of course he got to go to Piers Morgan, but he's obviously trying to play both sides of the groups that he's grifting on. You get me?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, that's just like the short end of it.
He's trying to appease everybody.
Yeah. Well, no. Well, he's doing what a hustler does, which is lie. Not back down, all kind of stuff. He's kind of like a younger version of Donald Trump, you can say, who's a pimp. You get me? Right. So that's just who he is. So the astonishing thing, though, that I found was not necessarily Andrew Tate, because he is who he is. You get me? Was and I put in the comments, like, the schizophrenic reply of people like Muhammad Hijab and the rest of the YouTubian da'i elites. Like, that was astonishing. You invite all these white supremacists to your platforms, your large Muslim platforms. Any white supremacist with a dilapidated ending career that wants it revived can go to any one of these YouTubian da'i elites channels to get their career revived. They will revive it for you for free. Okay, all you have to do is say some 1 or 2 good words about Islam. And that's how he became popular amongst the Muslims, because they running a grift too. Muhammad Hijab, Ali Dawa, Daniel Hikikachu, all of these big YouTubian channels, the biggest ones. All of a sudden they turned red pill, alt-right. So when Andrew Tate was being investigated in Romania, suddenly he converts to Islam, no questions asked, right? And they just put him on their platform so he could talk about masculinity and stuff. And okay, we learning masculinity from pimps and stuff now. You get me? So,
bro, I'm impressed with you. You got a lovely knowledge of what's happening over here. Honestly, that's really good.
Has Muhammad Hijab spoken out against him since he was endorsing him yesterday?
Yeah, of course. Like, he has to. He has to. From the time that Andrew Tate converted to Islam,
he was definitely pushing him 100%.
Yeah, I was saying that even at that time, that you watch I said it clearly, every single YouTubian da'i elite will be inviting Andrew Tate to their large Muslim platforms and giving him the microphone and letting him say whatever he says. I said it way back then. And I said, and eventually they're going to have to walk back everything that they said. They're going to have to do it, because you know how many people convert to Islam every single year. You get like so many hundreds of thousands of people converting to Islam every single year, and never, and I challenge anybody to look this up. Never will you see, before the rise of these social media moguls, will you see anyone of any repute in the Muslim community putting a convert like this forward in order to lead the Muslims. This is something explicitly and exclusively for YouTubers, because they are massaging the algorithms in order to make money. So they don't care about Islam or the well-being of the wider Muslim community. All they care about is, how quick they can fill their pockets with algorithm money. That's all they care about. And now they have to walk back all of that shucking and jiving and twitching and twirling and twerking for white supremacists and stuff. Right? So they got to walk it back.
Yeah, they were endorsing him when he was weird, man. Even his views when he did convert was very much capitalist, and he was just promoting zina, really, and trying to justify it, and promiscuity, and just do whatever you want, and very far from the cloak of Islam he was trying to wear. And it's like you can apply your religion how you want, but when you're playing around with it, and then you got people like hijab endorsing it, because a lot of young people do follow hijab, to be fair. There's a whole generation of Muslim youth that actually look, he's like their little scholar of the West.
Yeah, exactly. Right, because
Literally,
he
call you
looks
like
like
a
them.
scholar of the West,
You know, he's
right? What did
racially
he have to say?
ambiguous. You know, he has that look that look like, you know, he could be an Arab or a brown person, you know, but he's half black, half white, you know. So if they see somebody like that looks like them, you know, that has this large platform, okay, you know what I mean, and he introduces them the same way that, like, the first person to start doing this was actually Daniel Hikikuchu, right? He's the first person to
Who's that?
start.
Sorry, who's that?
He's a very large YouTuber that
Okay.
essentially started pushing the Muslims into this alt-right paradigm, right? So, you know, you have your left-right paradigm, you have your liberals, your conservatives. It's all over the West. This is something that's explicit to the West, right? Where you have liberals and conservatives, and you have your left-leaning politicians, you have right-leaning politicians. So since 2016, there's been a major shift in all Western countries to go far right. So they're trying to basically exit this paradigm into populist nationalist movements. You get me? So Daniel Hikikuchu was the first one to start introducing Muslims to this stuff, right? And he essentially was saying, you know, talking about Trump, he's basically making excuses for the police murders of black people all the time. Okay. Every excuse he can think of, right? So he was out there talking about, you know, George Floyd protests. These are thugs. These are this. These are that. You know, and he ain't got nothing to say now about, you know, about Zaddy and them up on the street. You know, beating up brownies and stuff. He ain't got nothing to say. You know, all he's got to say is how can we, you know, make concessions with these, you know, white supremacists and stuff. You know, so he's the first one to do it. Then. You found all of these, you know, pseudo Muslim channels inviting him to their channel because he's speaking against liberalism, and that is the hook. You know, the hook for the alt-right is essentially saying family values. Okay, you know, we can't have this LGBTQ rainbow people agenda. That's the hook, right? But the goal is to bolster global white supremacy, right? So now, if you look throughout the globe, you find Venezuela is pushing all rights. You know, they're trying to get, the U.S. is trying to get their own stooge in power there. You have Argentina has an alt-right president. You have what's going on in Hungary, in France, in Italy. You know, the whole West is pushing alt-right, and these guys, in my opinion, they are the mouthpieces for the alt-right for the Muslims. So they're not guiding alt-right people to Islam. They're guiding Islam to be alt-righters. You get me? So if you're going to be an alt-righter, you must accept white supremacy, which they do. They accept white supremacy, right? So now you find Muhammad Hijab, right, who invited Jordan Peterson, okay, who has always been Zionist. And when Jordan Peterson comes out with his Zionism, all of a sudden he has to double back, right? That's the first. He did that. He did this time and time and time again. You know.
Yeah, I was suspicious about that. I was suspicious about that.
Yeah, you know what I mean. You have Daniel Hikikuchu, who invites like hardcore white supremacist people, like Mark Collette. He invited him to his channel to do what he called a debate, and it ended up being a bromance. Okay. He invited what's his name? Ben. What's his name?
Ben Shapiro.
Not Ben Shapiro. No, not Ben Shapiro.
No.
It's something Benjamin. Something I can't remember his first name.
Carl
He's a
Benjamin?
comedian. It's
Carl Benjamin. Carl Benjamin, the Lotus Eaters.
Not Carl Benjamin. It's on the tip of my tongue. Oh my gosh, I can't remember his name. Anyway, it'll come to me. It'll come to me, right? He invites him to his channel. He invites Roosh to his channel, who is a mixture of this type of red pill and hard right, you know, like white supremacist person, and on and on and on. This is Daniel Hikikuchu, right? So if I was to ask you, for example, if somebody says Christ is king, what religion are they?
Christian.
Exactly. Okay. If somebody says we are going to go to the church tonight to worship Jesus our Lord, what religion are they?
Christian.
Christian. Okay. if you're going to say, you know, I am your Lord, worship me, are you Muslim or no?
No, Christian.
Okay, no, if you're saying I'm your Lord, you're not necessarily Christian, but you're definitely not Muslim. You say I'm your Lord. Andrew Tate has said all of these things after converting, and they still won't say that he's not Muslim, and more, and more. They still won't say it. They won't say, "Oh, our brother Andrew Tate made a mistake." Meanwhile, you know, they got all these excuses of this guy who's making a hardcore shirk, you know, hardcore disbelief in Islam and Allah and whatever. But they ain't got no excuses for the Nation of Islam, who are, you know, they are non-Muslims, right? Let's keep it a buck, right? But their shirk doesn't reach the level of, you know, I am your Lord, worship me.
Yeah, you're on about Owen Benjamin.
What's that?
Owen
Benjamin. That's him. Owen Benjamin. Thank you. Owen Benjamin. That's him, right?
He's a movie star, yeah.
Yeah, him, Jake Shields. They invite Jake Shields. They invite you know, Sneeko, who was you know, obviously a white supremacist himself, is always in white supremacist circles. And now here come Muhammad Hijab. All right, after all this nonsense that he pushed and he promoted, telling Andrew Tate, you know, Andrew Tate, you know, you're really hanging out with these far right people. Like, what? Are you a schizo? Like, what have you been doing for the last 1.5 years?
Owen Benjamin is as far right as you can go. He went completely crazy.
Exactly.
He went crazy. Yeah.
Exactly.
I used to watch him.
Anyways,
and then he had a big meltdown.
Yeah, I know I came in blind. I don't know how far you got into this conversation. But that's just like my quick take. Big up, family. Big up.
So where does Andrew Tate go from here? Is he going to be a Muslim in a year's time?
He's going to jail. He's going. He's going to jail. That's the only place he's going, right? You know,
he's doing time, brother.
Yeah, he's going to jail. That's the
Definitely
only
a
place
grifter, man. He'll just find something else. I think he tried to go Dubai with his nonsense, and they weren't having it because he was very anti-family in his rhetoric. On one hand, he was like, yeah, we need to do families and get married. And on the other hand, he's like, yeah, but if you're married, you could just go out and do whatever you want. And they're very strict about family over there and indecency. Like, you're not going to play with their family ethics. They sort of shut him down and his popularity just dropped. And then he just was quiet, and now he's on this whole Tommy Robinson thing. Like, what are you doing? You're all over.
Well, he's always.
The Arabs are like, get out, we're bored now.
He's always, let's keep it a buck. He's always been a supporter of Tommy Robinson, even before he was Muslim, and he openly promoted Tommy Robinson.
I don't understand how do you support a racist, and it's just baffling to me.
Well, he's racist. He is a white supremacist.
But he was raised by his mom's side, right, as well. So
yeah, he was raised by his mom's side, right? But he is a white supremacist, which is why he takes the positions that he takes. You can imagine this guy. He can't miss a chance to say the N-word. You know, he can't miss it. The second he gets a chance to say the N-word, he'll say it. You know, nigger, nigger, nigger. He said it in the clip. I think you showed the clip earlier. Did you show the clip where they're showing how he made some racist statements? Did you show that clip or no? Or maybe I'll send it to you, Trill, by email or whatever. Right? But he's saying, you know, these stupid niggas. He said it on live, right? He said about Juneteenth. You know, Juneteenth is a fake nigger holiday or whatever he said. He said all that. He can't miss a beat to trash on black people. He can't.
Does he not
but the second he says Packy, here come these Utopian that elites. Oh, this is racist. Like, what? These guys are tripping, man. They're tripping.
Is he not allowed to pass?
I can't even keep up with him, to be fair, man. For a minute, I haven't seen him for a while. Like, he's been off I don't know. I just haven't seen him around anywhere.
Who is that?
Tate. Like, maybe it's just me. I don't know. I just haven't been that active.
Well, you know, he does his lives on Rumble, right? So, you know, but I get all the clips, you know, because people be sending me all the stuff all the time, right? So, you know, You know, he's just a white supremacist, right? Same thing with Sneeko. Same thing with who else? Thinking about Owen Benjamin. All these folks that these alleged Muslims invite to their channels, trying to make end ways with.
My American brother, where do you lie on the political spectrum, brother?
Oh, I'm from Canada, my man.
I do apologize about that. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No worries.
Whereabouts in Canada?
I'm in Ottawa, the capital.
Okay, yeah. My uncle emigrated to Vancouver, British Columbia.
Yeah, it's beautiful out there. Well, not so much.
He
not
said it
much
was.
crazy.
Yeah. He said the wildlife was good. But where on the political spectrum do you sit yourself?
Oh, I'm not. I have no loyalty to this left-right paradigm.
So you got no horse in that race, yeah?
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Not.
Do you know what? I actually gathered that by the way you're talking.
Right.
But you got a lot of knowledge about this country. Is that because you're still like close to this country yourself, or?
Not necessarily close. I do keep up with geopolitics.
Yeah,
right? So,
I can tell that.
That's something I keep up with, right? I'm very interested in the geopolitical landscape, right?
Yeah.
As well as I got my own channel as well, so I talk about this stuff on my channel as well, right?
Okay, what's your name? Because I'm using my phone, so I can't see your handle.
It's the features.
And your channel is called
The Features.
Oh yeah, I'll look you up sometime. Is it a channel you can go on and talk?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had a guest on in a minute, right? Because I'm trying to upgrade everything, right?
It's
going slow, but it's coming, right? So, but
And what's your first name?
Bilal.
Say that again.
Bilal.
Bilal.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Bilal Muhammad, the UFC champ. Bilal. Yeah.
Bilal. Yeah, I'm Steve. Can I ask you a question about geopolitics?
Sure, go ahead.
Do you not see that as like a bit of a ruse? And it's like that basically the world is one politic rather than separate countries.
No, it's the reality that we live in, right? It's not a ruse. We do live in, you could say a post-colonial era, right? Before World War I, there were no such thing as countries, right? This is a European creation. So all the borders that we're witnessing right now, and that all these things that we see as countries, all of that stuff is made up, right? Some folks said, okay, this is our country, and that started after World War I. So World War II is where we know all these countries today, and the countries were divided in that manner in order to supply European colonial bases with all the natural resources that they can, basically loot and usurp and things of that nature, right? So that's why we have countries, and the reason why we have the left-right paradigm. There's a book called The Crowd. It's called The Crowd by a man named Gustave Le Bon. Okay.
Yeah, I've read it. I've read it.
Yeah. Right. So he, at the turn of the century, right, he wrote this book basically explaining where the new political landscape was trending, right? And he said, he basically said that we are now moving away from this feudalistic landscape, right? And it's going to go into a more populist landscape. So whoever is able to win the hearts of the people will remain in power, right? And this right here is basically the framework and what we now know as democracy and the democratic systems and whatnot, right? That's a really, really, really summarized version. Okay, there's a lot more to it, but I just want it just for brevity, right? So right. So the whole point of the left-right paradigm is to make sure that the people, the crowd is controlled. And he basically said you can control the crowd by essentially telling them what they want to hear, which is why every single, and I guess in America it's 4 years, in Canada it's 4 years, and I'm not sure how the electoral cycle electric works there.
It's 4 to 5 in Great
4 years.
Britain. It can be as
4 years.
long as 5, but normally it's 4.
Yeah. So, but every single 4 years, right, you have a this type of Autobots versus the Decepticon battle, right, where people are trying to vote for their leader, but it's all a ruse because the presidents and the prime ministers and whatnot, they're not actually the leaders of the countries. Okay, the real leaders are actually the people that you don't see, right, like the owners and controllers of a financial capital, the owners of financial institutes like the Federal Reserve.
And assets.
These are the
assets.
corporate oligarchs, and these are the actual leaders of the countries. The job of the politician now is to siphon funds from the people in order and make laws in order to siphon funds from the people to give this illusion that they have to pay taxes to the very same oligarchs who are robbing them, right?
Yeah.
And as well as to share the wealth to corporations, right? So that every 4 years, every politician, doesn't make a difference with where they are, right? In Canada, US, or even Britain, they'll talk about 3 things. They'll talk about jobs, okay, right? They will talk about issues related to immigration, okay, and they'll talk about the financial deficit. No matter what, and every election they'll talk about these 3 things.
And
so
that is what's happened. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. So what happened now is that since 2016, right, you have what is now called the rise of the alt-right, where they're shifting away from that paradigm into a populist, nationalist movement, and essentially tricking the people into this movement, saying that we are for the people, whatever. And now the dialogue has shifted from we have to protect our borders, okay, we have to fight against this wicked LGBT. It is a wicked agenda. Let's keep it a buck. So the LGBTQ agenda, it is a wicked agenda, right? But they're part of the paradigm. The LGBTs have always been part of the paradigm, right? All right, and what else? And our population is dwindling. When they say our population is dwindling, they mean white folks. They don't mean anybody else, right? For everybody in Africa, everybody in India, in Bangladesh, their agenda is population control. Okay, so for them, in the darker skinned people's lands, what the agenda is for them is war, famine, all this kind of stuff, right? So in order to control their populations, right? So, and I'm sorry, I know I rambled on a bit, but that's
no, it's fine. I mean, I don't know how the other guests in the studio feel, but it's fine by me. It's interesting stuff. And sometimes when you can ramble on, you can feel that way. But to be honest with you, you're quite interested in what you were saying.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. No problem at all. It's interesting to have a guest that says as much as you do.
Thank you so
much. Obviously, try and talk to Sarah and Lee if you're still there. And I think Jedi's making some coffee or something. Are you there, Jedi?
I know it's late time for y'all. What time is it out there across the pond there?
It's about 10:20, probably.
Okay. All right. So
well, what's the time for you at the minute? Is it like 5 o'clock?
Yeah, it's like 5. Let me have a look.
Yeah.
5:18. Yeah, 5:18. Yeah.
Yeah, you still there, Sarah? Yeah, another cup of tea. Lee? Yeah, cool. Have you got any questions?
About the borders, because that was one of the first ways they put in place their little neocolonialism, because what they just created borders that ignored people's like ethnic cultures, political divisions that were already there, made leaders over other people that weren't from the same people. That was literally the first step of neocolonialism. Like, you know what, fuck it. As soon as you get rid of these borders and you allow people to just rule themselves using their own cultures, so many issues will just disappear from the world.
Well,
You're forcing people to be ruled by other people who they may not share the same values with, and then you're shocked when there's conflict. Like, it's just common sense.
Well, you know, Sister Sarah, right? Not only did they just do everything that you just mentioned, right? But even when it comes to the tribes, they made a lot of these tribes up. They weren't there.
Yeah.
These tribes never existed until the colonizers arrived in some of these countries. The big example of that was what happened in Rwanda with the Hutsi and Tutu, right?
Mm.
All right, so those two tribes never existed, right? They were all one people, and then here they come. In Sudan, for example, they were all living in peace, like no issues, no problems at all, right? Colonizers came in, and they started spreading to the Sudanese people. You know, these Arabs are enslaving you. Right? That was part of the agenda in order to control Sudan.
But to be fair, the Arabs were. They were enslaving the Sudanese, and they still are.
Not those Sudanese, not those Arabs. Not in the Sudan. In the Sudan,
the
no.
northern.
All that stuff was made up. In the Sudan, it was not a thing.
It wasn't made
if
up.
You're talking about places like Morocco and Algeria, and sort of like the northern parts of Africa, then that existed, of course, yes. But
in Sudan, the oppression existed. They just weaponized it further. But that oppression
they went in
the oppression
there,
of the
and there's even
people in Sudan existed.
There's a special group. It's something Christian something or the other. I can't remember. It's in my book there because I have this book I'm reading about that. Right, but essentially they went in, right, and their whole goal was to, as they do, they divide and conquer. Right, this is the whole thing of the colonizers. Right.
Can I just ask a question before you say that? Was it the purple bed you're talking about?
What was that? I didn't quite catch you.
Was it the Berber or Bedouin that you were talking about earlier?
Again?
When you mentioned the Arabs, what specific Arabs were you talking about?
We're talking about in the Sudan, right?
Morocco.
So Sudan is one of these places that are very, very ancient. They have like a long, rich history. Okay, you have the Nubians were there. You have the Chemists were there. You have who else was there? They have a long, rich history. Okay, you know how everybody talks about the pyramids in Egypt and stuff, right? Because of their long history, right? There are actually more pyramids in Sudan than in Egypt. That's how old they are. Okay. All right. So very, very old and long history. Right. So they don't really have this type of history of they didn't have this history of warring with each other until they were colonized.
I disagree with you, bro. The dark-skinned Black Sudanese have always been oppressed in Sudan. They have been oppressed. There's people I personally went to school
based on what?
Based on their skin color. They were racist. There are racist Arabs and a lot
right.
of them.
Okay, so I'm asking for like your whatchamacallit, your evidence, like based on what? Like, where did you read this? Where did you get this information? That's what I'm asking for.
I've spoken to people who've lived it.
That's now. That is now.
There's racism, bro.
I'm not talking about now.
There was social racism. Are you saying that there's no racism in Sudan before the? Is that what you're claiming? That the northern Arabs who are lighter skinned were not oppressing the darker skinned towards the southern region?
No, that did not happen. That is a lie. According to scholars like Ivan Van Sertima, according to scholars like what's his name? No, I can't remember his name.
There were land grabs. They were oppressing them. There were jobs they couldn't access.
I am quoting actual scholars. These are not people. You know what? Let me get my book. All right. One second, okay? All right.
Go ahead. Your accent, you better go up here, but I got a doctor's appointment in a bit.
I heard a funny story. A guy, an Indian chap.
Who else is in there?
An Indian chap rung up LBC, and he was saying the Indians were happy when the British colonized India. He said the reason they were happy is because before that they were ruled by the Arabs. The is ruled by Islam, and Islam did
There's been
so.
land grabs. There's been so many things that have happened.
Islam was destroying their places of worship and raping their women. They said when the English came in, they didn't destroy any of their religious grounds, and he said it was much better. It's weird, isn't it?
I'm not denying that they probably exasperated it and they weaponized it, but I'm saying the racism existed. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, so
like they were just kumbaya and everybody was completely 100% equal. That's a
no, that's a lie. Yeah.
So
No,
I'm reading
nobody was
from
100%
this
equal.
book here. Hold on, you can't see it. Let me bring this back a bit.
Go ahead.
Can you see it? Hold on, let me just move my mic.
It's being a bit funny with the green screen, but you could just say the name. It's all right. I think we can.
Okay, Defining Legends. Okay. Okay, so from the Mamico Memorandum on Southern Policy, right? We're talking about Southern Sudan here, okay? This memorandum was actually put forward in order to, as a plot or a plan to Christianize Southern Sudan, okay? All right, so it says here, it was put in effect by missionary enterprise and aided by missionaries and evangelicals in Christianizing Southern Sudan. And as a result, the Muslims of the Sudan cannot be accused of segregating Sudan. Who was accused of segregating Sudan? The Muslims, right? But who was actually segregating Sudan? It was these Christian missionaries, right? There's a name for them. I got to find a name in a minute. Hold on. There's a name for that group. Hold on. Where is it? I'll find it in a minute. Okay. But anyways, on the 10th of August, 1928, McMichael stated that the Southern policy was in order to create a solid barrier protecting the South against the insidious political intrigue, which must in the ordinary course of events increasingly beset our path in the North. The colonial governors of the Southern Sudan in their district controls began to implement. Okay, so this is what they began to implement in the Southern Sudan. Arabic language should not be spoken in Southern Sudan, and Christian names should be used. The inhabitants of Badr Ghazal should be forced to become Christians, should be asked to become Christians or forced to become Christians. You see, it's different. It's different when you look the stuff up, right? Because there's propaganda, which again, colonizers again, they are experts at this. They've been doing this for a very, very long time. They're the ones who came and told the entire world, you know, that the white man is superior to the black and blah, 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 and the black man is inferior, made everybody believe that. These are the same folks, okay? These are the same folks that came with their Bibles into Africa, and the Africans left with the Bibles and the colonizers left with the land, okay? It's the same folks, right? These are the divide and conquer strategies they used, right?
Do you know where the oldest Bible come from? The oldest recorded Bible. Do you know where the oldest recorded Bible comes from?
Ethiopia. It's Ethiopia. Yeah. Right. So
Ethiopia.
Yes, that is correct. Ethiopia.
We know that the light-skinned
there's certain
oppressed,
Bibles in Ethiopia.
enslaved, and marginalized the Black Sudanese. That's documented. There are documentaries on this. There are people who've been freed from slavery situations. These things exist.
All right, let's get into that. 1 second, okay? Slavery in Sudan, okay? Slavery in Sudan. Due to mass hysteria caused by certain elements, evangelical and political, the Black slavery in Sudan narrative has become popularized. What has it become? Popularized, okay? The reality, as we have outlined, was not a simple issue, and much confusion have been caused due to people not understanding the dynamics of the particular situation. Furthermore, the Southern Sudanese, SPLA, themselves were guilty, okay? They were guilty of slavery and oppression, if not more so than they and the Christian evangelical cohorts were claiming were happening to them. Shall I continue?
So who's this author?
Yet as usual, biased accounts only detail, of course, abuses enacted by ignorant Muslims, and nothing else is mentioned. Sean Gabb, director of the Sudan Foundation in London, noted in 1997 that Since John Garang has led the SPLA from 1983, he has yet to account for kidnappings, abductions, forced labor, forced conscriptions, and other slavery-related practice that his Christian organization has been involved in. In 1990, the U.S. State Department country reports on human rights, this U.S. State Department, okay, human rights practices records that the SPLA forced Southern Sudanese men to work as laborers and porters and forcibly conscripted them into SPLA. Okay, and on and on. There's way more than this, but you're getting the drift here. Okay, you're getting the drift. So for me personally, right, we live in an age of social media, and the social media age has done things that only the propagandists at Hitler's time could only dream of. Now, it used to be, like those of you who are older, you remember that you used to watch TV or whatnot. You used to have a big, those tube TVs or whatever, right? Color TV and all that kind of stuff, right? It used to be, used to get your cable TV or whatnot, and then you watch TV for 50 minutes, a commercial came on, 50 minutes commercial come on and whatnot, and then you would have watched the news. And those mainstream news channels, they were the ones who were controlling, the narrative, for whatever side they took politically. Okay, now people invest in their own indoctrination through social media, and they believe what they see because they go down through these algorithmic rabbit holes and live in a land of whatchamacallit. What's the word I'm looking for? What's that word where you're kind of like you're basically have a intrinsic bias because of what's the word I'm looking for? This is on the tip of my tongue. Anyways, they invest in their own biases and their own prejudices, right? Because of social media. Because really social media, what it is quick. It's quick. You got 1 minute video here, 5 minute video here. What can you learn in a 1 minute video?
There were so many refugees. What are you talking about videos? There's whole refugees, Black Sudanese refugees in Egypt. I studied in Egypt. Do you know how many refugees lived there that fled?
Yeah, of course. Because
thank
you. Somebody put in the chat, cognitive dissonance. Thank you. That's what I'm getting. Waiting wisdom. Thank you so much for waiting wisdom. Hi. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Right? Yeah. So because ever since Sudan has won its independence from their British colonizers, there has not been a single peaceful transfer of power. It was never like that pre-colonialism. And that's why you have all of these refugees going into Sudan. So you are seeing that what's happening today. You didn't see what happened in the 80s, the 70s, the 60s. You didn't see all of that. And it's all the same thing.
So you're claiming that the Arab Sudanese tribes, because these are tribes at the end of the day, Sudan is just a name that was given to that land. But these Arab tribes were living happily and peacefully with the indigenous, the dark skinned, the Black Sudanese people. They were just living perfectly fine, and then somebody came and now there's racism.
It's not
or
my
was
claim.
there elements of racism already there?
We
as
have
in that whole region
quoted from the U.S. State Department. We have quoted from let me get it. Who was the other person we quoted from? McMichael. We can quote from Ivan Van Sertima. Let's see what he says. Right? We've quoted from all. It's not me. These are not my statements. These are statements of people who actually done the work and the studying and have brought you the information, right? I didn't get this from YouTube, okay?
That's a person's statement.
I'm quoting what the experts are saying. You get me? That's a different thing. If you have a problem with the experts, take it up with them. I'm just delivering a message, okay?
So you quoted a few men. Didn't really see any statistics or numbers or information other than that. It was a few men that made comments. They could be wrong. There's people that have completely lived different experiences. To dismiss that is crazy. If I'm not saying they didn't exasperate, I definitely know the West utilized it and weaponized it and exasperated. Even now, you have the UAE funding the RSF. And who are they targeting? What region are they targeting?
Listen, I have a position, okay? Right? My position is essentially a Quranic position anyways. It's if a wrongdoer comes to you bringing news, verify it.
And Sharia exists,
my positions are verified.
Sharia exists in that country, or racism exists.
My positions are verified.
Crazy.
So you are talking about things that you heard, right?
No,
you
I
heard
saw people who face racism. I've met them in real life.
We all saw what's happening in Sudan. We're not discounting that. We all saw what's happening.
I'm saying racism exists. You're denying the existence of racism.
I never said that. Are you kidding me? Have you seen my channel?
I'm saying
Are you kidding me? Or what? I just called out Muhammad Hijab, Ali Dawah, and all this. Are you joking me right now?
My point is racism existed in Sudan, and maybe Western powers exasperated and weaponized it. That's my point.
You're saying that racism. Okay, if you're saying that racism existed
and exasperated,
if you're saying that racism existed in Sudan,
yes, racism existed. There were elites.
Okay,
right?
That's your statement.
These things exist.
That's fine, Sister Sarah. You're very welcome to believe what you like. All I'm asking, okay, no problem. Where's the evidence for this? That's it. Where did racism exist in Sudan? Pre-colonialism. When did the Sudanese become the Arabs against the South Sudanese? When did all this happen? Look, somebody in the chat saying I can't criticize Arabs. Y'all are tripping. Y'all don't know the features, man. You don't know. This is what I'm talking about. If you don't know, then how you comment on something that you don't know? You don't know me. You do not know me. If you knew, then you wouldn't even think about saying something silly like that. The amount of work I give Arabs, the amount of videos I have about talking about Arab slavery on my channel that is existing today, mind you, right, in Libya, okay? The amount of work I give the Gulf Arabs for the treatment of Africans.
So you're telling me racism exists in Libya? It doesn't exist in Sudan. Oh my God.
What's that?
It exists in Libya. Racism exists in Libya, but it didn't exist in Sudan. These are places that
I'm saying, where is the proof? That's it. If you're saying that, no problem.
I can't access that right now. But if I don't mind, I can go and research it. But we know racism exists.
That's fine. Research it and bring it back.
There are generations of people that have spoken about it. There are charities that have been there.
And mind you, we're not talking about no tribalism. We're not talking about the post-colonial, divide and conquer tactics.
Tribalism exists everywhere. Existed. Sudan it's a landmass. They're with tribes. They break up into different tribes.
Tribalism and racism are not the same, sis. They are totally different. As a matter of fact, the only good thing that racism did was make tribalism irrelevant. That's the only good thing that it has ever done. Right? But other than that, tribalism and racism, they are not the same. Okay? Racism is a social construct that has only existed since the early 16th century. That's it, right? It started in Europe because Europeans, long story short, they were murdering each other, right? We all know about the Dark Ages, right? If you haven't learned about the Dark Ages. And then, they started exploring.
Do you think colorism existed in Sudan?
I don't know if colorism existed. I don't know. All I know is that this particular narrative about the Arabs against the South Sudanese is 100% concocted and constructed by colonial powers. 100%. And there's way more than enough evidence to prove that. And anybody who wants to look at the evidence is not even hidden. It's like right there. But what is happening is that people are, again, they are investing in their own indoctrination. You get me? That's what's going on.
How do you feel about Nigeria with the Christians being genocided there by the Muslims?
Christians are being genocided in Nigeria?
Yeah, how do you feel about that?
I never heard of that.
And also Armenia.
Again?
Today.
Armenia?
Yeah, that's the other one.
That's happened underneath the Ottoman Empire before
yeah, that was one time. Yeah, that was one time. So you're getting news reports coming out for over a decade. 35,000 Christians have been massacred. That was written in
I'm not familiar with
2021.
that. I can't comment on it. I'm not familiar with that, unfortunately. Right. But it's something that you know, it's worth looking into. 35,000 people is a lot of people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So it's definitely worth looking into, right?
Armenia, they're
mind
being
you,
driven out of cities.
Yeah. Mind you, the situation between the Armenians and the, I think was the Azerbaijanis? I think it's Azerbaijan, right?
I'm not an expert on it, I'll be honest.
Yeah, this is a centuries-long old feud that they've been having, right? So it's not a new thing. This is an actual feud that these people have been having. That can actually be proven.
I think France was involved at some point, weren't they? With the whole thing.
I'm not sure. I don't know. Right.
But it's
I do know.
It seems funny that like the Bible was there, and surely the people around that area. I'm assuming the Bible was there before it was in Europe. If the oldest Bible is from Ethiopia, so it's funny how.
Jedi, are you there? Axum's in the back. Sorry, perfect. I was just about to type to.
So you would have thought if one was being displaced, it would be the Christians.
Well, you know, when you're looking at the Bible, you like really, it's not really as cut and dry as, you know, the oldest Bibles coming from here or there. Really, like you can say technically the oldest Bibles from Ethiopia, and then the kind of other Bibles kind of came after that. But you have like the Jewish Bible. You have several different Jewish Bibles, right, throughout the Middle East and Africa and things of that nature, right? But when you're talking about the English Bible, the King James Version, right, that Bible was put together in 1611, right? And eventually, when it was put together, it had 80 books, okay? The original King James Version, right? And then after years and years of tweaking and you know, it started off with 88 books, and now it's 76 books, right? So, you know, when you're talking about a Bible, like you say, you're not really talking about a single entity here because there's so many different versions and whatnot. But
you said you criticize Islam.
I don't. No, I criticize Muslims.
Muslims. How do you feel we could all get along better?
Believe in Allah, become Muslim. What do you want me to say, man? Accept the truth. You know what I mean? Accept the truth. By fear Allah. That's the best way to do it.
So if we don't accept your truth, then we've still got a problem.
There's truth and there's falsehood. That's it. There's no such thing in my truth, your truth. You know, we can have a conversation, right? If somebody who is presented with the truth, they always have to take a position. Okay, they can take a position for the truth, or they can take a position against the truth. And the most difficult thing is to take a position for the truth, even if it's against yourself. That's extremely difficult. And this is a quirk in human nature that they will actually hear the truth and reject it, right? So it's very easy to steer human beings in the wrong direction because they want to hear what they want to hear. So you notice this interview that you had with Piers, they had with Piers Morgan, this one with Andrew Tate and Piers Morgan, right? I just heard the interview, right? You know, because like I just kind of put it on high speed. I'm like, you know, Jordan, what should we call it? What's his face? What's the interview again? Oh, I'm getting old, Piers man. Morgan. My memory. Huh?
What are you talking about? Piers Morgan and Andrew Tate.
Yeah, Piers Morgan. Yeah, Piers Morgan. He Piers Morgan was wrecking Andrew Tate, and even you can see in his face how uncomfortable If you watched the interview, Andrew Tate was clearly uncomfortable. You know, he was out of his element. You know what I mean? But if you look on the comments, right, which I something I rarely do. I don't watch comments because I know what's going on in the comments. You can get like you don't know who's in the comment section, right? If you look in the comments, you would think that Andrew Tate tore Piers Morgan up. That's what you think.
Yeah, I
and
read
it's
the
on
comments.
Piers Morgan's
Yeah.
channel. Yeah.
I read the
Right.
same comments.
Yeah, and it's like so. There have been studies done on groupthink, even in the 1960s, 1970s, where people would do social experiments back in those days, right? And they would, have, paid actors, right, act a certain way, and invite somebody who's not like just a regular person, right? And long story short, these paid actors will act in a way contrary to the truth. But because this person saw these paid actors act in a way contrary to the truth, he started following what they were doing, even though they knew that what they were doing is wrong. And this experiment is done several times. You might have seen it on YouTube, some of these experiments, right? And that's what social media is today, because the powers that shouldn't be, they have essentially, found a way cheaper way to shape the minds of the people. They don't need to tap your phone anymore or anything like that. They just put stuff on social media and then get these trolls or whatnot to put out content, and that's pretty much it. And then they can pay influencers, and that's why you have the Arab Spring. That's why you have the massacres that happened against the Rohingya because of social media. That's why you have the the riots in Egypt because of social media, right? These governments have figured out, we can just control the people with social media, and that's exactly what's going on. So I know I rambled again. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I know.
Yeah, they reckon.
My bad.
No, big up. Listen, I'm gonna go because I've got a doctor's appointment. But big up Jedi and everybody. Yeah. Big
All
up
right, Sister Sarah.
Right, peace.
Cheers, Sarah.
Yeah, nice talking to you, sis.
That's why I listen to more.
We need to come back to that Sudan thing another time because I've got just juggling a few things at the moment, but we need to come back to that Sudan topic and dissect that.
That's fine.
Hopefully another time.
No problem.
I can bring up evidence. But big up. Good convo, guys.
All right. Thanks. Take it easy.
Yeah, I don't know. I find autistic people seem to say the truth, whatever happens. So I follow a few autistic people. They seem to not be able to lie.
Well,
so
I was reading.
Get along in peace.
Yeah. That's how we do it, man. As long as there are different people, they're going to have different ideologies and whatnot. So there has to be an eternal truth, right? There has to be an eternal truth that human beings can always refer to when things are, basically confusing and there's a lot of confusion and all this kind of stuff, right? And that eternal truth is Allah Himself, right? So returning back to Allah, returning back to God, that is the quickest and easiest way. But there's a conundrum with that, because the truth itself and holding on to it is like holding on to a hot coal. You know what I mean? It's much simpler and easier to hold on to what everybody else is saying, right? And the difficult thing is to go against everyone. Everybody is saying the same thing. Like what I'm saying today, right? People are hating on me in the comments, but I know what I'm talking about, right? And when you press them, right, for their evidence, they ain't got nothing but a whole bunch of, you don't know what you're talking about. I go, okay, well, you know what I'm saying? What do you call this? A, B, C, D, all these quotes, and they got a whole bunch of, hot air and empty talk, and busy fingers on the keyboard, right? That's all they got, right? But ain't no thing but a chicken wing. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's easier to go by what you see going on today than go by a book and believe what happened. Somebody wrote that happened 1,000 years ago. If you go off what you see today, I think it's just easier to judge the world.
Yeah, and more blessings for us who stay upon the truth in patience and perseverance, because we are reaching the end days, and that's why you're seeing all this confusion. And the easy thing is to follow the confusion, but the difficult thing is to unplug, right, and to seek knowledge of that which is correct, right, and be patient with it and called to it. That's the difficult thing. So people who are upon that path will always have problems. Okay, there will never, but that's the point. Is that it doesn't end on earth, that it ends when you meet Allah, when you meet Allah on the day of judgment. That's when everything ends, and that's when everything will be made clear to the servants of Allah and all the human beings.
What do you believe? Do you believe? So there's the Quran, isn't there?
That is correct. Yes.
And there's hadiths. Is it hadiths?
That is correct. Yes. Yeah.
Do you believe every single word written, or do you take some stuff with a pinch of salt?
No, I believe everything in the Quran and authentic hadith, of course. Right.
So what about the virgins? Are you getting the virgins?
You're talking about jihad now, right? See,
so
here's the thing. Here's the thing. Every good deed has a reward. Okay. Every good deed has a reward, right? So you're talking about 73 versions for those people who make jihad for the sake of Allah, right? Right.
Yeah.
So this is an incentive for people to fight for the sake of Allah. And what happened is the enemy, right, of Allah will take this one incentive, blow it up into something that is absolutely not right, and make it into this type of weird thing. You know what I mean? Right. And meanwhile, all it is an incentive. And all this really started with Orientalism. See, Orientalists, their whole job is to go into Islamic texts, Islamic countries, whatnot, learn the language, learn about the religion as much as they possibly can, and find ways or make ways to discredit Islam. That's and that was the old school Orientalists, right? The old school Orientalists, they were really people of knowledge and scholars and things of that nature, and they really messed up a lot of people with their stuff, right? The new school Orientalists, we call those people apologists, Christian apologists, and this weird community called the ex-Muslim community. Like if I leave something, I become the thing that I become, right? Nobody refers to Andrew Tate as the ex-atheist or the ex-Christian. They say that he's the converted Muslim, right? But these people, they converted them explicitly as ex-Muslims. Why? Because there's a narrative they're trying to carry, and these are the ones who are bringing this narrative. 73 versions to the masses, like it's something shameful or something like that, and it's not.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Do you ever watch Sam Shamoon?
That guy is a turd. He's a turd, man. Yeah, he's like.
But you gotta admit, he's a smart guy.
No, he's not very smart. Actually, he's alienated himself, not just from having any meaningful debate with Muslims, but even from the Christian apologist community. But the modern apologists are not like the older apologists. The modern apologists, you don't have to have any skills whatsoever. You don't have to have any knowledge whatsoever. And he's like one of those people. He doesn't have any skills, any knowledge, right? He just makes stuff up as he goes. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I'm not saying you have to agree with him. All I'm saying is his memory recall is amazing on everything.
No, it's not. No, he just makes stuff. He doesn't memorize anything. He makes stuff up. And his stated goal, right, is not to invite Muslims to Christianity. His stated goal, he stated it with his own mouth, is to make sure that Muslims leave Islam. What kind of a Christian is that? This is a Christian? This is a Christian? If you believe that you have the truth, you want to invite the people to that truth, correct? That's why I invite the people to Islam, because I believe that Islam is the truth, correct? Right? I'm not trying to get Christians to leave Christianity just for the sake of leaving Christianity.
When did you become Muslim?
Oh, I was 15, so that 1990.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
quite a while.
Yeah.
I don't know. We need somebody else to come on. Some different views.
What's that?
I think you've kind of caught the tail end of this. We need some other people.
Yeah. I know it's early for me. I know it's late for y'all, but you know.
Yeah.
I know it's late for y'all.
So, yeah, look into Nigeria and obviously you know a bit about Armenia, but see what you think about it. Like I was saying,
well, I know quite a bit about Nigeria. I never heard of no Christian genocide. That sounds a little bit weird to me. Right. I do keep up with Nigeria, and I keep it up with the African Union and ECOWAS and these type of things, and you know. So, but I never heard about no Christian anything massacre, right? I know about Boko Haram, right? Boko Haram, the Western creation that pretends to be Muslim, what you call it, jihadists. They pretend to be Muslim jihadists, and all they do, these Muslim jihadists, is go and massacre Muslim villages to push them out of oil-rich lands, kidnap their women, right, and their children.
Yeah.
And say that they're making jihad. These people are being armed and aided by the West to usurp Nigerian oil. This is what I know. Okay, that ain't got nothing to do with no Christians. Okay.
No. I personally think we should leave Islamic countries alone. We shouldn't be interfering with them.
I know that's right now. West Africa is really hot. They're like the coolness in our eyes right now as Black folk, right? They are definitely the coolest in our eyes with what's going on with Burkina Faso and Niger, and what's the other one? What's the third one there? Burkina Faso, Niger, and I can't remember the third one. But these there's Mali in that as well, right? These countries who have kicked out their colonizers and they're trying to make a union amongst themselves. Africa right now is uniting.
Yeah,
that is what's happening.
With Niger,
all of a sudden, when these West African countries united and kicked out the French, all of a sudden these jihadis disappeared, just like that. Just like that.
That's good.
You know what I mean? So
they stopped getting their cheap uranium.
Africa is waking up, And where would Europe be without Africa anyway? Your cocoa, your gold, your uranium, your rubber, your oil, and all the natural resources, the human resources, everything. Where would you be without Africa?
They said they were going to stop selling cocoa to Nestle, didn't they?
Yeah, they're going to nationalize their cocoa production.
They're going to make their own chocolate.
Yeah,
and Nestle, I think they're a bit worried. They're getting it pretty cheap.
So it's a new day
It's
coming,
good,
and that's why right now there's this really hard push in Western countries, European countries, to go far right, because once you can't steal the resources out of Africa, then what happens to Europe now?
But I think China.
You might have to trade fairly for once, right?
I think China have gone hard in on Africa.
Mm.
So
what's that?
China are in Africa now more.
Yeah, absolutely. China and the Russians, right? They're trying to make, they're trying to get their economic foothold in Africa, right? So, it's a new day coming, right? There's a global shift that's happening right now. So
that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I just think if you were born one way or born another way in terms of religion, then it shouldn't matter. No one knows. People can say they know, but no one knows.
Yeah, of course we know. Of course you do. Of course you do. And it really doesn't take much. If you're interested, anybody can look it up. It's just like you know that the sun is going to, you know, be hot. You know that water is wet, right? Yeah, and you know all these things come from somewhere, right? Somebody had to put these things there for you. You know. It's a matter of, you know, how interested are you in finding the truth.
I went
and
to
it's like,
yeah, I went to
and
a
it's like
court case, and the lady there said, "I need a minute because God talks to me." She was a Christian lady.
Oh, brother.
So how can you tell her that her religion's wrong and yours is right?
It's not about telling whose religion wrong or who's right. It's about examining the evidence and reaching a conclusion based on the evidence.
Does God talk to you?
You know what I mean? It's just like right now when we're talking about Sudan, I'm talking based upon the evidence. The evidence leads to this. Whether you accept the evidence or not, that's is out of my hands. It's totally out of my hands, right? I can't force you to believe the truth.
Yeah. But we can live along in peace, even if I don't believe the truth.
Yeah, of course.
That's
But
all I want.
most people will be taken advantage of, and that will not be the case, which is why the truth is very, very important. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Most people would prefer to live in falsehood because they have you know, what's that thing again? Oh my gosh, let me go back. Oh, 1 second. Oh, my age, man. What's the word again I'm looking for? The brother put it in for me. Cognitive dissonance. They have cognitive dissonance. Right? If you suffer from cognitive dissonance, no amount of talking or evidence is ever going to convince you. Right? So why? Okay, I don't need to waste my time with folks like that. You know what I mean? It's like these shucking and jiving and twitching and twirling Muslims, you know, who are out chasing clout from Andrew Tate, a degenerate like Andrew Tate. He's degenerate, right? And you put out all the things that he said post-Islam. Forget pre-Islam, post-Islam, and they still find a way to excuse him. But their line is when he said Paki. That's it. After he says Paki, all of a sudden they remember all the stuff that he did previously.
Yeah.
Cognitive dissonance. You're tripping. I'm not the one who's tripping. Okay.
Yeah,
I have no problems personally. I have no problems. If I make a mistake or whatever, I'll say, you know, that's my bad. I made a mistake, whatever. Right?
Yeah, that word is always used in bad faith. So
you know what I'm saying? Like,
it's just a country shortened, but it's never meant in a nice manner.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, if you make a mistake, every human being is going to make a mistake. You know, you have to be careful of the ones who can't admit it. You know, that interview with Andrew Tate was almost an hour, and not once did he say, you know, I made a mistake in sharing this viral video, which was used as fuel to spark riots in Britain. That had blatantly wrong information in it.
Yeah.
He didn't say anything about that. You can't trust folks like that. You know what I mean? So,
don't know. Somebody in the chat should put a question in for you.
What is it?
No. What I'm saying is somebody in the chat should put a question in for you because you seem like you have views on things, so they should get your views.
Yeah, my pleasure, man. I know it's late night where you guys are at. You know? Yeah, my pleasure. Yeah, but you know, if I think Trill's gonna be on tomorrow, maybe I'll come on tomorrow as well before I head out to Juma.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm up at 6 in the morning. So, well, 5 in the morning, which is in 6 hours time. Jez, where are you, man?
Okay, family, that's my time. Nice talking to you, Lee Sullivan. And there's an everybody else in the chat, friends, foes, haters, hatettes, everybody. Okay, check out my channel, the features. Okay, subscribe. All right, and we'll see y'all later. Okay.
All right. Cheers, my friend.
All right. Easy.
Bye bye.